Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1461 through 1480 of the previous episode. Qin Mu, Lan Yutian and Cripple infiltrate the mysterious incense hall, where ancient souls are trapped in an endless cycle of scripture recitation led by a projection of a Miluo palace saint. Qin Mu realizes the hall is a trap used by the entity to siphon power. After a desperate battle within the hall's seals, Qin Mu strikes a deal to escape with the trapped souls. He then instructs Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun to transport the incense hall to the ancestral court's jade capital. By intentionally triggering its ancient, complex seals, Qin Mu lures the 10 heavenly venerables to the site, hoping to use their immense power to destroy the hall and the sinister entity inside. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1481. Chapter 1476. Emperor Ming's Teachings Too Easy. First update. On 100,000 Sacred Mountain, Granny C and the rest were nervously paying attention to old Ma and Zhang Kong Rulai. It had been more than 20 days since the drastic changes in the ancestral court, Jade capital city. Even though Qin Mu's situation had always been very stable. However, the situation of old Ma and Zhang Kong Rulai didn't seem to be that optimistic. Even though Zhang Kong Rulai's state of mind cultivation was high, his cultivation was low. It had already been very taxing on this great Buddha for such a long time. Old Ma's cultivation level was higher, but his state of mind cultivation level was lower than Zhang Kong's. At this stage it was also extremely taxing. Right at this moment, Yenner suddenly flew over and said to Granny Si and the others, "Something bad has happened. Our sacred land has sprouted." Sacred land has sprouted? Granny C and the others were somewhat confused. Yenner said, "I'm currently chatting with Mother about family matters and bringing her around to see the beautiful scenery of our sacred land." Everyone frowned and thought, this girl is even more blind than a blind man. Although the 100,000 Sacred Mountain has the word sacred, it's just us putting our own face on it. Since when has there been a beautiful scenery here? Yenner said to herself. When we arrived at the main hall in the center of the Sacred Mountain, we saw that the main hall was lifted up by 2 large leaves, and the foundation of the main hall was broken into pieces. Those 2 leaves were so huge that they were holding young Master's sacred hall in the middle of the 2 leaves, making him look very pitiful. This girl spoke without thinking and blind immediately said, "Granny, you guys stay here and look after Muir. I'll follow her to take a look." Granny Si nodded and Mute said, "I'll go and take a look too." Yenner brought the 2 of them to the center of the Sacred Mountain, and before they reached there, Blind saw the 2 huge leaves from afar as if they were 2 unbelievably huge palms that were holding Qin Mu's palace in their palms. The 2 leaves had grown from the charred stumps of the huge black tree. The huge black tree had long been chopped off by Tai Yi, and the fire had burned it clean. Only the unburned growth rings remained, turning into tens of thousands of black mountains. Yet now, there were actually 2 huge leaves growing out of the mountain in the center. It was truly strange. At that moment, many people had gathered around the 2 leaves. Su Shanghua, Lan Yutian, Ming Emperor, and the rest were flying around the roots of the leaves to see where the plants had come from. The hall in the middle of the 2 leaves was the sacred hall of 100,000 Sacred Mountain, where Qin Mu was staying. Once, great change had also met Heavenly Duke and Earth Count in this hall. The scale of the hall wasn't small, but compared to the 2 leaves it was much smaller. No wonder Yenner said it was pitiful. The 2 of them came under the 2 leaves and looked up at the 2 huge leaves. They were astonished, but when they saw the markings on the leaves that were like the Tao markings of the great Tao, they were indescribably mysterious. Vitality was coming from the leaves, and just by standing there, they could feel that their faces were glowing. Suddenly, Blind saw a strong man walking over with a huge axe in his hands. He came to the 2 leaves and lifted the huge axe. He gestured twice at the roots of the leaves, as if he was going to chop them down. "That man Wu, what are you doing?" Ming Huang flew over and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you chopping down someone else's sapling for no reason?" The faces of Blind and Mute were ashen. Su Shanghua, Lan Yutian, and the others had arrived as well. Their faces were ashen as well. The muscular man's muscles were malevolent, and his physique was like a giant that could split open the heavens and earth. The axe in his hand was even shimmering with a cold light. It seemed to contain the power to split open the heavens and earth. It was clearly not someone else but Tai Yi. Even though the Ming Emperor was the most dazzling figure in the Crimson Light era, when faced with such an existence, even a hair plucked from him would be many times thicker than his waist. And from Tai Yi's physique, the hair was indeed many times thicker than the Ming Emperor's waist. Tai Yi put away his axe and glanced at the Ming Emperor. His voice was like a loud bell. Of course I'm here to chop down the tree. You're so sure of yourself. The Ming Emperor was furious. He said angrily, "Is this your land?" Tai Yi put down his axe and leaned on the handle of the axe. He shook his head and said, "It's not my land." The Ming Emperor sneered and said, "Is the tree your tree?" Everyone kept quiet and did not dare to make a sound. Tai Yi shook his head again and said, "It's not my tree either. It's not your land and it's not your tree. What right do you have to chop other people's trees?" The Ming Emperor sneered and said, "You ran to other people's place and carried the axe to chop the trees that grew in other people's land. You can't make sense no matter where you go. Reason. If you can't make sense, how can you make sense?" Tai Yi was stunned and looked at everyone. Everyone looked around, not daring to look him in the eye. Ming Huang clenched his fists. He said in a clear voice, "This sapling is the sapling of Heavenly Venerate Mu's family, and the ground belongs to Heavenly Venerate Mu's family. If you want to chop it down, you can't do it without asking Heavenly Venerate Mu. Xuanxiu Wenyuan, don't pull me. Although this fellow is strong, heaven and earth have justice, and justice is justice. Don't pull me. Although this man is fierce, how can I be afraid of him? As a guest of Celestial Venerable Mu's house, I can't just sit idly by." Hua Xuanxiu and the young Wenyuan pulled him back. The Ming Emperor was still struggling. He said angrily, "The two of you are also people who bully the good and fear the evil. Let me go, I'll reason with him." Tai Yi thought for a moment and sat down. "What you said makes some sense. I promised Celestial Venerable Mu this place. I'm just the original landlord, and now I'm also a guest. I need his permission to cut the tree. Forget it, let's not cut it down first. We'll talk about it after he wakes up." The Ming Emperor snorted and brushed Hua Xuanxiu and the young Wenyuan aside. He raised two fingers and pointed at his own eyes, then pointed at Tai Yi who was sitting on the ground. "I'm staring at you. Don't try to attack me when I can't see. What are you all doing? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Everyone sighed in admiration. The Crimson Light era is indeed the wildest era. The Ming Emperor is someone who has seen the great world and is filled with righteousness. He even dares to lecture an existence like Tai Yi who has attained the Tao. Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian went forward to ask Tai Yi, "Tao brother, if we don't cut down this sapling, what harm will there be?" Tai Yi said, "If we don't cut it down, when all the roots of this sapling are resurrected, the powerful beings from the previous universe eras will be able to crawl out from the roots and harm the world. This universe can't stand the torment of such powerful beings for too long, and it will fall into the apocalypse." Su Shanghua asked, "Then what benefits will there be if we don't cut down this sapling?" Tai Yi said, "If we don't cut it down, there will be some benefits. When this tree grows up and its branches and crown extend into the ultimate void, it will be much easier to attain the Tao. When the universe is destroyed, someone will be able to hide in the next universe. But..." He shook his head. "They are all vermin." Lan Yutian asked again, "What if we cut it down? Will the beings from the previous universe era be unable to descend?" Tai Yi shook his head. "Not really. They will still descend, but they will delay it for a period of time." The two stopped asking questions and left. Mute carefully approached him and sat beside Tai Yi's toes. He took out a hookah and lit it up. He took 2 puffs and handed it to Tai Yi. Tai Yi's body was too big. He lowered his head to look at him and shrunk his body. He took the hookah from his hand and took 2 puffs. Mute's wrinkled face squeezed out a smile. "Taoist brother, can I borrow your axe to take a look?" "Just take a look." Mute hurriedly got up and jumped onto the axe excitedly. He carefully observed the Tao patterns on the axe and waved his hand. Blind, your eyesight is good. Hurry up and help me study it." Blind didn't go over immediately. Instead he asked Tai Yi, "Taoist brother, can Moore wake up?" Tai Yi was smoking a water pipe. The heavenly venerables of the heavenly court are rushing to the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. There's a terrifying existence in Jade Capital City that blocks my vision. Even I can't see what's happening inside. Whether the heavenly venerables will charge into the incense-wearing hall to kill the original sage of the Ilua Palace is unknown. Blind's heart skipped a beat. Tai said. The 9 heavenly venerables have already arrived at Jade Capital City. Blind couldn't help becoming nervous. He heard Tai put down his water pipe and continued. The 9 heavenly venerates have already entered the city. I can't see them anymore. Blind clenched his fists, but Mute was still urging him. Blind said angrily, wait a little longer. At that moment, astonishing tremors came from the direction of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Blind was delighted and looked at Tai with eager eyes. Tai said, you don't have to look at me. I can't see the situation in Jade Capital either. Blind didn't give up and continued to stare at him, waiting for him to tell him about the situation. In the ancestral court's Jade Capital, 7 heavenly venerates came together and met up with Fire Heavenly Venerate and Void Heavenly Venerate outside the city. Fire Heavenly Venerate and Void Heavenly Venerate came earlier than them. They didn't plan to enter the city immediately. After all, the appearance of Jade Capital had caused too much of a commotion. They were a little afraid when they saw this situation. This fear was the fear of the unknown. Even heavenly venerates were a little afraid of the unknown. Therefore, Fire and Void Heavenly Venerate had been guarding outside the city, waiting for the other heavenly venerates. Heavenly Venerate Mu has not come out from inside. Fire Heavenly Venerate said to Heavenly Venerate How and the others. He broke the seal of the incense-wearing palace, and he has been staying in this city ever since. The seal of the incense-wearing palace is the seal of almost all the powerhouses from ancient times to the present. It also has the seal of our 10th Heavenly Venerate. He can't break it with his own ability. Heavenly Venerate Vast said neither too fast nor too slow. He should be using external forces to break them. He sized up the ancient and ancient divine city and said indifferently. In other words, there's something extremely terrifying in this city that can break the seals of our 10 heavenly venerates. It can even break the seals of Heavenly Emperor and Supreme Emperor. Yin Tianfei, Chang Tianfei, Shi Chilua, and Heavenly Venerate Gong felt a chill in their hearts. To be able to break their seals, the power Qin Mu had borrowed was probably not weaker than theirs or even stronger. The other heavenly venerates didn't know how terrifying this place was, but Yin Tianfei, Qing Tianfei, Shi Chilua, and Heavenly Venerate Gong had come here before, so their memories of this place were still fresh in their minds. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said, there must be no loss in incense-wearing hall. The thing that is suppressed in that hall must never run out. Heavenly Venerate Fire thought of Heavenly Venerate Royal and Emperor Ming, and he immediately nodded. We must never let them run out. Yin Tianfei, Chang Tianfei, Shi Chilua, and Heavenly Venerate Gong also thought of the painting and the person in it. Their hearts trembled as they said in a deep voice, we can't let them out. The ancestral God King and Heavenly Venerate Gong followed Heavenly Venerate Hao's lead. Heavenly Venerate Su and Divine Emperor Lang Xian had no choice but to follow him. The 9 heavenly venerates walked into the city together with ancient god Tai Chi. The 2 ancient gods kept their eyes on Heavenly Venerate Hao. Others couldn't see Tai Su behind Heavenly Venerate Hao, but they could see Tai Su's true form. This place is indeed a little strange. Heavenly Venerate Mu actually found such a place, so his abilities are extraordinary. The Dao fruit in the back of Divine Emperor Lang Xian's head spun, and he couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Heavenly Venerate Hao felt uncomfortable when he heard him mention Qin Mu, so he immediately quickened his pace. When the 9 heavenly venerates entered the city, the situation they saw on the way was the same as what Wei Suifeng and Shujun had seen. However, they were much stronger than Wei Suifeng and Shujun, so they didn't avoid the heat quietness wind at all. Immediately, the 9 celestial venerables suffered greatly. The 9 celestial venerables avoided the heat wave and encountered the withered Dao tree. However, they did not know that they could not touch the tree. The moment the ancestor God King touched the Dao tree, he immediately sensed a deep thought invade his mind and hurriedly resisted. How dare the demonic tree harm me? The godly monarch flew into a rage and pulled out the withered Dao tree. Heavenly Dao great divine powers blasted into the Dao tree, shattering countless branches. However, The Tao hidden in the tree retaliated, injuring the ancestor godly monarch. The other heavenly venerates were shocked. Ancestor godly monarch, this is a Tao tree. We cannot fight head-on. Concubine Gao Tian wielded the two divine sabers on the ancestral court's god-slaying platform. The divine sabers shook their heads and waved their tails. The Tao tree was cut in half with a boom, she said. In this world, only the invincible Supreme Emperor can cultivate a Tao tree. He is immortal and can live forever. He coexists with heaven and earth. I am the only one who can kill the Tao tree. Where the Tao tree was cut off, crimson blood flowed out from the tree trunk. The blood was filled with multicolored light. The multicolored light flew up and went to kill everyone. The 9 heavenly venerates each made a move to resist and wiped away the multicolored light. They were secretly shocked. Even they felt that it was somewhat difficult for them to face this multicolored light. How did heavenly venerate Mu find such a strange place? They wiped away the multicolored light and were about to put away the withered Tao tree when they saw the trunk and branches of the tree quickly disintegrate and disappear without a trace. There was nothing left. Only countless great Tao patterns flew out in all directions and merged with heaven and earth, causing the spiritual energy here to be oppressive. It was like a holy land. Strange. The 9 heavenly venerates moved forward again. They were also secretly wary of the 2 god-slaying mysterious sabers of Empress Qi Tian. These 2 divine sabers could easily cut through that tree. They could be said to be the world's #1 vicious weapon. It was likely that it would not be troublesome to kill them. Everyone was secretly on guard against Empress Qi Tian. Not long after, they encountered another strange ghost that rose from the chaotic qi and spat out a cold and desolate wind. Fortunately, they were already prepared. Everyone avoided the cold and desolate wind, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian directly pointed at it. Kill that strange ghost. The 9 heavenly venerates worked together, and could be said to be invincible. They charged forward, and not long after, they saw a strange forest formed by withered Tao trees. When they saw this situation, even though they were heavenly venerates, they could not help but gasp. Heavenly venerate Mu actually found such a strange place. We can't let him stay, the heavenly venerates said in unison. Then their eyes fell on the great hall of the incense-wearing temple. It was in complete disrepair, and the various seals around it were mostly broken. The great hall had been pierced through by a Tao tree. A Tao fruit hung on the tree. The Tao fruit was in tatters, hanging in front of the door, and was riddled with holes from the seals. And inside the Tao fruit was a naked woman who had died inside. What a pity, what a pity! Divine Emperor Langxian shook his head and sighed. Heavenly venerate Mu doesn't know how to cherish the fairer sex. All he cares about is destroying the flower. We can't indulge him this time. We have to get rid of him. The other heavenly venerates nodded in agreement. Ancestral God King frowned and said, "The seal has been broken. Heavenly venerate Mu is very cunning. He has most likely escaped with the prisoners here." "No," Celestial Master Gong said indifferently. "Even if he breaks the seal of the incense-wearing hall, he will never be able to escape from it. As long as he enters the hall, he will never escape." Heavenly Master Hao, Heavenly Master Hua, and the others had strange looks in their eyes. It was obvious that Celestial Master Gong knew many secrets of the incense-wearing hall. Heavenly Master Hua heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "Since Celestial Master Mu cannot escape and has fallen into the hall, we should take this opportunity to send him on his way so that no more trouble will arise." They walked into the hall. After a moment, an extremely terrifying throbbing sound came from within the hall. The heavenly venerate's divine ability erupted and shook the heaven and earth. The entire fragrant cloak hall shook and soon became weak. Then the hall was torn into pieces. Whoosh! The great firmament shard burst out from the hall and expanded crazily. Inside the great firmament shard, the 9th heavenly venerate was fighting with all his might around a scholar. The 9 of them were covered in blood, but they were still brazenly chopping Tao fruits and cutting Tao trees. Even with all the abilities of the primordial saint of Miluo Palace, he hadn't recovered his strength after experiencing the catastrophe of the great destruction of the universe, and was killed by the 9 heavenly venerates in the shard of great overarching heaven. At that moment, Qin Mu slowly woke up in the great black mountain of the ancestral court. Granny Si saw layers upon layers of dreams shrink, and the tiny Qin Mu disappeared one after another. Qin Mu then opened his eyes, and he couldn't help feeling delighted. The last layer of dreams was about to disperse, and old Ma and Zhang Kong Rulai woke up at the right time. They took a step forward and walked out of his dreams. The dreams completely disappeared, and Qin Mu's primordial spirit stood behind him and bowed to the two of them in gratitude. Zhang Kong Rulai immediately returned the greeting and pointed at himself. "Brother." He pointed at Qin Mu again. "Brother, why are you thanking me?" Qin Mu laughed loudly. When he saw that the two of them were exhausted, he immediately invited them down to rest. Granny Si went forward and returned the divine bow to him. "Mu'er, has the crisis been resolved?" Qin Mu nodded and smiled. "The 9 heavenly venerates of the Heaven Court have been righteous, and they acted out of righteousness to kill the primordial saint of Miluo Palace. They have finally resolved my crisis." Granny Si let out a sigh of relief and praised. "Those 9 heavenly venerates are indeed righteous and righteous. You must thank them properly in the future." Qin Mu immediately said, "I'll try my best to make their deaths painless. Then I'll be at ease." Granny Si let out a sigh of relief. Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused, and he felt as if he had pushed aside the clouds and mist to see the sun. He also let out a long sigh of relief. Big senior brother and uncles June are indeed efficient in handling matters. I was worried that the two of them would leave after leaving Hall of Fragrance to activate the seal in Jade Capital City. If the 9 heavenly venerates don't enter Hall of Fragrance and clash head-on with the primordial saint of Miluo Palace, I would also be in trouble. He said in delight. I didn't expect them to do so well. 9th heavenly venerate has also successfully entered Hall of Fragrance and gotten rid of primordial saint. Have big senior brother and uncles June returned yet? Granny Si shook her head. Not yet. The ancestral court of Jade Capital was quite far from here, so they were probably on their way back. When the two of them reached the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, the commotion they caused wasn't small. They had blown a huge hole in the sky, which was really scary. Qin Mu walked around and smiled. I wonder if 9th heavenly venerate has discovered anything good when he entered Jade Capital City. Then the secrets of Jade Capital City. Granny Si glared at him. You fell into a trap and just happened to run out? With a habit like a roe deer, you don't know how to write the word death. What you don't know is that after Jade Capital City opened, another major event happened. Yenner said that your sacred ground has sprouted, so you'd better go take a look. Qin Mu immediately put the matter of Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun aside and asked in astonishment. Sacred ground sprouted? What does that mean? I don't know either. I've been guarding here the whole time. I don't know how this 100,000 sacred mountain sprouted. The two of them spoke as they walked towards the center of the 100,000 sacred mountain. They didn't walk far before they saw a youth Tai Yi repairing the cracked Great Black Mountain. That youth Tai Yi put down the bucket and pointed at the center of the sacred ground of the Great Black Mountain. He said to Qin Mu, I've been waiting for you there for a long time, you should hurry over. Qin Mu was bewildered and wanted to ask, but the youth Tai Yi went back to busy himself. The two of them came all the way to the center of the Great Black Mountain and saw a tender green sapling standing tall in the distance. The sapling was hundreds of thousands of yards tall, but it only had 5 or 6 leaves. On one of the leaves was a palace. It was the sacred hall that Qin Mu was guarding this sacred ground. Qin Mu and Granny C's expressions were dull as they hurriedly rushed over. The closer they got, the bigger the sapling became. Its branches and leaves were as tall as the clouds, and there were thunderbolts all around as they struck at the leaves. However, even the heavenly lightning of the ancestral court was insignificant in front of the sapling. It was as tiny as a needle and couldn't hurt the sapling at all. Qin Mu came to the bottom of the tree and saw Lan Yutian and Su Shanghua sitting under the tree to comprehend the path. Blind and Mute were carefully examining a huge axe while the others were busy examining the Tao patterns on the strange sapling's branches and leaves. They were trying to unravel the secrets of this sapling. There was also Ming Emperor, who was standing not far away and staring at a tall and sturdy man under the tree. That man looked down at him and ignored him. Qin Mu went forward and probed. Taoist brother Tai Yi. Tai Yi got up and said, Heavenly Venerate Mu, this land is yours, and the trees that grow here are yours as well. That's why I'm waiting for you to come and ask if this tree should be cut down. Qin Mu hesitated and probed. This sapling is. This tree is the world tree. From the destruction of the universes until now, the divine tree has never died. It has gone through the calamities of the destruction of the universe. Countless living beings, even the saints who have attained Tao, couldn't escape death. Only this tree survived. Tai said. I had cut it down in the past and burned it down, but I didn't expect it to still be alive. This is already your territory, so I'm a guest here. I have to ask for your opinion if I want to cut down your tree. World tree. Qin Mu's heart pounded wildly. He raised his head to look at the unbelievably huge sapling and muttered, "This is a divine object that can survive the great apocalypse?" His eyes were filled with confusion. He had always been worried that he hadn't been able to see such a divine tree with his own eyes, and he had always dreamed of seeing it with his own eyes. However, it was too easy to chop down the tree and set fire to it, leaving only its black roots. Yet he hadn't expected the tree to actually come back to life. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Leaving this tree behind will cause the undying parasites from the previous 16 universes to crawl into this universe. Even I can't resist them. Tai said. However, even if we cut down this tree, we won't be able to completely break this passage. They will still come over, but it will delay them for a period of time. Leaving this tree behind will delay them for a period of time. Whether we leave this tree behind or cut it down will all depend on you. The landlord's idea. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment and looked up at the sapling of the world tree. East Heaven Green Emperor and Earth Mother Primordial Lord were both divine trees that had cultivated successfully. Earth Mother was even a primordial tree that could hold up all the worlds in the universe. However, compared to this divine tree in front of him, Earth Mother was also a few times inferior. This divine tree was practically a kind of divine object that was naturally in a difficult state. It was a divine object that could connect all the universes. However, it was also because of this divine tree that prehistoric existences had climbed down the roots of the tree to the next universe, avoiding the great calamity of destruction and parasitizing in the new universe. This had resulted in another bad result, which was that the lifespan of the new universe had greatly decreased. Mass and energy are conserved. The total amount of energy and matter in the universe is a fixed amount, and those who have cultivated successfully are equivalent to gathering the energy in the universe. Tai seemed to be able to see through Qin Mu's thoughts. The more strong practitioners there are, the more energy there will be, he said beside him. The existences that have achieved Tao are the things that have the most energy. The Tao tree of those who have achieved Tao rests in the ultimate void, and that place will become the place with the most energy. The more Tao existences that squeeze into this universe, the faster the destruction of the ultimate void will be. The great calamity of destruction originates from the ultimate void. Qin Mu composed himself and his gaze was still on the God tree. He muttered, "Could it be that I can't understand the marvel of the world tree, and find a method that even the great calamity of destruction can't destroy? If there was, it would have long been found by the strong practitioners of the previous universe. They still have to rely on the world tree to survive, so it can be seen that they can't be found," Tai said. Qin Mu muttered to himself. Suddenly violent tremors came from underground, and the sapling of the world tree actually grew upwards with a rumble. In a few breaths, the world tree grew another 1,000 yards tall, and its body became much thicker. Another leaf grew out. As the tremors disappeared, the growth speed of the world tree stopped again. Before you woke up, this tree had already trembled many times, once a day and during the day. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Do you know the secret behind why this tree came to life, and why it grew during the day? Tai said. Qin Mu shook his head and said sincerely, "Please teach me, Tao brother. Someone is raising this tree. The revival of the world tree and the growth of the world tree." The entire ancestral court had turned into a huge sacrificial altar that devoured the dead living beings here. Even when Lan Yuqian obtained Hall of Fragrance, Wei Suifeng had sent Hall of Fragrance back to Jade Capital City. The reappearance of the ancestral court Jade Capital City might have been under the control of that person. Great change didn't stop until he was shocked to death. He said indifferently, "Who knows, the thought of you wanting to protect the world tree might also be under the control of that person." Qin Mu's heart moved slightly. "You mean that strong practitioner from the first universe epoch? He has already arrived in the ancestral court." Great Change shook his head. "I don't know. I seem to know everything, but in truth, I also have many things that I don't know. For example, he hesitated for a moment and didn't continue on this topic. The ancestral court, Jade Capital City, is also a place that I can't see. It's extremely mysterious, and I can feel an extremely terrifying existence blocking my sight. Heavenly Venerate Mu. After saying so much, should this tree stay or not? Qin Mu paced back and forth, stopping every now and then to raise his head to look at the world tree sapling. He was hesitant in his heart. Tai waited quietly. After a long while, Qin Mu's chaotic state of mind gradually calmed down, and his footsteps also gradually slowed down. Finally, he stopped and looked at Tai with his snow-white eyes. He smiled and said, "Dao brother, you have vast divine arts and are almost omniscient. In that case, I would like to ask you something. If the strong practitioners of the prehistoric universe can follow the roots of the world tree to our universe, then can we also enter the prehistoric universe through the world tree?" Tai was stunned. He had indeed never thought of this question. "You mean?" He looked at Qin Mu's bright eyes and was a little hesitant. This was the first time in his life that he was a little hesitant. This was something he had never experienced before. What I mean is that since the arrival of the strong practitioners of the prehistoric universe is unavoidable, no matter if they are chopped or not, they will descend into our universe. Why not keep this world tree and wait for the growth of the world tree? When that time comes, let's go to their universe first and stop these old fellows in their universe. We might even kill them one by one. Qin Mu smiled. It's impossible to guarantee that there won't be any flaws in our defense, and if we attack, we will expose their weakness. With that, our offense and defense will be different. Tai looked at the sapling behind him, and after a long while he said, "All right. When you have attained Dao, I'll send you there." The smile on Qin Mu's face instantly froze and he muttered, "Dao brother, this matter still needs to be discussed from a long-term perspective." Tai stretched out his hand to grab the huge axe and shook blind and mute off the axe. He turned around and left, quickly disappearing without a trace. The matter of chopping down the tree isn't something that can't be discussed, Qin Mu said loudly. However, Tai had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Mu said angrily, "He's always dawdling, but now he's running like the wind." He turned around to look at the world tree with his eyes shining. At this moment in Jade Capital City, beside the River of Chaos, Wei Suifeng was full of confidence as he said to Uncle Jun, "Don't worry, Junior brother will definitely come and save us. It would be midnight tonight." His mood wasn't too good, and the child in his wife's stomach had lost its heartbeat. He wasn't even 3 months pregnant, and for the sake of a second child we had prepared for 2 years. When the otaku pig heard the news in the afternoon, he felt uncomfortable for a very long time and couldn't muster up his spirit. Waves of soul-stirring fluctuations came from the Jade Capital. The 9 heavenly venerates Hao Hua, Lang Gong, Chang Zhu, Yen Shi and Su fought fiercely. The heavenly palaces of the heavenly venerates formed the great heavenly court. The power of the divine ability could be said to have reached the pinnacle of the power of the divine ability. By killing the heavenly duke and refining the heavenly Tao of Xuandu, the 9 heavenly venerates obtained great benefits, and their strength improved once again. The reason why they fought was not for anything else, but for the Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit of the original sage of the Miluo Palace. After killing the original sage, what was left was the wealth of the original sage. The Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit was a realm that they had never come into contact with before, and they had to get it no matter what. Killing the heavenly duke increased their strength, and killing the original sage of the Miluo Palace and obtaining the Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit could possibly increase their realms. The battle broke out suddenly, but it ended quickly. The moment the battle broke out, Heavenly Venerate Hao, Heavenly Venerate Hua, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Ancestral God King, and Heavenly Venerate Su all attacked Concubine Chang Tian at the same time. Although Concubine Chang Tian had the Ancestral Court's God-slaying platform and 2 God-slaying black sabers, which possessed terrifying offensive power, she was still unable to deal with the attacks of the 5 heavenly venerates. Tian Consort Chang circled her body with 2 divine sabers. The 2 divine sabers were like 2 blood-red dragons whizzing around her. However, she did not dare to kill the heavenly venerate Gong when he appeared in front of her. She was then heavily injured by the 5 heavenly venerates. She immediately rode on the dragon and left. Shi Qilua opened his treasure chest. One after another, divine weapon Heavenly Venerates descended. With the protection of 3 divine weapons Heavenly Venerates, Shi Qilua headed straight for the Dao fruit under the tree. Just as he was about to grab the Dao fruit and the Dao flower, the divine weapon Royal Tianzuan flew out from behind Heo Tianzan. There were 4 of them which could defeat 3 divine weapons Royal Tianzuan, and one of the artifacts, the Sentinel, came right at him. How did Heavenly Emperor get so many divine artifacts? Without thinking, Shi Qilua controlled this divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal, with his avatar. Heavenly Master Royal was a weapon he created, and he left countless secret doors in every divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal's body. He wanted to use these secret doors to spy on the divine powers of the Heavenly Masters. He could even forcefully take away the divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal, and turn it into a sharp weapon to kill the Heavenly Masters. However, as soon as his avatar entered the body of the Celestial Master, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. There was no hidden door in the body of the Celestial Master. I did not create the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal. Shi Qilua's hair stood on end. Her soul was immediately shattered by the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal. Shi Qilua quickly retracted his soul. The attack of the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, had already landed on his body. The terrifying power almost crushed his heavenly palace. This was a divine weapon Heavenly Lord Royal refined from Taisu's companion treasure. It was not a divine weapon refined by Shi Qilua. He had suffered a huge loss due to his recklessness. Heavenly Lord Hao had been looked down upon ever since he was injured. In the Battle of Xuandu, he had shown and become the big winner among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. He had subdued the Heavenly Venerates of the palace and the Ancestor God King. With the help of Heavenly Lord of Fire, Heavenly Lord Void, he was like a tiger with wings. He had become the biggest force among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. However, even during the Battle of Mystic City, he did not reveal all of his assets. Taisu's companion treasure could transform into any other treasure, or a creation divine weapon. After Heavenly Venerate Hao obtained this treasure, while the other Heavenly Venerates were attacking each other and ignoring him, he took the opportunity to take out all of his wealth and refine it into a divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal. Shi Qilua was injured and knew that his life was in danger. He shook his hand and threw out 2 Dao fruits, which flew toward Concubine Yan. Concubine Yan raised her hand and caught the 2 Dao fruits. As soon as the Dao fruits landed in her hand, the 5 Heavenly Venerates, Hao, Hua, Su, Gong and Zhu, had already heavily injured Divine Emperor Lang Xian and were pincer attacking her. Behind her, 2 ancient gods of Taiji merged together and activated the Taiji Sand Table. The power of this companion treasure was instantly raised to the extreme by the 2 ancient gods. Yin and Yang formed and the 2 merged into Taiji. The Taiji Daos surged and 10,000 Daos were born. All things were born. In an instant it was as if a world was born from the sand table. The sun, the moon and the stars shone brightly, and the great Dao flourished. At this moment, a large bell rose behind Heavenly Venerate Hao, and it faced the Tai Chi sand table with a loud bang. It was Taisu's companion treasure. This treasure did not have a fixed form, but it could take any form. At this moment it turned into a large bell with birds, beasts, insects, and fish imprinted on the outer wall. It was in all kinds of divine forms. The inner wall of the bell was surrounded by stars and galaxies. The huge bell collided with the Tai Chi sand table, but it was no match for the power. The huge bell broke into pieces. The moment the huge bell broke, Taisu's Dao condensed. The broken huge bell turned into a huge cauldron. The chaotic qi under the cauldron lifted the huge cauldron up and blasted it into the Tai Chi sand table. At the same time, the 5 Heavenly Venerates came together and unleashed their most powerful attacks. They imprinted them on the Tai Chi sand table. The Tai Chi ancient god was forced to split into 2. One on the left and one on the right. They brought Yin Tianfei out of the city. Heavenly Venerate Haotian's 10,000 heavenly wheels flew out. With a swoosh, one of Yen Tian Concubine's arms was cut off, and in the palm of that arm was a Dao fruit. Yen Tian Concubine left with another Dao fruit, and the 5 Heavenly Venerates chased after her. Suddenly the 2 Tai Chi ancient gods stretched out their hands, and the sky and earth spun, and space spun rapidly like the Tai Chi diagram. The 5 heavenly venerates hurriedly stopped and crushed the Tai Chi diagram. They looked up and saw that the 2 Tai Chi ancient gods and Yin Tian concubine had disappeared without a trace. There's no need to chase after them. Heavenly Venerate Hao picked up concubine Yin Tian's broken arm and said with a smile, "After all, we are all 10 heavenly venerates. We will see each other again and again. We can still use them in the future. There's no need to kill them all." Heavenly Venerate Hua, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and the others stopped in their tracks. Heavenly Venerate Hua went forward and picked up the Dao flower. He hung it on the Dao tree, and then picked up the Dao tree of the original saint of the Miluo Palace, and brought it to Heavenly Venerate Hao. Heavenly Venerate of Hao looked at him with interest. When he saw that he had brought the Dao tree Dao flower to him, he smiled and said, "Your loyalty is commendable." Heavenly Venerate of Fire bowed and stood in front of him. The other Heavenly Venerates all think that the Dao fruit is good, and the Dao flower is not bad either. However, what is truly useful to us Heavenly Venerates is the Dao tree. Without the Dao tree, where would the Dao fruit come from? Heavenly Venerate of Hao came before the Dao tree of the original saint of the Miluo Palace. He said leisurely, "The Dao tree here has mostly withered and the great Dao has been wiped away. It is not of great use. However, this Dao tree is still fine. This shows that the strength of the owner of the Dao tree is extraordinary and far superior to others." The 4 heavenly venerates remained silent. Their gazes fell on the Dao tree. They also wanted the Dao fruit of the Dao tree, but they did not dare to reveal it. The Dao fruit can raise the Dao realm. My brother Langxian obtained one and raised his cultivation of the Dao realm to the 28th heavenly layer. However, his Dao realm is fake. He relied on the Dao fruit to raise his cultivation. It may look powerful, but it is actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Heavenly Venerate Hao continued, "The Dao tree is different. The Dao tree records the process of attaining Dao. Picking the fruit is good, but the foundation is not stable. Only by seeing the other party's process of attaining Dao will it be the greatest benefit for us." His words made the other 4 heavenly venerates nod their heads thoughtfully. Even Goddess Tai Su could not help but praise in her heart, "Ancient God Taiji, let me choose Heavenly Venerate Hao. It seems like a good move." Heavenly Venerate Hao's talent and abilities are far above the other heavenly venerates. Ancient God Taiji appeared, but he chose Imperial Concubine Yen. This is a bad move. Strange, why did the 2 of them choose Imperial Concubine Yen? She couldn't figure out Ancient God Taiji's intention. Heavenly Venerate Hao raised his hand and threw the Dao fruit to Heavenly Venerate Hua. Heavenly Venerate Hua was surprised and happy, but he didn't dare to accept it. Heavenly Venerate Hao said indifferently, "The Battle of Xuandu did not give you any benefits. The benefits brought by this Dao fruit are not inferior to the heavenly Dao of Xuandu. It can be considered as compensation for you." Heavenly Venerate Hua was so grateful that he shed tears. Heavenly Venerate Hao picked the Dao flower and gave it to Heavenly Venerate Su. He smiled and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future. When we kill our way into Yudu, fellow Taoist Su will receive even better benefits." Ancestral God King smiled and said, "I have received the greatest benefits in Xuandu. I will not take any of the benefits this time." Heavenly Venerate Vast laughed and said, "Jade Capital is the greatest benefit. It is nearly endless. How can it be short of the benefits of the godly monarch? I owe you first." The Ancestor God King smiled and agreed. Heavenly Venerate Vast handed the entire Dao tree to Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Gong was stunned. If Heavenly Venerate Vast gave the Dao tree to her, wouldn't he not receive any benefits? "I'll use this Dao tree to exchange for fellow Taoist Gong's mineral vein. What do you think, fellow Taoist Gong?" Heavenly Venerate Haotian asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tai Su felt a sense of comfort. I didn't misjudge him. Heavenly Venerate Haotian has completely submitted to me. He knows that the stronger I am, the more benefits he will receive. Now he has wholeheartedly prepared the Tai Su Divine Stone for me. Heavenly Venerate Gong was slightly startled. He bowed and said, "How could I dare not? However, 10% of the mine's output belongs to Heavenly Venerate Mu. I can't go back on my promise." Heavenly Venerate Hao smiled and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Gong, Of course you have to give him what you promised. If you give me this mine, I will give him 10%. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Heavenly Master Hua said. Brother Hao, we didn't find any trace of Heavenly Master Mu in the Fragrant Cloak Palace just now. He probably lured us here to get rid of us with the help of the old monsters in the palace. Heavenly Master Hao shook his head and said. He's not so shallow as to think that he can kill us with the help of the old monsters in the palace. He probably has other plans. He frowned and looked around. He saw that this divine city was somewhat similar to the jade capital city of the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Venerate Mu must have already saved the remnant soul of Heavenly Venerate Royal and the soul of Southern Emperor. Since he discovered this place, why did he lure us here? Even if he was incomparably smart, he definitely couldn't think of Qin Mu's intention to lure them here. However, to Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse, this place was filled with treasures. 1 Dao tree and 2 Dao fruits couldn't satisfy him. The true wealth was the entire divine city. If I can move this divine city to the Heavenly Court and use it as the jade capital city of the Heavenly Court, how can the Supreme Emperor and my father, absolute beginning, compare to this power? This is the true eternal Emperor. He walked forward and continued to explore the divine city. The Fire Heavenly Venerate held the Dao fruit in his hand and stared at the Dao fruit hanging on another tree. The Dao fruit was tattered and there was a beautiful female corpse inside. It was the female corpse that had been sealed and killed by the incense-wearing Hall. Fire Heavenly Venerate, let's go. Void Heavenly Venerate turned back and smiled. The Dao tree has withered, and the Dao fruit is useless. Fire Heavenly Venerate retracted his gaze and followed the 4 Heavenly Venerates. Not long after they left, concubine Tianchong coughed up blood as she walked over. She came to the withered Dao tree, looked up at the tattered Dao fruit and bowed. Fellow Daoist. The woman in the Dao fruit suddenly sat up straight and turned her head to look at her. An existence who has attained Dao is swimming with fish and prawns. How pitiful, how lamentable. Lady Qitian sneered and said, You are also an existence who has attained Dao. Weren't you forced to play dead by the divine ability of fish and prawns to escape? Fellow Daoist, you can't protect yourself, so there's no need to laugh at me. I came to find you because I want to join hands with you. The woman in the Dao fruit said, Supreme Emperor, your current status was given to you by the Miluo Palace. Now it's time for you to repay the Miluo Palace. Lady Changtian was shocked. You recognize me? The master of the Miluo Palace captured all the strange beasts in the world, created void beasts, and gave them to you. Do you really think that you have such a great opportunity to obtain void beasts? The woman in the Dao fruit sneered. The master of the Ilua Palace hoped that you could sacrifice more creatures, but who would have thought that you were useless and ruined the good situation he created for you? Ilua Palace Master? This jade capital city. This city is the Ilua Palace. On the other side, ancient god Taiji and imperial concubine Yen quickly escaped from the ancestral court's jade capital city. It didn't take long for them to catch up to Shichilua, who was fleeing. Shichilua couldn't help but feel alarmed when he saw these 3 holy figures, and he thought to himself that things were not looking good. Suddenly, Emperor Langxian flew over and landed beside him. Shichilua finally let out a sigh of relief. Ancient god Taiji saw Emperor Longshuan's arrival, and he felt a chill in his heart. He didn't kill Shichilua. The 3 heavenly venerates each had their own injuries. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Heavenly Venerate Haotian is already in power, but we are still on guard against each other. This setback is a warning. Emperor Langxian glanced at concubine Yen and Shichilua. He sneered and said, If we continue to fight on our own, Heavenly Venerate Haotian will defeat us one by one. In the end, he will unify the world and become the Heavenly Emperor. And we will either become prisoners or die without a burial place. Concubine Yen said indifferently, If the Emperor can help me subdue Shichilua, then we will not fear Heavenly Venerate Haotian. Shichilua smiled and said, Sister, after refining me, you will become an existence in the Heavenly Court who has cultivated the 36 heavenly palaces. At that time, will Langxian still be a prisoner? Can you let go of brother-in-law and Gongfu's son? Concubine Yen Tian sneered and didn't say anything else. The divine Emperor Langxian had a headache. One of them was the Empress while the other was Yuanmu. They were both thorns and had deep grudges. It was impossible for them to join hands. Although he wanted to join forces with them, he had to be wary of them. This alliance was like a pile of loose sand. At this moment, a deep voice came from afar. It had the air of an emperor. If Howard gains power, the empress must die, and Yuanmu must die. As Howard's brother, Langxian must die. There is no possibility of you becoming prisoners. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly looked towards the voice. The two ancient gods of Taiji also had a slight change in expression. They bowed together and said, "Dao brother." The voice approached very quickly. "But you can rest assured and join hands because Langxian, you are my son. The Empress and Nimu, you are my women." Celestial Master Shao walked towards them. His aura was unfathomable. He walked in front of the five of them and first greeted ancient god Taiji. He looked around and said with a smile, "We are a family, a harmonious family. Thank you for your concern. My wife has already arranged to be hospitalized. Recently, the otaku pig is going to the hospital, and she has to take the children to the cram school. There will be fewer updates, and the update time will be uncertain. I hope everyone can understand. I will try my best to adjust my state and try to get out as soon as possible. I won't reply to many of my book friends' WeChat and QQ private messages. I don't have much time. Please forgive me." When he said this, both Imperial Concubine Yen and Divine Emperor Langxian were at a loss for words. Only Shi Qilua was cheering and clapping his hands. He was so moved that tears seemed to flash in his eyes. "That's right, we are all one family. One family should be neat and orderly, and stand firm together." Madame Yuanmu was the ancient god of destruction to begin with. It was not out of Heavenly Venerate Zhao's expectation that Shi Qilua, the reincarnation of Madame Yuanmu, would say this. "Weren't you exiled by Celestial Master Yu? You disappeared for 6 years. In these 6 years you missed a lot of important things," asked the Lunar Queen. Celestial Master Shao could not help but sigh. In just 6 years, he had missed a few important things that affected the world. The world had changed too quickly. In the past, he would have gone into seclusion for more than 6 years. When he woke up, the world was still the same as it had been in the past. But now, in just 6 short years, the celestial masters of the Yuan world had opposed each other. The ancestral court was completely open. At the Heaven Alliance meeting, the back of the ancestral court was open. The beast world was established. Long Shao became the master of the beast world. The ancient god Taiji appeared, and the heavenly duke died. Celestial Master Hong's Dao vanished. Xin capital was divided up among the major powers, and the ancestral court's appearance in Jade capital was a major event. In the previous era, these major events might not have happened even in tens of thousands of years. But now, all of them had happened in just 6 years, which was too much for the eyes to take in. The pace of this era was so fast that a few years of seclusion would probably leave it far behind. I encountered many incredible things in the chaotic space, and I also had my own strange experiences. Therefore, my cultivation base improved greatly, and my Dao heart improved greatly. Celestial Master Shao could not help but sigh as he recalled his experiences in the past few years. He said, "If someone could write a book about my experiences in the past few years, wouldn't they be able to write a huge volume? My experiences in the past few years are so mysterious and bizarre that even I still find it incredible when I think back." He had the protection of the wood origin, so he could protect himself in the chaotic space and explore the secrets of the chaotic space. There he saw the ruins of the past universe, one after another, pieces of the great all-heaven fragment, and the magnificent Dao tree with different great Dao laws. More importantly, he encountered a strange phenomenon there. One after another, small universes were born in the chaotic space, growing, expanding, and then withering and destroying. This kind of birth and destruction happened at a speed that outsiders could not imagine. When Heavenly Venerate Shao saw this scene, he was incomparably shocked. He saw that there were even life forms in those small universes, as well as ancient gods and existences like him. They had grudges and grudges, love and hate, but their lifespans were too short. They had lived a short life without Heavenly Venerate Shao noticing. What was even more terrifying was that Heavenly Venerate Shao saw that there were existences who had attained Dao in these small universes. However, when their universes were destroyed, even existences who had attained Dao would be in vain. They could only die in the destruction of these small universes. Everything was like a dream bubble. When it was destroyed, it would no longer exist. At that time, he suddenly had a terrifying thought. When Heavenly Venerate Xiao looked around and saw that the big and small universes were like bubbles that were born, grew, and were destroyed in this chaotic space, the terrifying thought in his heart grew stronger and could not be controlled. This is a testing ground for a terrifying existence. He used the small universes here to try to find a way that he could not destroy even if the universe was destroyed. He searched everywhere, trying to find this terrifying existence. However, after traveling for 6 years, he still couldn't find the end of the chaotic space. He only saw strange scenes along the way. All sorts of indescribable scenes made him even more certain that this was the testing ground for an incomparably terrifying existence. He had experienced many dangers and narrowly escaped death. He didn't know if that existence was already dead, but his thirst for the unknown allowed him to continue exploring that place. It was not until the Heavenly Duke died and the Heavenly Tao's grief was transmitted to the chaotic space that he suddenly woke up and found a way out. After he left, he realized that 6 years had passed. At that time, the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City had broken through the seal and emerged. A monstrous light had broken through the Ancestral Court's barrier. In his heart, the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City was a place comparable to the chaotic space. It was the two great mysteries of this universe that had attracted him. After experiencing all of this, Heavenly Venerate Zhao's improvement in his Tao heart was immeasurable. Moreover, the benefits he obtained were not limited to this. Yin Tianfei, Divine Emperor Langxian, Shi Qilua, and ancient god Taiji looked at him and felt that his bearing was different from before. However, they could not guess exactly what the difference was. Heavenly Venerate Xiao became their leader, and they tacitly agreed to it. At this time, the world tree sapling was growing stronger and stronger. It shook once every day and grew once. Some people in the sacred land were observing the great Tao patterns of the world tree, while others were observing the leaf patterns. Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian were sitting under the tree, trying to comprehend the great Tao of the world tree. The resurrection of the world tree made everyone busy and full. However, some people occasionally thought of it and said, Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun haven't returned yet. However, after that, they forgot about this matter and continued to busy themselves with their own matters. Su Shanghua and Lan Yuqian would wake up from their enlightenment from time to time and exchange their gains. Lan Yuqian said, The great Tao contained within this world tree is truly profound and abstruse. It's hard to understand it in a short period of time. If one were to completely figure it out, wouldn't one become a great Tao? Su Shanghua said, I sense that there are some great Tao that do not seem to be the logic of our era. There are no such great Tao rules in our era. Could it be the great Tao of the previous universe era? The two of them had many questions that were difficult to answer. Why would the world tree be branded with the great Tao of the past universe? What was the connection between the world tree and the Tao tree of the person who became a Tao master? Would there still be differences in realms after attaining Tao? Was there only one path that could be taken to attain Tao realm? Even if the two of them were the people with the highest talent in a million years, they were at their wits' end. Where did Cult Master Qin go? Su Shanghua thought of Qin Mu and immediately asked. With his help, the speed might be faster. Lan Yuqian pouted and said, My brother is over there. Su Shanghua hurriedly looked over and saw that Qin Mu was on the other end of the world tree sapling. He was releasing his divine treasure domain and spreading it out. The ancestral court in his domain was currently spread out under the roots of the world tree sapling. Heavenly palaces surrounded the sapling, and primordial spirits sat in them. They stood on the 9 prisons platform and executed their paths, skills, and divine arts. They tried to imprint them into the sapling of the world tree. Su Shanghua was stunned and stammered. What is he doing? He's probably trying to refine the world tree and turn it into his treasure. Lan Yuqian was also a little uncertain. The world tree is still in its sapling state, so it's the most suitable time to refine it. If it grows a little taller, his domain won't be able to incorporate the world tree into it. Therefore, refining it now is the most labor-saving and most likely to succeed. Su Shanghua looked over and saw that even though Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain had already expanded to the maximum, the crown of the world tree still came to the dome of the sky above his domain. It seemed like as long as it grew once more, it would be able to break through the dome of his domain. Even so, Qin Mu still stubbornly tried to refine this sapling. Other than trying to brand his great Tao into the world tree, he was also trying to sacrifice his spirit embryo into the tree. Even if he failed time and time again and was expelled by the world tree, he wasn't discouraged at all. Su Xianghua was flabbergasted. At that moment, a woman carrying a small bucket passed by. That woman was too easy and very mean. She shook her head and sneered. Silly roe deer, an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. After saying that, she shook her head and left. Su Xianghua and Lan Yutian watched her leave and withdrew their gazes. Su Xianghua asked, "Do you think the cult master will succeed?" Lan Yutian shook his head and said, "How would I know? But the world tree shouldn't have been cut down before, right? Maybe it could really be refined during the sapling period. But refining this tree might really be like what Tai said. It's a bit like an ant holding a tree root and shaking it." The two shook their heads in unison. They didn't think too highly of it. Su Xianghua asked, "Did Cult Master return Tai the Tao tree leaf that he borrowed from him?" Lan Yutian shook his head and said, "He didn't return it. Big Brother never mentioned this before. It's as if he forgot. Tai also didn't mention this matter. It's as if he also forgot." Su Xianghua thought for a moment and said, "This means that Tai still hopes that Cult Master can refine the world tree. It's just that he doesn't say it out loud, but he still wants to ridicule it. Heavenly Venerate Mu's stubborn appearance is really like a silly robe." Emperor Ming's voice sounded out. At this moment, Emperor Ming's appearance was slightly different from before. In the past he was a soul, but now he had a corporeal body. However, this corporeal body was a little strange and there were even wooden veins on it. Qin Mu had spent a lot of effort to ask Tai to cut off a small piece of bark from a branch of the world tree and use the bark to create another body for him. He also used the dew on the leaves as his blood. This body couldn't move easily, and Ming Emperor was constantly worried that he would take root and sprout because he always felt that there were signs of him sprouting. Qin Mu had created a total of 2 bodies. One was for him to use, but he didn't say much about the use of the other body. He had already asked people to go to the land where Ming Emperor had fallen to search for his flesh and blood. When the flesh and blood were found, he could use the powerful creation ability of Ming Emperor's flesh and blood to turn this wooden body into a body of flesh and blood. The fully resurrected Ming Emperor's physical body was definitely stronger than before. The Ming Emperor moved his feet with great difficulty and walked to the 2 people's side. He bowed and saluted. "Celestial Emperor you said earlier that you sensed a realm in the Tianhai realm. Have you established this Tianhai realm? I have come back from the dead and need to cultivate from the beginning. Otherwise, I will not be able to control this body." Lan Yutian said, "The Sky Sea realm is both a Tao Heart realm and a Mana realm. I am also known as the Sky Heart realm. I also established this realm not long ago. However, my path is different from the current cultivation system of the Divine Treasury's Heaven Palace. I have merged the 4 Heavens Gate, the Jade Lake Jade Platform, the God Slaying Platform, the 9 Prisons Platform, and the Sky Sea into the Ancestral Court realm. There is no Heavenly Palace realm." The Ming Emperor humbly asked, "May I ask, Celestial Venerable, if I merge into the Heavenly Palace realm, how should I cultivate?" Lan Yutian thought for a moment. He said, "In that case, I'll give it a try. I'll merge these realms into the Heavenly Palace and explain them to you." Fellow Taoist Hua, Granny Si, fellow Taoist Wen Yuan, Prince Yu Ming, and fellow Taoist Su were great experts in the Heavenly Palace realm, and they still needed their help. As for Yaotai God Execution Platform and 9 Prison Platform, the one who had the deepest comprehension was my brother. If there's anything wrong with what I said, I'll have to ask them to correct it. His divine consciousness rippled, and he invited everyone. Ming Emperor stuttered. "Hua Xuanxiu and Wen Yuan are also great experts?" He looked at the 2 little ones, Hua Xuanxiu and Wen Yuan, and found it hard to believe. Hua Xuanxiu was old and proud as she looked at him. When everyone rushed over, Qin Mu also sent out a primordial spirit to descend. Everyone explained the profoundness of the different realms of Heavenly Palace. Everyone in the sacred ground gathered over and listened attentively. On the 2nd day, the world tree shook once more and grew once more. It finally pierced a huge hole in Qin Mu's divine treasure domain. Qin Mu was also helpless, but he continued to try to refine the God tree. It was incomparably lively under the world tree. The various realms of Heavenly Palace were narrated by everyone, and everyone benefited greatly from it. Lan Yutian listened to everyone finish, so he tried to combine the realms of Four Heavens Gate, Jade Lake Jade Platform, and God Execution Platform with the Heavenly Palace realm. He explained them one by one, connecting them all together. The Dao charm lingered under the World Tree, and Dao voices rang out around the World Tree. There were actually Dao flowers falling from the sky, intoxicating everyone. When the Dao flowers landed on the ground, they melted and ceased to exist. However, everyone took this opportunity to comprehend many things. The lecture under the World Tree was just a grand exchange for the people of the present, but for the future generations, the significance wasn't inferior to the Jade Lake Festival from 1,000,000 years ago. Apart from Qin Mu and Lan Yutian, the rest of the people under the World Tree weren't famous, but in the future, they would be respected as celestial venerables. The realm they created would also affect the future generations. However, to the people under the World Tree, this was just an ordinary lecture, so they didn't think about the deep meaning behind it. At that moment, Qin Mu's aura suddenly rose explosively, and the domain of his divine treasures expanded once more. He once again brought the World Tree sapling into his domain. He had surprisingly gained another realm, Heavenly Sea Realm. This realm was between Jade Lake and God Execution Platform, which increased his cultivation greatly. A heavenly sea appeared in his heavenly palaces, and a heavenly sea also appeared in the ancestral court. It connected with the Sky River. The ancestral court, Sky Sea, Xiandu, Yudu, Yuandu, the myriad realms in the heavens, and even the heavenly palaces all connected with the Sky River, allowing his cultivation and strength to soar. When Blind, Mute, Granny Sea, and the rest saw this scene, they were all greatly gratified. They praised in unison, "Mu'er is indeed amazing. After eating us, he finally started eating his own brother. He woke up early today and didn't update on time, so he updated earlier." The otaku pig had gone to settle some family matters and would be back at an unknown time in the afternoon, so the update might be late at night. After this sermon, Qin Mu was still trying to refine the World Tree with perseverance. His cultivation had increased greatly and his magic power was dense, enveloping the World Tree in his domain. However, it was still extremely difficult to refine it. 2 days later, the World Tree once again pierced a huge hole in his spirit embryo divine treasure domain. Qin Mu was stunned, and everyone secretly looked over without saying a word. Qin Mu dispersed his domain and turned to leave. "Heavenly Venerate Mu is probably in despair," everyone said one after another. Not long later, Qin Mu found Great Change, who was repairing the Black Mountain. Great Change was old and frail, and he was holding a bucket that was trembling. Qin Mu bowed and snatched Great Change's bucket. He took the initiative to help him repair the Black Mountain that had been shattered by the quake last night. Tai was happy to be free, so he stood by the side and supervised Qin Mu's work. Qin Mu repaired and perfected the Black Mountain that had been shattered. He put down the bucket and looked at Tai with a smile. Tai put away the bucket and was about to leave when Qin Mu immediately stopped him with an apologetic smile. "Dao brother, that huge axe of yours looks pretty good to me. How did you refine it?" "That's my Dao soldier, a supreme treasure born from the chaos," Grady said unhurriedly. "After I was born back then, I relied on this treasure to cut down the World Tree. If it was any other treasure, it wouldn't be able to do anything to this treasure tree." Qin Mu opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Great Yi's beard trembled and he said resolutely, "I can't give you this treasure." Qin Mu immediately said, "I'm not asking you for it, I'm borrowing it. Lend it to me and I'll return it to you." Old Tai sized him up and asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do?" Qin Mu remained silent. "There's no harm in lending it to you for a while." Tai took out an axe which was extremely small in his hands. However, it appeared incomparably huge in front of Qin Mu. He said, "You can only use it for half a day. In half a day, this axe of mine will fly back to my side." Qin Mu immediately thanked him and dragged the huge axe away. At first, the axe wasn't too heavy, but the further they walked, the heavier it became. In the end, even Qin Mu was panting from exhaustion and had no choice but to stop to rest. "This axe is too heavy. Half a day has probably passed before we reach the edge of the World Tree." He wiped away the sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, "Tai said to lend it to me for half a day, could it be to fool me? Can't it be lighter?" Just as he thought of this, the axe became lighter, and Qin Mu was overjoyed. He carried the huge axe and leaped like he was flying towards the world tree. He thought to himself, the moment I think of being lighter, it becomes lighter. Could it be a treasure that responds to every request? Just as he was thinking about it, the huge axe became lighter. Qin Mu was both surprised and delighted. He placed the axe in front of him and thought to himself, if it's a long knife. The huge axe didn't change at all, and a voice that was too easy came from it. Don't think about it anymore. It's just an axe, and it's not like I'm answering every request, but I'm helping you reduce the weight of the axe. Qin Mu couldn't help feeling resentful. Su Xianghua, Lan Yutian, Ming Emperor, and the rest were still comprehending under the world tree and exchanging their knowledge. Then they saw Qin Mu rushing over like a meteor, dragging the huge axe as he rushed straight for the world tree. Everyone hurriedly got up, only to see Qin Mu dragging the axe to the bottom of the tree. His corporeal body continued to expand, and his muscles bulged. With a roar, he chopped down on the tree. Everyone was stunned. The giant raised his axe and chopped down dozens of times in a row, cutting almost half of the world tree. Granny Si said in a trembling voice, Mu'er, don't chop it down, you'll be struck by heavenly lightning. Hua Xuanqiu followed beside her and shouted, Old cult master, if you chop down this tree, you'll be punished by the heavens. The others were also frightened to the point that their faces were pale, and they didn't know what to do. Qin Mu continued to chop down with his huge axe, and with a loud crack, the sapling of this world tree was chopped in half by him. The huge body of the tree fell from the clouds, and after a long time, it crashed into 100,000 sacred mountains. The commotion it caused could be said to be heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Fortunately, the people of eternal peace who had migrated to the ancestral court were all living in the periphery of the sacred mountains and weren't smashed by the fallen world tree. However, the wind and waves caused by the collapse of the world tree's sapling still blew into their settlement. The fierce wind whistled for a day and a night before it finally stopped. Beside the world tree, Qin Mu threw down his huge axe and immediately executed creation divine art on the stump, in an attempt to use the path of creation to let the stump sprout and grow a new world tree. However, no matter how he executed creation divine art, the stump didn't sprout. Qin Mu was dumbstruck and didn't move for a long time. The others also didn't move for a long time. The last person who had chopped down the world tree was Tai Yi. He raised his chaos axe and chopped down the world tree, severing the path for the existence of the previous universe era to enter this universe. The world tree had been revived because of the breaking of the seal of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Tai Yi had come to chop down the tree again, but Qin Mu had still stopped him. He hadn't expected Qin Mu to become angry from embarrassment after he couldn't refine the world tree. He had borrowed Tai Yi's chaos axe to chop down the world tree. I didn't mean to chop down the tree. Qin Mu suddenly came to his senses. He turned around and explained to everyone, stammering, I'm not angry from embarrassment, I just planned to chop down this tree and plant it in my ancestral court's divine treasure. I originally thought this tree could regenerate, and after I cut it down, it would definitely grow another one. Everyone remained silent. I'm really not angry out of humiliation. You guys know about twigs, right? If you cut a branch and plant it on the ground, you can plant a new tree. I'm planning to split the world tree into two. Qin Mu looked at Granny Si with his eyes wide open. Granny Si coughed and said, Mu'er doesn't need to forcefully explain, we all understand. Qin Mu's expression turned bitter as he looked at Cripple. Cripple grabbed the goatee on his chin and looked to the side. He gave a cold snort. Even thieves have their own path, but you can't become angry from embarrassment just because you can't get what you want and forcefully cut down the tree. Qin Mu remained silent and turned around to walk towards the world sapling that had fallen. The sapling had lost its roots and its branches and leaves were beginning to wither. He kept the sapling into his divine treasure territory and tried to plant it in the ancestral court. However, even though he had dug a huge pit and surrounded the sapling with 4 mineral veins, the leaf still didn't come back to life. Its branches and leaves were all dry. Suddenly, Chaos Axe whistled into the air, and the huge axe spun half a circle in midair, splitting apart the layers of void. It then flew into the deepest part of the void and disappeared without a trace. Clearly, time was up and it was too easy to take back the axe. Everyone surrounded the stump of the world tree. There were traces of the huge axe slashing on the incomparably thick stump. The Tao rhythm of this precious tree was originally long, and the Tao sounds lingered around it. However, all of them had disappeared. Qin Mu took out the crown of the tree and placed it on the stump. He tried to execute the no easy divine art to restore the precious tree, but it was completely useless. The no easy divine art wasn't omnipotent, and there were also some things it couldn't reach. The huge tree fell to the side, and Qin Mu sat on the stump with his chin in his hand. He was in a daze. "Disperse, all of you disperse." Blind chased everyone away and said, "Do what you have to do, don't always gather here." He knew that Qin Mu had cut down the treasure tree, so he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Thus he let everyone leave, giving Qin Mu a chance to calm down. Soon the sky gradually darkened. Incomparably terrifying tremors came from the surroundings of the great black tree. It was an apocalyptic scene of the destruction of the universe. It was the furious roar and struggle of the previous universe when it had been destroyed. Qin Mu sat on the stump of the world tree and muttered, "It's too easy to set fire. I didn't set fire to it, so how did I die?" Sitting there, he could faintly see outside the great black tree. The existences who had attained Tao in the previous universe epoch were roaring furiously as they climbed up the world tree with all their might. When faced with the great calamity of the universe's destruction, these existences who had attained Tao were like ants as they climbed up the tree with all their might in an attempt to avoid the great calamity. However, the world tree had been chopped down, so they couldn't climb up from the previous universe epoch. Qin Mu saw them pointing at heaven and earth and cursing endlessly. He cursed the scum who had chopped down the world tree, and used his own Tao to curse the person who had chopped it down. Only the weak curse others. Qin Mu shrunk his neck and muttered again, "I didn't do it on purpose, and it was too easy to chop down the tree first. If it was too easy, I wouldn't be able to do it." He sat there like he was sitting on pins and needles until the sky gradually brightened up, and the terrifying scene outside the great black tree disappeared. At that moment, a familiar tremor came from the underground of 100,000 Sacred Mountain. It was as if there were countless devils stretching their bodies at dawn. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and the tree stump under his butt suddenly split open. Two huge tender green leaves lifted him up with a whoosh and sent him into the air. He still held his chin and looked down curiously. He saw himself rising higher and higher, and under the two huge leaves was a tender green sapling branch. Qin Mu raised his head and blinked his eyes. Wang. His divine treasure domain spread out, and primordial spirits appeared. The primordial spirits in the heavenly palaces immediately began to refine the sapling that had just grown. When everyone heard the news and rushed over, they saw him controlling his spirit embryo in an attempt to fuse it into the sapling that had just been born. Muir, put away your divine art. Granny Si mute, and the others urged under the tree. Qin Mu turned a deaf ear to them and continued to forcefully refine the sapling. However, the sapling was impervious to oil and salt, so it couldn't be branded with his brand. More than 10 days later, the tender sapling of the world tree had already grown to the extent of forcefully breaking through his spirit embryo divine treasure and reaching the heavens. Only then did Qin Mu jump down from the tree. Everyone watched him leave dejectedly, and couldn't help feeling their scalps go numb. Is Heavenly Venerate Mu going to look for Tai to borrow an axe again? He still won't give up. Qin Mu found Tai. At this moment, Tai was a little girl with 2 braids on her head. Her mouth was dragging snot and she was mending the mountain. Tao brother. Qin Mu snatched the small metal bucket over, and helped her to mend the black mountain that had split open. The little girl with the braids sniffed her snot and sucked the 2 snot back into her nostrils before it flowed out again. Qin Mu's face was full of smiles. As he busied himself, he smiled apologetically. Tao brother, the water in your bucket can mend the black mountain that has split open. The black mountain is the world tree that has been burnt, right? The little girl sucked in the snot that had flowed to the side of her mouth with all her might and asked in an old-fashioned manner. What do you want? Qin Mu stopped repairing the black mountain and stared at the water in the bucket. The water in the bucket reflected his face. Then if it's a world tree without roots, will the water in your bucket be able to save it? There's such a world tree without roots in the domain of my divine treasures. Heavenly Venerate Mu, why do you always have so many strange ideas? That girl Tai couldn't help saying. Your ideas are always absurd, but they are filled with the attraction of evil. Even I can't help being tempted sometimes and feel that if your ideas are implemented, they will definitely be good ideas. Qin Mu's eyes shone. The little girl sniffed her nose. However, from my experience, your ideas are incomparably rotten every time. Supreme Emperor could also be considered half a Tao practitioner, but after listening to your rotten ideas, he only needed 2 or 3 times to break his corporeal body. And I listened to your idea and borrowed Chaos Axe to give it to you. As a result, you couldn't revive the world tree even after chopping it down. Qin Mu laughed loudly and his voice was loud and clear. The little girl quietly waited for him to cover up his awkward laughter, only then did she continue. How do you know that your idea this time isn't a bad idea? Even I don't dare to say if I can save the world tree. Even if I do you know the consequences? Qin Mu's expression changed drastically and he probed. You mean that this world tree will burst my divine treasures when it comes into my divine treasures? Burst your divine treasures, it shouldn't. When this tree comes to life, its roots will grow slowly, and the tree won't grow for a while. The girl easily dispelled his doubts. I'm talking about another matter. The water in my bucket isn't ordinary water, but the Dao dew on my Dao tree. The Dao dew condenses at night and disappears during the day. Every leaf on my Dao tree is my path, and each leaf can only condense a drop of Dao dew every night. The total amount of Dao dew is a fixed amount, and each time, we can only collect this bucket of water. This bucket of water is just enough to repair the mountain peaks that split open at night on Great Black Mountain, preventing the strong practitioners of the previous universe from sneaking in. Qin Mu understood what she meant and said, in other words, if you use Dao dew to save that world tree, there will definitely be strong practitioners of the previous universe era sneaking in? The little girl Tai nodded. That's right. If you have the ability to stop them, that's fine. There's no harm in lending you a bucket of water. You can go ahead and kill the smuggler, but you just don't have the ability. Qin Mu was extremely ashamed. The little girl Tai glanced at him. I'll point you to a righteous path, she said unhurriedly. Go to the world tree and comprehend like Lan Yutian, Su Shanghua, and the rest. When you have some achievements in the future, you can use your great Dao runes to plant a Dao tree in your ancestral court. With this Dao tree, when you cultivate to the stage of achieving Dao, you will realize the great benefits and all your hard work in the past wasn't in vain. This kind of Dao isn't as full of water as Great Emperor. Qin Mu's expression was ashamed and he looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he bent down and whispered into the little girl's ear. I'll tell you a secret, don't tell others. To be honest. He hesitated over and over again, but he still mustered up his courage. He told the little girl Tai this secret that had been hidden in the bottom of his heart for many years. Actually, I'm not as smart as Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian, and my comprehension isn't as high as theirs. My Dao heart might not be stronger than theirs. The little girl Tai rolled her eyes and looked at him in boredom. It was obvious that she had known this long ago. Qin Mu said hesitantly, if I had comprehended Dao with them under the tree, I definitely wouldn't have been as good as them. They would have known that my overlord body was a fake, and that there was a lot of water in it. If I were to take the unconventional path and directly refine the world tree, they would praise me. It's indeed an overlord body. Therefore, even if I can't refine the world tree, I still have to plant one. In that case, are you prepared to face the prehistoric strong practitioners that crawled here from the destroyed universe? Tai asked. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. Tai sneered. You aren't their match yet. The existence with the lowest cultivation isn't inferior to 10 celestial venerables. Furthermore, this is the result of the great calamity of destruction weakening them. If they came to this universe and used their great Dao to brand the void, they would be able to return to their peak state. At that time, not to mention you, even if 10 heavenly venerates were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for any of them. Qin Mu lowered his head in dejection and turned to leave. At that moment, the little girl's voice came from behind him. However, there's still a solution. Qin Mu stopped and turned around with a hopeful expression on his face. Little girl Tai smiled, revealing the scattered teeth in her mouth. It was clear that she was changing her baby teeth. I'm guarding here to deal with this situation. If any prehistoric strong practitioners step in, I'll kill them one by one. Qin Mu's eyes were bright. But why should I do that? This Great Black Mountain is your Great Black Mountain after all. I've already given you the position of the landlord. The little girl 2E said calmly. I've already worked hard enough repairing the Great Black Mountain every day, so it's not impossible for me to do it. However, repairing the mountain every day is really boring. Qin immediately said, I'll mend the mountain. I'll mend it for as many days as you want. Little girl Tai E blinked her eyes slyly. I don't want you to mend it for too long either. As long as you mend it for half a year, I'll leave the Great Black Mountain to do one thing in this half a year. You only need to climb to the highest point of the world tree every night, and my Dao tree will drip Dao dew. You just need to take this Dao dew and mend the cracked black mountain in the day. Half a year later, I'll rush back and you'll be free then. Qin was overjoyed and nodded his head repeatedly. The little girl Too Easy took out another iron bucket which was filled with Dao dew. Qin was suspicious and looked at the little girl before lowering his head to look at the Dao dew in the iron bucket. He probed. Dao brother, why do you have 2 iron buckets with Dao dew in them? Didn't you say just now that the number of leaves on your Dao tree is fixed, and you can only receive 1 bucket of Dao dew each time? Yes, I can only take 1 bucket. The servant girl easily answered his doubts. However, before you guys returned to the ancestral court, the activities of the Great Black Mountain weren't as intense, so there would be a little bit left each time you guys repaired it. The more the merrier, so there were a few more buckets. I'm naturally frugal, so I kept them for a rainy day. The corners of Qin eyes twitched. In other words, Dao brother doesn't have to deal with those prehistoric strong practitioners that crawled out. The little girl was too quick and straightforward. Yes. Qin grunted and took the metal bucket, bowing. Many thanks, Dao brother. The little girl's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. You're not angry? Angry about what? Qin smiled. Dao brother lent me a bucket of Dao dew and prevented the prehistoric Dao practitioners from crawling over to harm the world. I'm still too grateful, so why would I be angry? I was just tricked by Dao brother and thought that my wisdom was no match for him, but I'm still extremely happy in my heart. The little girl Tai Yi praised. Heavenly venerate Mu. Even though you aren't as smart as Su Shanghua and Lan Yuqian, and your comprehension isn't as high as theirs, your Dao heart might not be as strong as theirs, and you might not even be as beautiful as them, but you are a real person. Lan Yuqian is a saint, Su Shanghua is a god, and you are a real person. Even though Qin didn't know which saint, god, or real person she was talking about was more powerful, he thought that she was praising him, so he humbly accepted her praise and carried the small bucket away. He returned to the world tree and stored the other world tree he had cut down into his own divine treasure. He continued to plant it in the ancestral court. The people under the tree were all frightened. When they saw that he wasn't here to cut down the tree, they felt relieved. Qin composed himself and opened the domain of his divine treasure. He saw the broken tree standing in the ancestral hall of his divine treasure. Its branches and leaves were withered, and it didn't have any life left. He carefully sprinkled water under the roots of the tree. In the Genesis mine not far away, the egg of supreme beginning was standing steadily on the sacrificial altar of the mine. The big egg slowly rotated half a circle. Supreme beginning's voice came over. This tree is already dead, you can't save it. What is it? Give me a taste. The big egg jumped down from the sacrificial altar and came to the bottom of the tree. Qin was sprinkling water and the egg of Tai Shi slanted to the side, seemingly able to see his actions. You can't save this tree without roots, so why don't you give me a taste of the water in your bucket? Qin sneered. A tree without roots can't absorb water and you don't have a mouth, so you can't absorb water either. The egg of supreme beginning smiled. Even though I don't have a mouth, I can absorb the power of the mine. Then it's the same for this tree. Qin watered it seriously and said, if it grew into a big tree, it might not be able to revive it, but this tree is still a sapling. If it gets nutrients, it might be able to grow roots. The egg of supreme beginning moved to the side of the barrel, and Qin pushed the big egg to the side. After a moment, the egg of supreme beginning moved forward again, but was pushed to the side by Qin. If you don't give it, then I won't give it. The egg of supreme beginning jumped into the distance and returned to its own mine. It settled down on the sacrificial altar. This tree has no roots, so it can't absorb water. I control the power of the mine, so the water you sprinkled will definitely be absorbed by me. Qin Mu turned a deaf ear to it while the egg of Supreme Beginning controlled the mind of Supreme Beginning and tried its best to steal the Dao Du Qin Mu sprinkled. At that moment, the egg became restless and jumped up from the sacrificial altar with a whoosh. It jumped into the air and didn't dare to land. There's something stealing the power of my mind. Strange, there's something strange. That mind was forged by Qin Mu imitating the supreme incipient mind of the ancestral court. The Supreme Incipient Godstone and Supreme Incipient Godstone that Qin Mu had obtained were planted in the mine, allowing the ancient god of Supreme Incipient to absorb them. At that moment, the shadows under the mine were slowly squirming and growing continuously to steal the power of the mine. However, the Supreme Incipient Godstones in the mine gradually lost their power, and the light became dimmer and dimmer. Pa! A divine stone suddenly cracked open and shattered all over the ground. The egg of Supreme Incipient Divine Stones cried out in alarm and floated in the air, not daring to fall down. Papapie. One after another, the Supreme Incipient Divine Stones lost all their energy and continued to shatter. Even the light of the Supreme Incipient Divine Stones became dimmer and dimmer. The egg of Supreme Incipient Divine Stones wanted to cry, but it had no tears. It cried out, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, what kind of water is that? Raise this tree into a demon, stop it quickly." At the same time, the divine stones buried in the other mineral veins were also cracking and shattering. It was clear that the energy of the divine stones in the mineral veins had also been absorbed by the world tree. The world tree had been nourished by Dao Du, so it should have been a good thing for it to grow roots. However, it had seized the power of the 4 mineral veins, which made Qin Mu hesitate. The 4 mineral veins had been established because he had comprehended the 4 innate great Daos of Tai Chi, Tai Shi, Tai Su and Tai Chu. Because his comprehension wasn't complete, he needed to borrow the power of the divine stones. If the 4 mineral veins were sucked dry by the world tree, wouldn't it be a loss for him? Right at this moment, he suddenly felt his own power rapidly draining away, and he couldn't help but be frightened. Other than seizing the power of the 4 mineral veins, the world tree actually started to absorb his power. No matter what great Daos it was, the world tree would not reject any of them. It would seize and accept all of them with a smile. The profound mysteries in his divine treasure kept shrinking, and the great Tao of the stars and stars in the heavens began to rush into the world tree. The starry sky of Xiandu quickly shrank, and countless stars and stars rushed into the tree like a whale swallowing a rainbow. Not only that, even Yuandu Yudu, and the 4 extreme heavens were shrinking and collapsing into the tree. Even the tens of thousands of worlds in the heavens were being devoured by the world tree one after another. Qin Mu had refined the ancient gods of the heavens with his great Tao, and there were nearly 2,000 ancient gods. Yet at that moment, they were all devoured by the world tree, not even giving them a chance to escape. Qin Mu couldn't help being astonished. He hurriedly put away his divine treasure domain and took a step forward to run toward Tai Yi, who was still repairing the Black Mountain. Now only Tai Yi could save him. As long as Tai Yi raised his huge axe and chopped down the world tree that was causing trouble in his divine treasure, he wouldn't be devoured by the world tree. However, the instant he took a step forward, his corporeal body thinned down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Mu took the second step and was already skin and bones. When he took the third step, he had already lost all moisture and fell straight down from the sky. He fell to the ground, motionless like a dried corpse. Hua Xuanxia was the first to notice Qin Mu falling from the sky and cried out in alarm. "Old cult master has been punished by the heavens for chopping down the tree." Everyone hurriedly gathered around and saw that even though Qin Mu had already turned into a dried corpse, the vertical eye between his brows hadn't dried up. It was still rolling its eyeballs. It's fine, it's fine. Disperse, disperse." Blind waved his hand and dispersed the crowd. "There's nothing to see, I won't die. It's a pity Deaf isn't here, otherwise, he would have been able to draw a painting that would have been passed down through the ages," Granny Si said regretfully. Qin Mu looked at her with a resentful gaze, and Granny Si left in a hurry. The world tree was still devouring the energy in his body, causing him to not have a single bit of cultivation left. Not only that, the great Dao runes, Dao patterns, and Dao chains that he had cultivated were all absorbed, leaving not a single bit behind. His magic power was hidden in all the heavens, and all the heavenly palaces in spirit embryo divine treasure. However, in a short period of time all the heavens were annihilated, and even the ancestral court was shrinking. Even his heavenly palaces were collapsing, turning into pure energy without any attributes that was devoured by the world tree. What was even more terrifying was that the roots even coiled around his primordial spirit, snatching away its power. Qin Mu's primordial spirit was also shrinking rapidly. In the end, it lost all its energy and turned into a tiny soul and spirit embryo. It stood alone under the tree, looking rather helpless. In a short moment, the ancestral court had shrunk to its limit, leaving only 4 mineral veins and a piece of Tai's eggshell. The 4 mineral veins then disappeared one by one, and the divine stones were devoured by the world tree, turning into fine powder. After the 4 mineral veins disappeared, there was only primordial eggshell, Taisu eggshell, Taiji eggshell, Tai eggshell, and a complete egg of supreme incipient. The Taisu eggshell suddenly cracked, and it was crushed by the power of the world tree. It turned into an incomparably pure Tao of Taisu, which was absorbed by the world tree. Even the supreme element liquid was completely absorbed by the world tree. Screams of alarm came from the egg of supreme beginning in the sky. The huge egg flew over in an attempt to escape, but Qin Mu's divine treasure wasn't big anymore. There was only the area covered by the world tree, so no matter how he crashed into it, he couldn't escape. Kacha. The 2 eggs of supreme beginning also shattered on their own. Next, the 2 Taiji eggshells were destroyed. Only the Tai eggshell was very sturdy and hadn't been destroyed by the world tree. Whoosh! The absolute beginning egg flew over and hid inside the Tai eggshell. It shivered and extended its roots. The absolute beginning egg rolled and supported the eggshell while it hid under the eggshell, trying to shrink the divine egg. Kacha. It sounded like something was gnawing on the eggshell. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the Tai eggshell. Not long after, the cracks became more and more dense. The egg of extreme incipient God knew that things weren't going well. Then Tai's eggshell exploded. Pieces of the eggshell were destroyed by the world tree's power, turning into the path of extreme incipient God, and being absorbed by the world tree. The ancient God of extreme incipient God inside the egg almost fainted. The roots of the world tree were rolling toward him. They would probably crush his eggshell and even absorb the essence qi inside his egg. It was fine if he absorbed primordial liquid, but what if this strange tree absorbed him as well? Wouldn't he die before he even came into being? At that moment, a hole in the sky shone down, and the egg of primordial beginning immediately flew up and rushed toward the light. Behind him, the roots were dancing like tentacles grabbing at him. Just as the roots almost grabbed him, the egg of primordial beginning finally flew out from the light. He rushed out of the ray of light and realized that the place where the ray of light shone was actually the eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows. This eye opened up and let the ray of light shine down, giving him a chance to escape. Otherwise, if he was caught by the roots of the world tree, he would definitely be sucked clean. After the egg of supreme beginning escaped, it finally let out a sigh of relief and saw Qin Mu lying on the ground like a dried corpse. He hurriedly landed beside Qin Mu, only to see Qin Mu's body stiffening and unable to move while the eyeball in the vertical eye in the heart of his brows was spinning around. The egg of supreme beginning stood beside him and he was still in shock. You always like to mess around, but now you've created a huge mess, right? This tree is going to absorb the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, so it doesn't have the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, so it can only absorb you. When he said this, the world tree in Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure had nothing to swallow, so it stopped absorbing. Other than Qin Mu's spirit embryo and soul, there was only the world tree left in his spirit embryo divine treasure. Everything else no longer existed. Fortunately, most of the treasures that Qin Mu had collected were stored in the vertical eye between his brows and not in his spirit embryo divine treasure. These treasures were all preserved and never swallowed by the world tree. Suddenly, the world tree swallowed Qin Mu's spirit embryo and primordial spirit into the tree as well. At that moment, something wonderful happened. Qin Mu felt that he had become one with the tree. His primordial spirit seemed to have completely fused with the world tree, and he could sense its branches, leaves, and roots. The branches were like his arms, and the leaves were like his palms. The roots were like his tactile nerves, and he could clearly sense everything outside. Not only that, he also felt that his body was made up of great das. Those great Taoists were the great Taoists that he had painstakingly studied, such as creation, soul consciousness, various innate great Taoists, and all kinds of acquired great Taoists. Some were the great Taoists that he had just touched the edge of, such as absolute beginning, Tai Su, Tai Chi, and Tai Shi. Some were the great Taoists that he had never touched before, such as Tai I. Now, all the great Tao had become extremely clear, as if it had become his instinct, his consciousness, and the mysteries contained in the great Tao had also become his thoughts. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, the world tree suddenly vibrated gently. With the creation of chaos in an instant, his spirit embryo divine treasure seemed to have experienced the creation of heaven and earth. At the moment of the creation of the universe, there was first a boundless void, a void without anything, just like the legendary ultimate void, great all heaven. However, in the next moment, the creation of the universe evolved into the birth of Qi. This Qi was the innate Qi, and it appeared in his divine treasure. The appearance of the innate Qi caused the universe to turn into a pure form of energy. Energy that was tangible and intangible filled the entire primal universe. As the energy exploded, the primal universe rapidly expanded outward. Space was born, and the primordial matter surged into countless dimensions along with the pouring energy. They did not gather together, so they were tangible but not tangible. In the end, the primal universe expanded to a certain extent. The primal matter accumulated and gathered together, forming brilliant stars. They formed galaxies that revolved around each other. Yin and Yang were separated, and they revolved around each other. Taiji diagrams were formed in the universe. The most ancient continent became the ancestral court. The world tree took root on it, and the great Tao was abundant. On the ancestral court, it became the four great gates of heaven. The jade lake was the jade platform, and the murderous aura gathered. It became the god-slaying platform. Starlight gathered, forming the Milky Way and the heavenly sea. The sky sea reflected the boundless starry sky, and Xiandu appeared. The heavenly Tao gathered the stars of Xiandu, shining on the matter in the various dimensions. The matter in those dimensions formed the heavens. At this point, the origin world rose and Yudu was established. The four extreme heavens were born. Among the stars and constellations in the heavens, ancient gods were born one after another. There was Heavenly Duke at the top, Earth Count at the bottom, Earth Mother at the center, and the four extreme emperors of the universe. There was Heavenly Yin World under the feet of Heavenly Duke, and Sinkhole under the feet of Earth Count. Qin Mu's primordial spirit had separated from the world tree at some point. He stood under the tree and looked around. He saw 5 kinds of great Tao that were born in the 5 stages of the universe, forming 5 mineral veins in the ancestral court. In those mineral veins, God stones were born and embedded in the depths of the mineral veins. Multicolored light gathered there and contained the power of the great Tao. Even the great change mineral vein that he had yearned for the most was actually being formed. There was chaos in the great change mineral vein, and there were actually God stones forming as well. Qin Mu looked at this scene in a daze. All kinds of comprehensions regarding the 5 great Tao of innate state came pouring in. Some of them were things that he had never comprehended before, and now they appeared in his mind as if they were knowledge that he had been born with. That world tree was a monster that was born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Now you know fear, right? The egg of supreme beginning was still chattering beside Qin Mu. It's useless even if I'm afraid. I can't save you now, and I'm powerless against that strange tree. Even my supreme beginning stone has been swallowed by it. You hold on for a moment and I'll go look for Tai I. I'm an egg-born ancient god just like him, so he should at least give me some face. Just as he was about to jump away, Qin Mu suddenly sat up straight and turned his head to look at him. Taoist brother supreme beginning, come to my divine treasure quickly. The egg of supreme beginning jumped in fright and hurriedly ran away. It's a fake corpse. That demon tree is controlling heavenly venerate Mu's body to deceive me, so how could I fall for it? Whoosh! Just as he jumped up, a ray of light shot out from the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows and shone on the egg of supreme beginning, pulling it toward the heart of his brows. In the egg, supreme beginning was angry and anxious. He tried his best to hit the eggshell with his fists, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break it open. He was getting closer and closer to Qin Mu, so he could only stick to the inner wall of the eggshell. His feet kicked about randomly, but he was still sent into his divine treasure by Qin Mu. Dong! The egg of Supreme Beginning landed in a brand new Supreme Beginning mineral vein and landed on the sacrificial altar. In the egg, Supreme Beginning was stunned. The big round egg spun around the sacrificial altar and felt that it was more complete than the previous one. Furthermore, this mineral vein was also more complete than the previous one, and the path of Supreme Beginning contained in it was also so pure, it no longer contained impurities. He was both surprised and happy. For a moment, he forgot to escape and settled down peacefully. He suddenly saw the world tree, and the round egg trembled a few times. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't bear to part with its new nest, so it could only be on guard. At that moment he saw Qin Mu's primordial spirit sitting under the tree. It seemed to be comprehending but also cultivating. Heavenly Venerate Mu is so pitiful. The heavenly palace that he worked so hard to cultivate is all gone. Just as he thought of this, he saw countless great Tao runes interweaving, turning into bricks, pillars, stone steps, pavilions and pavilions. All kinds of magnificent great Tao runes piled up one another, forming buildings, palaces and palaces. Soon, a heavenly palace was formed. In the distance, heavenly palaces were being constructed rapidly, and gradually they formed a vast heavenly court. Qin Mu's body was also slowly recovering its color. Qin Mu was still very thin and weak, but he was much better than before. The experience this time was truly terrifying. Even he himself was worried that the world tree would swallow him whole. Never had he expected that at the most critical moment, after the world tree swallowed his spirit embryo and soul, it would finally have his brand. In the past, he had been unable to refine the world tree no matter what, and he had also been unable to brand himself. However, after the world tree swallowed his spirit embryo and soul, he had actually been branded just like that. This experience could be said to be one of his most dangerous and terrifying experiences. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. His heavenly palace was still being reconstructed, and his magic power was also increasing steadily. Qin Mu stood up and spread out the domain of his divine treasures. A treasure tree stood tall in the ancestral court, and the 5 mineral veins surrounded it. It made him feel as if his roots could spread to any corner of the domain. For the first time he had a wonderful feeling of being in complete control of everything. He stood at the foot of his primordial spirit, which was hidden in the domain of his divine treasures. His primordial spirit was many times taller than his corporeal body, and the world tree was many times taller than his primordial spirit. The sky above was clear, and the sky was clear. The earth below was thick and boundless. This scenery made people feel that it was thick and vast. Not taking risks, not trying, not exploring the unknown, I will never be able to fuse with the world tree. From this I can see that if I take risks and try, there might be great gains. Qin Mu pondered over it quietly. Even though his divine treasure domain had formed and his heavenly palace was constantly being reconstructed, he could keenly sense that Overlord Body 3 elixir technique from the past was no longer suitable for his current technique. Many people cultivated a technique from a young age to a great age, but Qin Mu was different. The technique needed to evolve continuously to make it more suitable for him. The knowledge and foundation of each era were different, and the knowledge and comprehension were different. Hence, the technique also needed to be constantly improved. Now he had comprehended too much knowledge. After obtaining the world tree and planting it in his divine treasure, his comprehension of absolute beginning, Tai Su, and Tai Chi had also reached a new height. More importantly, he had started to touch the path of great change. Overlord Body 3 elixir technique in the past could no longer contain this knowledge, so he needed to expand his technique now. He originally had 19 heavenly palaces, and this technique was already extremely complicated. Now that he had the world tree, it was much easier to coordinate them. Different heavenly palaces represented different great Tao. If he cultivated according to the method of 10 heavenly venerates, it would be very difficult to fuse 20 to 30 emperors' thrones into one in a short period of time and turn them into a heavenly court technique. Qin Mu had fused 19 emperors' throne techniques for a long time. At his age, it was already an extremely remarkable achievement to have reached this step. However, this kind of cultivation path became more and more difficult as one progressed. For existences like 10th Heavenly Venerate, they had fused more than 30 techniques, and the time spent was calculated in tens of thousands of years. There were also a few who had cultivated 35 heavenly palaces, but they were all trapped in the 36th heavenly palace. Because of this, they had no choice but to display their divine arts to find their own unique path. For example, Heavenly Venerate Hao chose to rely on Tai Su. The Empress and the sisters chose to devour each other, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian tried to refine the Tao fruits of others to make a breakthrough. The ancestor god king simply murdered his father, Heavenly Duke, in an attempt to make a breakthrough. Qin Mu didn't have such a long time to figure it out bit by bit. When he cultivated to the later stages, his progress would definitely slow down. But now, he only needed to use the World Tree as his main body to unify all the great Taoan techniques, and it wouldn't be so difficult anymore. More importantly, there were still 5 innate great Tao. He stood there and silently comprehended. Not long after, his 20th heavenly palace gradually took shape. This was Supreme Beginning Heavenly Palace. He had comprehended the path of Supreme Beginning the most thoroughly through the World Tree. He had originally had Supreme Beginning in the egg in his Divine Treasure Lode, refining divine stones and comprehending the path of Supreme Beginning. The path of Supreme Incipient that Supreme Incipient had comprehended in the egg wasn't hidden from him. If Supreme Incipient had comprehended some, Qin Mu would have obtained some. Even though he wasn't as blessed as this ancient god, Qin Mu's gains were still extremely great. And this time, the World Tree had directly swallowed the mine and Supreme Incipient divine stones, so the path of Supreme Incipient was the most thorough. Gradually, the sky turned dark. As Qin Mu comprehended and created Supreme Incipient Heavenly Palace, he rose to the top of the newly grown World Tree. Terrifying tremors came from outside 100,000 Sacred Mountain. It was a scene of the apocalypse, but the top of the new World Tree was calm. The sky suddenly brightened up, illuminating the layers of void. He could faintly see a Tao tree standing in the ultimate void. The Tao tree was hazy and its branches and leaves were like the branches and leaves of the World Tree. However, regardless of whether it was the World Tree in Qin Mu's Divine Treasure, or the new World Tree in the 100,000 Sacred Mountains, they were still young. Yet the Tao tree in the ultimate void was gloomy, and covered an extremely wide area. That should be Great Change's Tao tree. There was only one Tao fruit on Great Change's Tao tree, and there were no Tao flowers. However, its branches and leaves were lush. Suddenly, drops of Tao dew gave off rays of light as they dripped down from a leaf. The iron bucket that Great Change had given to Qin Mu was also melted. He took out the iron bucket that he had refined and strolled leisurely on the leaf. The next drop of Tao dew dripped down from the ultimate void. The ultimate void was silent and charming. It appeared in front of him like it was within reach. Great Change's Tao tree was also there, as if he could touch it with the rays of his hand. However, Qin Mu knew that it was incomparably far away, and wasn't a place he could reach. He was still a Tao seeker on the path of Tao realm and had yet to touch that realm. The night was busy and full. When the sun rose, the last drop of Tao dew fell. The ultimate void in Great Change's Tao tree vanished, and the metal bucket in Qin Mu's hand received a bucket of Tao dew. His Supreme Beginning Heavenly Palace had also been refined at that moment. Qin Mu walked down from the World Tree, and carried the metal bucket to the 100,000 mountains to search for the Black Mountain that had been shattered last night. Someone on the mountain saw it and couldn't help being astonished. Tai Yi has come out in Imperial Preceptor's form. Qin Mu didn't explain and continued to search for the Black Mountain that had split open. He used Tao dew to repair it, and when the Tao dew was used up, he would just finish repairing the mountain peaks that had been shattered. Tai Yi is still unfathomable. He put down the iron bucket and couldn't help sighing ruefully in his heart. He started to comprehend the path of Tai Su and planned to cultivate it into Tai Su Heavenly Palace. It was rare for him to have peace and quiet. During the days, he repaired the Black Mountain that had been cracked by the tremors. At night, he carried the metal bucket to the crown of the World Tree to receive the Tao dew that dripped down from the ultimate void. A few days later, he opened up Tai Su Heavenly Palace and Tai Chi Heavenly Palace consecutively. When he opened up Absolute Beginning Heavenly Palace, Qin Mu was slightly stunned and a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's eggshell has been swallowed by my World Tree. More beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. These 2 eggshells were treasures that he had prepared to use to save Heavenly Emperor Ling. He was prepared to bring Absolute Beginning's eggshell into the Heavenly River, that had already turned into a substance that wasn't easy to use. He was going to use the divine art that wasn't easy to send the heavenly emperor's corporeal body into the eggshell to seal it. He was prepared to seal it together with the primordial spirit of Supreme Emperor that was residing in the body of Supreme Emperor. And the world tree had devoured and refined the absolute beginning eggshell, which meant that he had lost his greatest reliance. If he wanted to save Heavenly Venerate Ling, he would have to face the Heavenly Emperor's absolute beginning corporeal body controlled by Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit. This time it's going to be troublesome. Qin Mu composed himself and continued to comprehend absolute beginning Heavenly Palace. Since he couldn't put the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit into the eggshell, understanding the great Tao of absolute beginning better was the correct way to deal with Supreme Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. A few days later, he opened absolute beginning Heavenly Palace, but he encountered a difficult problem when he opened it. Even though he had understood a little about the path of great change through the world tree, this great Tao was really obscure. Furthermore, Great Change had already absorbed all the divine stones and primordial liquid in the Great Change mineral vein. This time the world tree had swallowed and refined the eggshell of Great Change, allowing him to understand the path of Great Change. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would need great perseverance, great comprehension, and great fortune. Furthermore, the world tree in his divine treasure was just as Great Change had said. It had already stopped growing, and Qin Mu's divine treasure wasn't the real universe. It lacked the nutrients to allow the tree to continue growing. The world tree was still just a sapling. Even though its roots were still growing stronger, the tree didn't grow tall, nor did it grow any more branches. Qin Mu counted. There were 5 main trunks and 19 branches of the world tree. Since they were compatible with the great Tao he cultivated, they should correspond to the great Tao he cultivated. Among them, 5 main branches represented innate 5 supreme ones, while the other branches were still dividing into different branches. For example, the Devil Path Heavenly Palace had 64 branches, which should represent the 64 great Tao of Yudu. Qin Mu temporarily gave up on the idea of studying Great Change Heavenly Palace. Now, he had 23 heavenly palaces, and his cultivation had also improved quite a bit. What made him feel that it was even more important was to make use of the world tree's opportunity to walk further in the Tao realm. In the next few months, Qin Mu mended the Black Mountain while receiving Tao dew. At the same time, he focused on comprehending Tao. The people in the 100,000 sacred mountains were still a little surprised at first, but they slowly got used to it and allowed him to be busy. However, Qin Mu would occasionally wake up from this busy state, and he was a little bewildered. Great Change is going to leave here for half a year, so what is he going to do? Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. Tai Yi possessed his body and observed the huge cauldron that Wei Suifeng had left outside the city. There was an incense stick in the cauldron, and the incense stick was about to reach its roots. However, it was still swimming around in the cauldron, drawing a winding road map. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun were still alive, and the two of them were planning to cross the river. It was unknown how wide and long the river of chaos was in front of them. They walked carefully along the riverbank, and Xu Jun stubbornly believed that they had come to the other side of the river, so he wanted to find a path to cross the river. However, this river did not have a bridge, so it was impossible to fly across the river. From time to time, terrifying skeletons would appear in the river of chaos, emitting a monstrous Tao might. Even the river of chaos could not destroy them. They even saw the skeletons of Tao practitioners emitting rays of light, extremely dangerous rays of light moving on the river surface. From time to time, distorted vengeful souls would appear on the river surface. They would struggle, roar, and pull everything they could grab, as if they were scapegoats looking for a substitute. Even if Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun were extremely daring, they wouldn't dare to cross the river. The two of them could only continue to search for a way out. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked over from somewhere with a cane. He stopped in front of the two of them and said, "You're going the wrong way. Could it be Taoist brother Tai Yi?" Wei Suifeng hurriedly asked. That old man Tai Yi nodded. He said, "If you cross the river, you really won't be able to come back. This area is all dangerous. Once you reach the other side of the river, you'll be at the residence of the master of the Palace of Miro. Even if you can cross the river, you'll still die." The two of them felt a chill in their hearts. Uncle June said politely, Senior, can you bring us away? The old man Tai shook his head. I want to cross the river. I don't have time to send you away. Shu Jun was a little disappointed. Wei Suifeng quickly asked, Dao brother, is my junior brother looking for us? Did he find the geographical map I left behind? No. The old man Tai said. It's too dangerous here. Don't wander around. I saw the geographical map you guys walked past outside the city just now. That's why I found this place. If you continue to move forward, you will definitely die without a burial ground. Don't retreat either. The river of chaos is constantly changing. If you retreat, you won't be able to find your original path, and you'll only die in vain. The two of them kept complaining. Wei Suifeng quickly said, Is it safe to stay here and not move? The old man was too easy to observe the river's hydrology. He said, In another half a day, this place will be submerged by the river of chaos. Shu Jun said decisively, Senior, please pity us and take us away. Wei Suifeng also said quickly, If you pity us, then so be it. The old man was helpless, he said. I'm going to see the master of the Mycroft Palace. This trip is also extremely dangerous. I don't have the confidence to come back alive. That person is powerful and is above me. If he follows me, it will only be more dangerous. If there wasn't any danger, I wouldn't have lied to Heavenly Venerate Mu and let him guard the Great Black Wood for me for half a year. There was still something he hadn't said. If he couldn't come back alive, then Qin Mu wouldn't just guard the Great Black Wood for half a year. He would have to guard it for a long time from now on. At that time, Qin Mu would become Tai Yi's successor and would never be able to leave. Wei Suifeng and Shu Jun didn't know the inside story and smiled apologetically. Who can do anything to you? Dao brother, don't joke around. My junior brother has never followed the map to save me, and now that we have nowhere else to go, I hope that Dao brother can save us. Great Change could only bring them along and said, Follow me and don't fall behind, or you will die. The two of them nodded repeatedly and followed closely beside Great Change. Old Great Change walked to the surface of the river of chaos with his wooden cane, and saw that the river instantly seemed to be boiling. Distorted vengeful souls stretched out their hands and grabbed at the three of them. Tai swung his staff and hit them hard. Sinking the souls into the river, he shouted, Don't let them touch you. They are Dao practitioners who died in the great overarching heaven and turned into nothingness. They want to capture you and replace you with their souls in their dead universe. The two of them were scared out of their wits. The souls of those Dao practitioners grabbed at them casually and made them feel that they could not resist any supernatural power. Without Tai Yi by their side, they would probably fall into the previous universe in the next moment. Their souls would be scattered and their bodies would be destroyed. This old man Tai Yi is really fierce. Shu Jun saw that Tai Yi had fought his way over, and he could not help but admire him greatly. Old age makes one strong. The two chapters were combined into one chapter, 4,000 words. They could not continue writing tonight. They still had to get up early tomorrow to send their daughter to school. Right, the surgery today went very smoothly. Thank you for your concern. Tai Yi fought his way from the river to the center of the river. Suddenly, a skeleton rose from the river and blocked their way. Dao brothers, you have become Dao existences. Why do you still care so much about life and death? Tai Yi stopped and asked while leaning on his cane. The skeleton seemed to understand his words. Its jaw opened and closed, but Wei Suifeng and Shu Jun did not understand what it said. It was a profound Dao language. It was as if he was blaming Tai Yi. There were many races in this world just like the stars in the sky. This universe had experienced 16 births and deaths, so naturally, it could not understand the language. However, there was a language that could be communicated, and that was the Dao language. Using the Great Dao as the language, one could speak their own thoughts. However, to be able to communicate in the Dao language, one's abilities were naturally extremely high. The skeleton in the river was also an existence who had attained Dao, and was extremely powerful. Tai Yi listened for a moment, then shook his head and said, No matter how well you say it, you're just afraid of death. The skeleton in the river pounced towards Tai Yi. At the same time, the river of primordial chaos began to boil, and one skeleton after another rose up from the river, charging towards Tai Yi from different directions. And in the river of primordial chaos beneath Tai Yi's feet, there was also a skeleton charging over. The divine abilities they used were truly unfathomable to Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun. The depth of the Dao realm was something the two of them had never seen before. Even with the divine abilities of the 10th heavenly venerate, the two of them were able to understand some of it. However, they could not understand the divine abilities of the skeletons in the river at all. Tai held his walking stick in his hand and struck out with it. No matter how profound the divine abilities of the skeletons in the river were, this staff still accurately broke through their divine abilities and struck the center of their foreheads. A skeleton's skull exploded and retreated into the river of chaos. Tai's walking stick flew up and down, hitting, sweeping, and smashing. Each move seemed simple to the point of clumsiness. However, each strike was incomparably accurate and hit the opponent. It seemed slow but was actually fast. Soon, all the skeletons fell into the river of chaos. He withdrew his walking stick and the tip of his walking stick hit the surface of the river. Meanwhile, the skeleton at the bottom of the river, which was about to sneak attack the soles of his feet, was hit right on the center of his brows by the walking stick and sank into the river without a sound. Tai said to Xu Jun and Wei Suifeng, who were still in shock, "These people are former Taoists. This river of chaos is the destructive universe in which they live. They jumped out of the river to kill, and they came from their destructive universe. As long as we beat them back into the river, they will return to the universe in which they live, unable to come over." Wei Suifeng asked, "Dao brother, what if they jump out of the river of chaos and step onto the shore?" "If they jump out of the river of chaos, as long as they don't step onto the shore, they won't be considered to have come to our universe. Once they step onto the shore, there's nothing I can do." After a long time, they finally arrived at the other side of the river. The three of them looked forward and saw that another great river of chaos was blocking their way. Tai frowned. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun were also puzzled. "This body of mine is old. Although my supernatural power is very high, the function of my body is not good. I will definitely be exhausted after fighting all the way." Tai said to the two of them, "You two stay here and don't move. Wait for me to change into another body." The two of them were terrified. They saw Tai jump into the river of chaos. After a moment, the water in the river of chaos surged. A young man walked out from the river. He had delicate features and a heroic bearing. He held a wooden spear in his hand. There were a few tender green leaves on it. "Let's go." The two of them did not know where he had jumped to and who he had changed his body to. They sized up the wooden spear in Tai's hand. They did not know what kind of wood was used to refine this wooden spear. The young man Tai led them into the second river of chaos. This time the young man Tai was not as steady as the old man Tai. His spear techniques had many different styles and were no longer simple and simple. Although their horizons were not as high as Tai's, they could still see that although the young Tai's spear techniques were close combat, they did not seem as simple as the old Tai's. Fortunately, the young Tai's physical body was stronger. He charged forward and it was a bit more dangerous. This journey made people fearful, but they also crossed the river safely. However, on the other side of the river there was a huge river of chaos. Tai frowned and observed for a while before saying, "This river is difficult to cross. Wait for me to change my body." After saying that, he jumped into the river. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun were already used to it. They stood by the river and waited. After a while, an enchanting woman walked out of the river. She held a thin sword in her hand and said charmingly, "Follow me for a while." The woman brought the two of them across the river. Along the way, the sword light was like lightning, scurrying around in the chaos. It cut down the many strange dangers in the chaos and shot them into the chaos. Along the way, they crossed one big river after another. Tai had changed more than 10 forms and weapons in his hands. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun were puzzled. They didn't know where he got these weapons. They came to another huge river, and this time Tai transformed into a tall and sturdy man carrying a divine bow. Wei Suifeng looked at the divine bow and found it somewhat familiar. The corners of his eyes twitched. It seems to be the divine bow junior brother is carrying. Strange, did Tai run to the previous universe and borrow the corporeal bodies and weapons of other Dao practitioners? How did he go to the previous universe? Could this chaos river really lead to other universes? Xu Jun could also see that this divine bow was somewhat similar to the one Qin Mu had dug out from the mine. He was bewildered in his heart. Tai had transformed into all sorts of forms in the past. Could he have borrowed the corporeal bodies of other Tao practitioners? Isn't this a little too vast in divine arts? The two of them didn't ask any more questions and looked down the river. However, there was a dense fog of chaos below, so they couldn't see what was under the river clearly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The burly Tai extended his hand to block it. Immediately, the river of chaos churned, and the surface of the water became thinner. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun immediately rushed over to them, as if they were standing on clouds. Below them was the vast and boundless ancestral court. However, that was not the ancestral court of today. Instead, it was an even older and more dilapidated ancestral court. At this moment, that ancestral court was actually collapsing. Below, not only was the ancestral court collapsing, the entire universe was collapsing and collapsing. Only a magnificent giant tree stood tall between the heaven and earth, unshaken by the great destruction. The two of them shivered a few times. They could vaguely see many incomparably powerful figures coming to the roots of the giant tree when the universe was collapsing. Their strong and powerful bodies changed the heaven and earth, changing the stars and changing the battle, creating a magnificent divine city. At this moment, the strong wind stopped and the chaotic chi filled the river, blocking their vision. The two of them were shocked. They looked at each other and kept silent. Tai bent his bow and shot down the river one by one. They came to the 16th river and Tai said, "The master of the Miluo Palace is waiting for his work. I have to meet him in my strongest form. Please wait for a moment." He jumped into the river again. After a moment, a burly man walked out from the river. His muscles were ferocious as he carried the chaos axe. He said to the two of them, "I'm not fully prepared, but that's all I can do for now. After we cross the river, you two stay outside. I'll go in and meet him." The two of them could only nod. The 16th river was extremely wide. Tai carried the axe and led the two of them through the river. They saw that the river was calm and peaceful. It was not as strange as before. The two of them trembled in fear as they became more alert. They saw that there was a thick layer of fog on the opposite side, and the chaotic aura was like a dense fog that blocked their vision. They followed Tai through the chaotic aura. From afar they could see huge shadows standing in the chaotic aura, and they could not see what they were. The two of them became more and more nervous. However, when they reached the other side of the chaotic river, they realized that the shadows on the opposite side were actually tall and lofty jade palaces and all sorts of strange buildings. What a beautiful city! Wei Suifeng could not help but praise. Jade capital, white jade is the capital. This is the real jade capital. Compared to this, the jade capital of the heavenly court is really made of dirt and rubbish. Xu Jun also nodded repeatedly and praised endlessly. This can be called the jade capital or the Miluo Palace. Tai carried the chaos axe on his back and took a step forward. With one step, Wei Suifeng and the others would need to run 100 steps to catch up with him. Tai said, "The Lingxiao Palace of the Heaven Court is one of the great halls in the Miluo Palace. Look over there." He raised his axe and pointed. The two of them looked over and indeed saw a Lingxiao Palace. However, this Lingxiao Palace was even more magnificent and imposing than the Lingxiao Palace in the Heaven Court. At the same time, it also had a natural aura of great Tao that lingered around the palace. The palace in the Heaven Court could not be compared to this palace at all. The palace in the Heaven Court was actually created by the creators. The Supreme Emperor should have seen this palace before and visualized the shape of the palace. However, he was unable to recreate the real palace, Tai said calmly. Wei Suifeng was flabbergasted when he heard this. He suddenly remembered something important and said hurriedly, "This palace was not formed naturally, but was created by the master of Miluo Palace?" Tai nodded and said, "This treasured palace was refined from the great Tao. The entire Jade Capital City was also refined from the great Tao of Tao practitioners. Hence, it possesses supreme power." Wei Suifeng felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured from his head to the soles of his feet. His heart was ice cold. He cried out involuntarily, "Then what are the origins of the three realms, the Jade Capital Realm, Lingxiao Realm and the Throne Realm?" These three realms were created according to the Jade Capital City of the Heaven Court. If the Jade Capital City was modeled after this place, then wouldn't that mean? He shivered a few times and didn't dare to continue. Shu Jun suddenly said. Doesn't that mean that these 3 realms are all traps? The Jade Capital trap. The Jade Capital realm was a trap. The Ling Xiao realm was a trap. And even the Emperor's throne realm was a trap. What kind of person had such great abilities, such powerful methods, and such a far-reaching plan to set up such a terrifying trap and capture all the experts in the world? Could it be the master of the Miluo Palace? They looked at the palace that was getting closer and closer, and could not help but shudder a few times. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and the chill climbed up their spines to their necks, then to the back of their heads and into their minds. Tai did not say anything, nor did he confirm their guesses. However, they confirmed their guesses from the clues. When we discovered the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, it was also a coincidence. Shu Jun mumbled. Boyong and I came in from another path. Tai Di and Tai Chu walked on a different path from us. Could they have been here before? If the master of the Miro Palace is planning something, he should have started planning something from then on. You guys stay here. Tai stuck a walking stick into the ground and carried the chaos axe on his back as he walked towards Miluo Palace. He said in a deep voice, I'll go and meet him. If I can stop him, everything will be fine. But if I can't... He sent his daughter to school in the morning and immediately rushed the draft when he came back. This chapter had been uploaded in advance. The otaku went to the hospital to accompany his wife. In the afternoon, he went straight to the school to pick up his daughter. After he came back, he continued writing. If you can't, then what? Wei Suifeng shouted at Taiyi's back. Did you follow the map to save you? I followed you here. And there's a geographical map I left outside the city. Taiyi didn't turn back and his voice sounded. If you can't stop him, you can count on your own luck. Wei Suifeng and Shu Jun shivered a few times and stood there obediently, quietly waiting for Taiyi to return. Taiyi came to the door of the Miluo Palace. The door creaked open automatically, as if it had not been open for too long. The door was sluggish. There was a surge of primordial chaos in the door, and it was unfathomable. The moment the door was opened, a thick primordial chaos yuan qi gushed out from the door. The primordial chaos yuan qi gave people a feeling that it was full of vitality. It made the great Dao that Wei Suifeng and Shu Jun had cultivated excited, emitting pleasant Dao sounds. At the same time, there was a heavy aura of death within this yuan qi. This aura of death was so strong that it made the great Dao they had cultivated extremely fearful. It was as if the slightest touch would cause the great Dao to wither and wither. That aura of death was terrifying. It was like the rotten qi that had accumulated during the destruction of the 16 universes. When the aura of death surged over, the two of them could only feel their lifespans rapidly decreasing. Taiyi waved his sleeves, dispersing the primordial chaos yuan qi that was surging towards them. He walked into the Miluo Palace and disappeared into the depths of the primordial chaos yuan qi. Wei Suifeng and Shu Jun looked towards the door, and saw that the primordial chaos yuan qi was extremely thick. Vaguely, they seemed to see a tall and lofty figure sitting on the throne in the palace, quietly waiting for Taiyi's arrival. They wanted to take a closer look, but the door creaked and closed again. The two waited quietly. This piece of Jade Capital was empty. Even the Dao trees that could be seen everywhere along the way were not here. It was so quiet that it was somewhat terrifying. Shu Jun could not help but look around. He saw that there was a strange brand on the buildings here. It was a brand different from the Great Dao brand that existed today. It was very magnificent and beautiful, making people gasp in amazement. He wanted to get closer to take a look, but was pulled back by Wei Suifeng. Godly King Tai left this cane behind. There must be a deeper meaning. Let's not go too far away from the cane, said Wei Suifeng. Shu Jun looked at the cane, nodded and praised. Old cult master Wei is really knowledgeable. The two waited quietly for a moment. Wei Suifeng could not help but look at the Dao patterns on the surrounding buildings. With one look, he realized that the Dao patterns contained infinite mysteries. The Dao markings didn't look complicated, but when they saw it, everyone comprehended different things, which made people click their tongues in wonder. Why don't we pull out our crutches and take a closer look? Wei Suifeng suggested. Uncle Jun nodded his head repeatedly and said, That's a good idea, let's take a closer look. Wei Suifeng pulled out his crutches and the two of them came to the side of the Dao markings. Uncle June took out a mirror and tried to reflect the Tao markings on it. This mirror was a treasure that Qin Mu had invented and used the method of painting Saint Def. There was heaven and earth in the mirror, so as long as one looked at the affairs, a mirror image would be created in the mirror. It was very mysterious. Qin Mu had once used this method to shine on the various seals on the Hall of Incense, trying to find a way to enter the Hall of Incense. He had also used this method to shine on the ancient gods' great Tao runes. He had passed on the refining method of this divine mirror to eternal peace, and the divine arts practitioners who were proficient in painting used it as a way to earn a living. They refined the divine mirror and sold it to others. They called it Heaven and Earth Mirror, which had the meaning of containing heaven and earth. Xu Jun used the Heaven and Earth Mirror to look at the Tao patterns on the walls of Miluo Palace. The image of the Tao patterns in the mirror slowly revealed the details within the Tao patterns, and the more details there were, the faster the internal details appeared. It was dazzling. Xu Jun's expression changed slightly. In just a short moment, the details revealed in the Heaven and Earth Mirror had already filled up the entire heaven and earth in the mirror. Suddenly, with a crack, the Heaven and Earth Mirror split into two halves, bursting open from the endless details revealed in the Tao pattern. Xu Jun's heart ached endlessly. This was just a Tao pattern on the wall of Miluo Palace, yet it had already split his heaven and earth apart. There were countless Tao patterns here. So didn't this mean that they could only watch helplessly as this endless treasure was revealed? Not a single one could be obtained? Wei Suifeng chuckled and took out a universe mirror as well. He whispered, "How long has it been since Divine King returned to eternal peace? You haven't met Art Saint, right? This mirror of mine was personally refined by Art Saint for me." Personally refined by Art Saint? Xu Jun revealed an envious expression. The art saint that Wei Suifeng had mentioned was deaf and was revered as art saint. He had entered the Tao of painting with his calligraphy, and had cultivated the heavenly palace of art. My junior brother learned his Tao of painting from him too. He only learned 30 to 40% of his abilities. Wei Suifeng used the Heaven and Earth Mirror to look at the Tao patterns on the wall, he said unhurriedly. When I met him, he was invited to the One Tao College to give a lecture. Thus, he shamelessly begged him to refine 2 heaven and earth mirrors. This heaven and earth mirror contains heaven and earth. There are layers of heavens in his Tao of painting. It is not something that your mirror can compare to. Xu Jun took a closer look and saw that the heaven and earth mirror that Def had personally refined also displayed endless details of Tao patterns. The details displayed by this Tao pattern soon filled up the heaven and earth in the mirror. Don't continue, the mirror will burst. Just as Xu Jun said this, another heaven and earth appeared in the heaven and earth mirror, and continued to reflect the endless details of that Tao pattern. Xu Jun was dumbfounded. The second heaven in the heaven and earth mirror was soon filled with the details of the Tao pattern of the Ilua Palace. Then, another universe appeared in the heaven and earth mirror, and continued to reflect the details of the Tao pattern. After a moment, this bright mirror actually contained 18 layers of universe, and these 18 layers of universe were all filled with the details of a Tao pattern. And the details of this Tao pattern were still not fully displayed. Wei Suifeng's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly flipped his hand to take out the other universe mirror that Def had refined, and shone it at the filled universe mirror. The 2 universe mirrors shone at each other, and instantly mirrors appeared within the 2 universe mirrors. In an instant, countless images of the universe mirrors appeared within the 2 universe mirrors. The strange thing was that each level of mirror images contained 18 levels of universe. No matter how many details of this Tao pattern were present, it was still unable to fill up the countless mirrors. The painting saint is truly amazing. Xu Jun's eyes widened as he watched the layers of mirror images continuously copy the details of the Miluo Palace Tao pattern. The more details they displayed, the more mirrors they filled up. Both of them felt their scalps go numb. The knowledge of the Miluo Palace Tao pattern was actually so rich. It was truly beyond their expectations. If the painting saint's ability is cultivated to the peak, it would probably be even more powerful than the illusion of Celestial King Gong Fu. Xu Jun said in a low voice. Finally, the mirror did not reveal any more details. At the bottom of one of the mirrors, a runic imprint was revealed. This runic imprint was the core of the Tao patterns of the Miluo Palace. Xu Jun and Wei Suifeng looked at each other. There were too many mirrors, so they were unable to see the runic imprint clearly. I have to ask the painter sage to personally take action in order to see the details of that runic imprint. Wei Suifeng carefully observed the scene in the two mirrors. The corner of his eyes twitched. He could not count how many mirrors there were in the mirrors. Xu Jun could not count them either. Beads of cold sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. They knew the steps of the cultivation of the divine arts and Tao techniques. The cultivation of the divine arts and Tao techniques first needed to understand the runes of the Great Tao. The runes of the Great Tao formed the divine arts and Tao techniques. If one had accumulated enough knowledge, they could gather the runes of the Great Tao and cultivate them into Tao patterns. Tao patterns were the Great Tao patterns and contained the mysteries of the Great Tao. Using Tao patterns to form divine arts and Taoist techniques was even more powerful. Basically, Tao realm divine arts were usually formed by Tao patterns. However, Tao patterns were not the apex. After cultivating Tao patterns, one could try to use Tao patterns to form the laws of the Great Tao and form a domain. Forming a domain was to grasp the rules. At this time, it was not to grasp the Great Tao. The reason why it was called the rules of the Great Tao was that the Great Tao was above the rules. In other words, a domain could be a component of the Great Tao. Founding Emperor Sword Tao domain had already reached 35 layers. With a single sword strike, 35 layers of sword domains overlapped. Each layer of sword domain was different, and it explained different principles. Only by cultivating to the 36 layers of Sword Tao would he be considered to have attained the Tao. And now, a mere Tao pattern on the wall of the Miluo Palace had revealed such a complicated and detailed structure. It was almost infinite, and there were countless different Tao patterns on the wall. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun could not imagine how profound the attainments of the master of the Miluo Palace were. Wei Suifeng's voice was hoarse as he said, "Is such a powerful master of the Miluo Palace something that Tai can contend against? This kind of holiness is probably beyond the scope of a Tao practitioner, right?" Right at this moment, an incomparably terrifying throb suddenly came from the Miluo Palace. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. It was obvious that Tai Yi's negotiations with the Miluo Palace master had already collapsed, and they had begun to make their move. Wei Suifeng flipped his hand and put away the two mirrors, hiding them in his divine treasure. The two of them stared intently at the Miluo Palace. In the palace there seemed to be a giant that could split the heavens and earth. Splitting the primal chaos and splitting the primal chaos, one axe could split open the heaven and earth. The other terrifying throbbing was even more unfathomable. The throbbing from Tai Yi's attack could still give them a feeling that they could understand, but the other throbbing was unfathomable. Boom! The palace door of the Miluo Palace suddenly opened. Tai Yi's back was facing them. His entire body was covered in blood. He held the giant axe of chaos in his hand, and the axe flew up and down to block the attacks from the palace. The giant swung the axe and the axe fell. It was as if a world had been created on both sides of the axe. The sky was split open and the earth was split open. It was a world-shaking power. However, the injuries on his body were increasing. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun quickly retreated and ran towards the river of chaos. Behind them, Tai Yi retreated step by step. Every step he took, his blood would fill up the footprints, leaving behind a lake formed by Tao blood. Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun ran at high speed, not daring to look back at all. Just as they were about to reach the river, there was no more road ahead. Suddenly, Tai Yi kicked backwards with his big foot, landing right on the crutch in Wei Suifeng's hand. The crutch whistled and expanded, turning into a long boat with the bow of the boat, carrying Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun as they sped across the river. Tai Yi swung his axe one last time. He leaped onto the river and chased after the two. The long boat and Tai Yi passed through the Chaos River one after another. When they reached the fourth Chaos River, a loud voice suddenly sounded and said something that they did not understand. The two people on the boat quickly turned around and saw a huge hand knock Tai Yi down from the Chaos River and into the river. Tai Yi struggled with all his might and wanted to rush out of the river. Suddenly, countless skeletons in the river stretched out their bony palms and grabbed every part of his body. Tai Yi struggled for a moment and raised his head to smile at the two people on the longboat. Then he was pulled into the river of chaos. "Follow the map and save me." On the longboat, Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun heard Tai Yi's voice coming from the river of chaos. "Taoist brother, what map is it?" Wei Suifeng asked hoarsely. However, the longboat was extremely fast. It passed through one chaos river after another. 16 chaos rivers flashed past, but neither of them heard Tai Yi's answer. Whoosh! The longboat formed by crutches flashed past the ancestral court's jade capital, breaking through all sorts of strange things. The two people on the longboat were muddle-headed, and they inadvertently saw Heavenly Lord Hao, the ancestral god king, and the others. These people looked at the longboat in astonishment as it left. Not long after, they met Heavenly Lord Shao, Heavenly Concubine Yen, and the others. Ancient God Taiji also looked at them in astonishment, clearly very shocked. Clang! The longboat was inserted into the ground outside the city, and the two people on the boat were thrown out. When they stabilized themselves, they saw that the longboat had already turned into a wooden crutch and was inserted next to the big cauldron left by Wei Suifeng outside the city. Is it the geographical map in the cauldron? Xu Jun rushed to the side of the cauldron and asked anxiously. Absolutely not. Wei Suifeng shook his head with a solemn expression. He pulled out Tai Yi's crutch and put away the big cauldron. He said in a deep voice, "We will immediately return to the 100,000 Sacred Mountain to see Junior Brother." 100,000 Sacred Mountains Night. Qin Mu stood on the top of the World Tree and unhurriedly followed the Dao Du that slid down from Great Change Path Tree. The half-a-year period was about to come, and he had been doing this monotonous task over the past few days. Even though it was monotonous, every time he collected Dao Du to mend the cracked Black Mountain, he would feel the heavy burden and responsibility on Great Change's shoulders. He had only been doing it for half a year, but Tai Yi had already been doing it for billions of years. Suddenly, the branches of Great Change Dao Tree and Ultimate Void Great Overarching Heaven swayed, and countless drops of Dao Du fell down. Qin Mu's heart jumped, and he hurriedly executed his divine art to store all the Dao Du into the bucket. However, the area covered by Great Change Dao Tree was too wide, and there were still a few drops of Dao Du that fell onto the World Tree and were absorbed by its branches and leaves. His heart sank. Losing a few drops of Dao Du didn't seem like a big deal, but the consequences were no small matter. If he used Dao Du to repair the Great Black Mountain, even a single drop would leave behind a huge hidden danger. It might even give the strong practitioners of the previous universe, Epic, a chance to climb into this universe. This is bad. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he composed himself. Even if he lost a few drops of Dao Du, it would probably take a few days for the existences of the previous universe Epic to climb over. He only needed to delay until Great Change arrived. However, Tai Yi's Dao Tree is in the ultimate void, so why is it swaying for no reason? He frowned slightly, feeling slightly uneasy in his heart. During the day, Qin Mu had found the Black Mountains that had been shattered by the tremors and repaired them with great care. As expected, when he had repaired the last Black Mountain, the Black Mountain hadn't completely closed due to the lack of a few drops of Dao Du. There was a crack that was 26 yards long on the cliff of the Black Mountain, and the depth of the crack was immeasurable. Qin Mu stood at the bottom of the cliff and looked around carefully. He made a mark and memorized the exact location of the Black Mountain, then invited Su Shenghua over. "I need to stay here for the next 2 days and keep an eye on this place. Brother Su, carry the iron bucket to the top of the World Tree to receive Dao Du. Dao Du is the key to repairing the Sacred Mountain, so we can't lose a single drop." Su Shenghua was still at ease when he did things. If it was anyone else, they would probably eat Dao Lu while receiving it. Su Shenghua looked at the crack and asked, "Can you stay here by yourself?" Qin Mu smiled. He revealed a strong confidence. "The strongest existence in eternal peace is me. This time I planted a living world tree in my divine treasure, and my cultivation rose to another level. Even though I'm still inferior to 10 heavenly venerates, I shouldn't be inferior to 4-colored emperor. If I can't block it, no matter who comes to eternal peace, they won't be able to block it. What's more, even prehistoric existences won't be able to come out in a few days. When Tai Yi returns, he can be handed over to Tai Yi to deal with. There are still 2 days left in the half-year period, so I only need to stay here for 2 days." Su Shenghua brought the iron bucket and left. Qin Mu sat down and placed the divine bow by his side, waiting for night to fall. When night fell, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Outside the ancestral court was another scene of the apocalypse. The mountains in the ancestral court shook, and the Black Mountain in front of Qin Mu also shook. Loud rumbling sounds came from within the mountain, and the mountain gave off cracking sounds. It was like the sound of splitting wood. The crack extended to both sides, becoming longer and wider. Divine light seeped out from the crack, and when one stood in front of the cliff, it was as if a huge eye had grown on the cliff. The divine light in the crack was dense like a huge eyeball. The eyeball rolled for a moment before its pupils looked straight at Qin Mu. It was as if there was an incomparably huge monster hiding inside the mountain, and it was using its eyes to spy on Qin Mu outside. Suddenly, a human figure walked out from the huge eyes in the form of light in the crack. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. The divine bow was right beside him, but he forcefully endured it and didn't make a move. That person had yet to come from another universe, so attacking him now was equivalent to using his magic power to open a path for him. The figure in the eyes walked for a long time, but he still couldn't walk out of the crack on the cliff. When the sun rose, the figure vanished, leaving behind only the cracked black mountain. Qin Mu let out a long sigh. Not long later, Su Shanghua came over with a bucket and asked, "Does this mountain need to be repaired?" Qin Mu shook his head. "If I repair this mountain, the other cracked black mountains won't have enough Dao to repair it. I just need to hold on for another day, and it'll be too easy for me to return. At that time, even if the people in the mountain walk out, they won't be able to cause much trouble." Su Shanghua frowned slightly and looked at the crack on the cliff. It was already 300 yards long. In the depths of the crack, there was a human-shaped mark that seemed to have fused with the black mountain. Su Shanghua felt slightly uneasy and left with the water bucket. Night fell and Qin Mu continued to guard the crack. He could only hear cracking sounds coming from inside and outside. The divine light in the mountain became bigger, and the crack became wider. The figure in the eyes was also taller than before. It was even clearer, as if he could walk out of the mountain wall at any moment. By the second half of the night, the divine light that shot out from the mountain wall illuminated the 6 to 7 mountains nearby, illuminating every inch of it. Qin Mu's shadow was also elongated. The huge eyeball in the mountain wall was as huge as the entire Black Mountain, and it was sandwiched in the middle by the Black Mountain that had split into two. The body of the person in the eye was thin and tall, just like the pupil of the eyeball. His face could already be seen clearly. There were many stripes on his face that looked like natural veins. His eye was also like the strange eye in the mountain, but it only had one eye. The eye was staring at Qin Mu and hadn't blinked. He should have been walking in the destroyed universe, and every step was extremely difficult. His corporeal body was like smoke, and his limbs were constantly breaking apart, but they were also continuously reassembling like smoke. Walking in a broken universe made him feel like he could be obliterated at any moment, but he was filled with hope, the hope of life. He had never been able to walk to the future universe through the world tree, but now he could finally enter that future world. Qin Mu's palm gripped the divine bow tightly, ready to strike. His nerves were taut and his spirit was taut. He had pushed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to the limit. The sky gradually brightened up, and the one-eyed, thin and lanky freak couldn't walk out of the Black Mountain. The sun rose and the strange eyes in the mountain disappeared. The lanky freak also disappeared. Qin Mu let out a long sigh of relief. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, but he revealed a smile. It's finally over. Today Tai should be back. At that moment, a vermilion bird flapped its wings and turned into a flame to come to his side. It turned into the soul of the Southern Emperor and said to him, "Little brother, Emperor Yun Luo and the big-headed youth have returned." Qin Mu was overjoyed and got up. They came at the right time. These two fellows haven't returned for such a long time. I wonder where they went to make trouble again. He welcomed Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun, only to see Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun with solemn expressions. They rushed over with a hurried expression and looked travel-worn. It looked like the two of them had gone through a long journey and had probably used all their strength to rush over. They hadn't even rested on the way. Qin Mu was suspicious and saw Wei Suifeng holding a wooden cane from afar. He was bewildered. It seems to be Tai's cane. Why would Tai's cane be in their hands? Heavenly Venerate Mu. Tai was captured by the master of Miluo Palace and forced into the River of Chaos in Jade Capital City. Xu Jun couldn't run anymore, but his divine consciousness was still very strong. It burst forth from afar and sent a message to him, quickly trapping them in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. They met Tai by chance and followed Tai to cross the river. All sorts of incredible experiences. He told Qinmu everything. Using divine sense to send a message was much faster than using words, and it was even more complete and flawless. Qinmu felt as if he had personally experienced what they had gone through, and his body couldn't help trembling in disbelief. Wei Suifeng's magic power was even stronger. He carried Xu Jun on his back and flew over with a whistle. Tai left this walking stick behind and said he wanted to follow the map to beg him, but he didn't leave any geographical map. I don't know how to save him either. Qinmu supported the two of them to prevent them from collapsing due to exhaustion, but his heart gradually sank. Tai had fallen too easily. From the pictures that Xu Jun's divine consciousness transmitted, the chaos rivers in Jade Capital City were actually not real chaos rivers. Instead, they were the chaotic chi formed when the universes were destroyed. The existences that tried to break through the chaos rivers to reach the shore were the strong practitioners of the various universes that tried to forcefully come to the present world to escape the fate of being destroyed along with the universe. The master of Miluo Palace used unimaginable divine arts and methods to open up the universes that were being destroyed one by one, forming the marvelous scene of 16 universe eras connecting with the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. He had pushed great change into one of the great rivers of chaos, and he had pushed great change into one of the universe eras. Great change has fallen into the fourth universe era. The corners of Qinmu's eyes trembled, and he gripped his walking stick tightly. When Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun steadied themselves, he suddenly turned around and left. Wei Suifeng was slightly stunned, and he hurriedly asked, "Junior brother, do you know where Great Change's map is?" Qinmu didn't answer, and his divine consciousness suddenly burst forth, transforming into incomparably terrifying ripples that swept across the 100,000 mountains. He shouted, "Everyone listen up, you must leave the Great Black Mountain today. Don't stop for even a moment. Everyone listen up to my orders. I am Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Qinmu, Celestial Venerable Mu. Everyone must leave the Great Black Mountain today. Don't leave anyone behind." His divine consciousness transformed into sounds that reverberated back and forth in the sky above the 100,000 mountains. Su Shanghua, who was repairing the Black Mountain, couldn't help raising his head to look in Qinmu's direction. Beside the World Tree in the center of the Black Mountain, Lan Yutian, Granny Si, Wen Yuan, and the rest revealed astonished expressions. They all looked towards the source of the sound. Qinmu's divine consciousness then went straight into their minds and transformed into a sound that rang out in their minds. He quickly told them the whole story. Great Easy has fallen into the fourth universe era of prehistoric times, he said solemnly. There's no one to guard Great Black Mountain, and the first prehistoric existence is about to break free. I'll guard this place to the death tonight. Everyone else take the people here and leave. Don't stay here. Everyone's expressions changed. Lan Yutian was about to fly over to Qinmu's place when he was pulled back by Granny Si. There's a priority, so migrating the people of Eternal Peace in Great Black Mountain is a serious matter. Do this well first, then go find him. Lan Yutian nodded silently, and the gods in Great Black Mountain turned into rays of divine light that flew in all directions to the settlements of Eternal Peace. Not long after, a divine city rose into the sky, and dozens of gods lifted it up and flew out of the sacred grounds of Black Mountain. In the distance, Dutian Devil King plucked the world of Hutian and turned it into a Hutian bottle, storing the divine cities into it. Qinmu relaxed when he saw this scene. He quickly rushed to the front of the cracked Black Mountain and released his spirit embryo divine treasure domain with a wung sound. He took out Supreme Emperor Ling Tian's hairpin and waved it around, executing numerous not easy divine arts. He cast the not easy divine arts on himself and his divine treasure domain. His body flashed and he laid down all kinds of great divine arts and all kinds of seals at the front and back of the mountain. Blind rushed over and laid down the seals with him. Qinmu raised his head to look at him and moved his lips. Blind smiled. "Muir, do you think I can watch you die alone?" Qinmu didn't speak anymore, and the two of them sped up their preparations. The two of them laid down all kinds of killing formations from the day until the sun set in the west. Blind let out a sigh of relief and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He smiled and said, "Back then, founding emperor's heavenly teacher, Yen Yunxi, Use the formation to break the new and old Earth Mother Primordial Lord and shock the world. As Eternal Peace's formation Grandmaster, I can't be inferior to her. He was extremely heroic. Only then did Qin Mu notice that there were people behind him. Su Shanghua, Lan Yuqian, Mute, Cripple, Granny Si, Yenwei, Suifeng, Shujun, Crown Prince Yuming, Ming Emperor, Southern Emperor, and the rest. After moving away the people of Eternal Peace, they rushed over. Qin Mu was moved, and his expression suddenly sank. He said indifferently, "All of you can leave. There's no need to stay here to distract me. Brother Su, stay on the World Tree and don't let a drop of Dao Du go missing." Cripple raised his eyebrows and sneered. "This black mountain is yours? Grandpa Cripple can come and go as he pleases, so what can you do about me?" Qin Mu stretched out his hand and pointed, and countless teleportation runes wrapped around Cripple as they whizzed away. Cripple roared in anger and tried to break through his teleportation divine art. He was the strongest god thief in the world, and even Lan Yuqian was slightly inferior to him. Even the teleportation divine art couldn't do anything to him. Qin Mu flicked his fingers, and Cripple had just escaped from the teleportation divine art when he was transferred into a great abyss of sinkhole. His speed was raised to the extreme and he tried to escape before the divine art of sinkhole erupted. However, one sinkhole wrapped around the other and quickly swallowed Cripple. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and a crack appeared in space, swallowing Cripple along with sinkhole great abyss. He didn't want to hurt Cripple but wanted to send him away. Sinkhole Great Abyss only knew how to swallow and didn't digest. When Qin Mu sent Cripple to a safe distance, it would spit him out. "Do you all want me to expend my magic power to send you all away one by one?" Qin Mu looked around and asked softly. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Cripple was the most difficult one to deal with among them, yet he was sent away by Qin Mu so easily. If it was them, they would probably be the same. Granny Si suddenly turned around and shouted, "Let's go! No one needs to stay. If anyone dares to stay and waste Moore's magic power, this old lady will beat him to death." Today, Madam was discharged from the hospital. The otaku pig had to go to the hospital to pick her up to go through the discharge procedures. He also had to pick up the child, so the delay was a little too long. However, this chapter was already 4,000 words long. There was another chapter to be updated later. Everyone left one after another. Wei Suifeng hesitated for a moment before pulling Shu Jun along with everyone. His battle prowess wasn't inferior to Qin Mu's, but he had used up too much magic power to rush back from the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Even now he hadn't fully recovered. If he stayed here, it would only distract Qin Mu. "Junior brother, don't raise your realm to Jade Capital Realm." Wei Suifeng turned his head back. "Jade Capital is a trap. Cultivating to Jade Capital Realm will increase the abilities of the Master of Miluo Palace and make him descend faster." Crown Prince Yuming didn't leave with everyone. His magic power was extremely vigorous, and in terms of pure magic power, he was even above Son of Heaven Yin. Qin Mu took a glance at him and shook his head. "Crown Prince, your divine arts are far inferior to mine. Even if your magic power can contend against me, I only need one move to defeat you." With a thought, he executed the 23rd heavenly divine art of Dao Realm, transforming Taiji into yin and yang. "Do you understand?" Crown Prince Yuming sized him up carefully with a guilty expression. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. Qin Mu dispersed the divine art. "Sister, your corporeal body has yet to recover, so you don't have much battle power. There's no need to stay here. Yenner, bring your mother to Heavenly Yin World and ask her to rebuild her corporeal body." The vermilion bird hesitated for a moment before saying, "Take care." Qin Mu's gaze landed on Emperor Ming again, and he raised his hand to take out another corporeal body that had been refined from the branches of the world. "Emperor Ming, eternal peace, to see Emperor Yanxiu. Emperor Yanxiu will order someone to bring you to meet the Red Emperor. He only has his thoughts left so he can stay in this body. After meeting the Red Emperor, you guys should also go to Heavenly Yin World. Consort Heavenly Yin will bestow this corporeal body with life." Ming Emperor frowned and said, "Back then, I was the Heavenly Emperor of Crimson Light Era. In this battle, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Qin Mu shook his head. "I'm Heavenly Venerate Mu. I asked you to leave but you didn't." Ming Emperor hesitated for a moment before turning around to leave. Mute walked over and placed the azure heaven-glazed building in front of him before turning around to leave. Blind looked at Mute and then at Qin Mu with some hesitation. Qin Mu revealed a smile. Grandpa Blind, don't worry. I'll push your formation to the extreme and let that prehistoric existence understand your power. Blind said in a low voice, be careful. If you can't win, then. His voice became even lower. Then run. Cripple had taught you in the past. If you can't win, then run. There's no shame in that. Even if you run, no one has the right to complain that you didn't use your life to protect them. If the sky collapses, you can't always be the only one carrying it. If the sky collapses, you didn't cause it. As long as you survive, there's hope. He still had many things to instruct Qin Mu, but Granny C's voice came from afar, calling out to him. Blind could only quickly follow them. Qin Mu relaxed and watched the setting sun. He stuck Tai Yi's walking stick into the ground and took out a willow leaf to stick on the center of his brows. It was Tai Yi's Dao tree leaf. He sat on the ground and faced the cracked mountain in front of him with a calm expression. The afterglow of the setting sun moved from his chest to his chin and gradually rose again. Gradually, darkness covered his face and drowned his eyes. The afterglow shone on the world tree in the center of the 100,000 sacred mountain. Su Shanghua was bathed in the afterglow. At this time, Lan Yutian rushed here and stood side by side with him. In the past, there was Tai Yi guarding this place. No matter how violent the riots in the Great Black Mountain were, the hearts of the people were stable. Su Shenghua's expression was calm as he said, now that there is no Tai Yi, the hearts of the people are in chaos, and their confidence is gone. Only then do they know that Tai Yi is the mainstay. Lan Yutian said, there are some people. When he was here you could not sense him, nor could you sense his use. Only when he was not here did you feel that you had lost your backbone. And my brother is now becoming this backbone. Su Shanghua said softly, he kept me because he knew my Dao heart was strong enough and had no weakness. I wouldn't be tempted by Dao Du. Lan Yutian, why did you stay too? Lan Yutian revealed a smile and looked at Qin Mu's side, which was already shrouded in darkness. If my brother can't win this battle, I will inherit his responsibility and become the backbone of this era. His voice gradually became low, but it was very firm. I will give up my own path and force myself to become Celestial Emperor. The afterglow passed by their bodies and darkness drowned them. Above their heads stars appeared, and they shone with radiance. Layers of void gradually drooped down, and Dao Tree of Great Change appeared once more. Dao Du fell from the leaves. At the same time, a split black mountain among the 100,000 black mountains lit up. Divine light surged, and it turned into a huge eye in the middle of the split black mountain. In the eye, a thin and long figure walked closer step by step. His figure became taller and taller, like an eye that was standing straight up. In front of him, Qin Mu took in a long breath and executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique that he had comprehended over the past few days. Heavenly palaces appeared behind his head, and the overlapping heavenly palaces formed a huge heavenly court together. In the huge heavenly court built by the 23 heavenly palaces, Qin Mu's primordial spirits took a step forward. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the divine bow fell into his hand. Around him the spirit embryo divine treasure domain spread out, and a world tree rose behind him. It rose higher and higher, enveloping the sky. His main primordial spirit stood upright under the tree. Qin Mu pulled the bow, and the main primordial spirit behind him stretched out his hand to pull the divine bow together with him. In the other heavenly palaces, the primordial spirits pulled the bowstrings at the same time. Whoosh! The divine bow was pulled to its limit, and his violent magic power poured into the divine bow. At the same time, the great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled, and spirit energy and spirit chi whistled over, turning into a torrent that swept through the 100,000 sacred mountains. Above his head, a huge whirlpool that spanned 1,000 miles appeared. It was the whirlpool formed by the spirit energy and spirit chi of the ancestral hall. In the center of the whirlpool, spirit energy and spirit chi gathered together to form a pillar of light that blasted toward the divine bow. The power of the divine bow became stronger and stronger, and the ripples it gave off became more and more terrifying. In front of them, the black mountain that had split apart became even bigger. In the pupils of the vertical eye, the thin and lanky man grew taller and taller. The only eye on his forehead looked down at Qin Mu, and he seemed to be able to see him with a mocking expression. He was still traversing through the universe of destruction, walking toward the future. No matter how the great calamity of destruction crushed him, his steps were still steady. Qin Mu's expression didn't change, and his hands that had pulled back the divine bow didn't move at all. The lanky freak continued to walk forward. With every step he took, the black mountains on both sides would shake and float. The mountains were petrified world trees that were incomparably hard. At that moment the rocks actually crumbled and fell down. However, before the black rocks fell to the ground, they were lifted up by an unknown force and floated in the air. Finally, the face of the lanky freak was the first to come out of the mountain, revealing the vertical eye in the heart of his brows. Even though he had to endure the great calamity of destruction, his abilities were still incomparably powerful. Wang! Qin Mu released the arrow from his hand and it flew out. In the next moment, it arrived at the heart of the thin and long freak's brows. The mocking expression of the thin and long freak became even denser. When Qin Mu's incomparably astonishing arrow had just arrived at the heart of his brows, rays of light flickered in his eyes and stopped the arrow. Bang bang bang! The bowstring vibrated one after another as Qin Mu drew the bow and shot again and again. Rays of arrow light shot towards the heart of the thin and long freak's brows almost at the same time. He drew the divine bow countless times in an instant and the bowstring became scorching hot. The spirit energy and spirit chi of the ancestral court that had gathered in the sky had also been used up by more than half in this short instant. The spirit energy vortex in a radius of 1,000 miles instantly became incomparably thin. Qin Mu was still pulling the bow frantically and shooting arrows. The spirit energy vortex shrank rapidly, and finally with Qin Mu's last arrow, the spirit energy and spirit chi that had gathered were completely exhausted. At the instant that the spirit energy and spirit chi were exhausted, Qin Mu threw away the divine bow and grabbed back with his palm. He grabbed the azure heaven glazed tile in his hand, and his body leaped up. His body leaned back the instant he rose into the air. His body didn't straighten up, but instead bent back to an astonishing extent. His hands gripped the azure heaven stronghold, and countless treasures in the 28 heavens flickered with light. They were like stars in the 28 heavens, and the runic formations imprinted on the treasures were activated. The power was raised to the limit in an instant. Behind Qin Mu, primordial spirits also executed their magic power. The heavenly palaces scattered, and the great Tao of the heavenly court rumbled. The power of the treasures in the 28 heavens was raised once more, and it even surpassed the endurance of these treasures. Qin Mu waved the azure heaven stronghold and used the 28 heavens as a hammer to smash at the arrow feathers. The arrow feathers were fixed in front of him by the beam of light from the vertical eye in the middle of the thin and long freak's brows. Even if Qin Mu shot out so many arrows in an instant, they still couldn't break through his defensive limits. At that moment the azure heaven stronghold smashed down ruthlessly. "Give it to me!" Qin Mu shouted out, and at the same time he swung his hammer down. Arms drilled out from under his armpits and grabbed the handle of the azure heaven stronghold to raise his strength to the extreme. Scram back! The arrow feathers were smashed by this strike until they finally broke through the defense of the strange man's single eye and pierced into his single eye. Boom! The power of the arrow feathers burst forth, and the head of the strange man fell back, falling back to his own era. He was about to fall back into that universe of great destruction. As long as he was knocked back, even if he could crawl back again, his vital chi would be greatly damaged. Qin Mu revealed a hint of joy on his face. "You succeeded?" At this moment, a palm passed through the mountain and clung onto the black mountain that was collapsing. Qin Mu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised the azure heaven barrier to smash it at the long and thin palm. At the same time, another long and thin palm passed through the mountain and clung onto the other half of the black mountain. The huge monster eyes in the mountain suddenly became incomparably hot, as if a raging fire was soaring into the sky. Just as the azure heaven barrier was about to smash into a palm, a huge face suddenly broke through the mountain and appeared in front of Qin Mu. The face opened its mouth and roared. The surging Tao sound directly struck Qin Mu's body, sending him flying backward. The glazed azure heaven stronghold couldn't smash down at all. Qin Mu suddenly flipped in midair and stabbed the azure heaven stronghold into the ground. With a slight rotation, 28 heavens appeared, blocking the terrifying impact of the Dao sound. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Taiyi's walking stick. Raising his head, he saw that the thin and long freak had already stepped out of the mountain and squeezed out half of his body. The lanky weirdo was trying his best to squeeze his way in. His strength was too strong, so it would not be easy for him to get in. There was a certain law to the transformation of mass and energy. For an existence like him who had already attained the Tao, it was almost purely the law of the great Tao, squeezing his way into this universe from the previous universe. The amount of mass and energy that needed to be replaced was even more terrifying. This was similar to the psionic bridge, but it was different and more complicated. The psionic bridge was the barrier that broke through the two worlds, forming a bridge of psionic bridge. When a living being passed through, their own energy would cause psionic energy to flow with each other, maintaining the balance between the two worlds. And from the past universe to the present universe, it also needed to follow the balance of mass and energy. What was even more troublesome was that the new and old universes could not open a bridge that could voluntarily transfer mass and energy like the psionic bridge. That was why they needed to set up a huge sacrificial array in the ancestral court, using it as an altar. Under the condition that the mass and energy of the universe remained the same, the people of the past would need to throw a part of the mass and energy of the current universe into the current universe to maintain the balance of the total amount. Over the years, although countless lives had been sacrificed, every cultivator of the past universe had tried to transfer to the current universe before their universe was destroyed. Resulting in such a situation, everyone wanted to squeeze in, but no one could squeeze in. It was the same for this lanky weirdo. Half of his body had already come over. At this time, he needed to sacrifice a part of the ancestral court's matter and energy into the past universe to speed up his escape from the original universe that was destroyed. The Black Mountain shook violently. The mountain rocks kept falling off and floated in the air. The mountain rocks were like a torrent that flowed behind the strange man and entered the huge eye one after another. Around Qin Mu, the ground was also breaking apart. Pieces of the ground disintegrated and floated toward the strange eye. The eye became bigger and bigger, standing behind the strange man like a fire that could destroy the world. The flames illuminated the 100,000 mountains, causing the shadows of the mountains to sway. It was like a huge furnace, but also like a huge mouth that greedily devoured everything in the ancestral court. It crushed all things in the world, melted them, and transformed them into pure energy that was sent to the destroyed universe behind it, in exchange for the life force of the strange man. Qin Mu stopped his body and raised Taiyi's walking stick to meet the strange man. The vertical eye on the strange man's forehead was filled with arrows. They had been forcefully smashed into his vertical eye by Qin Mu's strike just now. However, even when the power of the divine bow and divine arrows erupted, they weren't able to cause him to suffer heavy injuries. The freak was thin and tall, and it was unknown what kind of strange race he was. He raised his hand to grab the arrows in his vertical eye, trying to pull them out while his other hand grabbed at Qin Mu. He only had one eye in the center of his brows, and it occupied his forehead. Now that it had been hit by so many arrows, it affected his vision. He had to pull out the arrows first to deal with Qin Mu. Qin Mu waved his walking stick, and the power fluctuations were far inferior to before. That was why he had grabbed at Qin Mu. However, it was this strike that seemed to have no power that had made him suffer a huge loss. His palm was long and thin, and his fingers were many times longer than Qin Mu's body. He grabbed with one hand, and divine arts gathered in his palm. In an instant, there were extremely sharp silk threads flying everywhere in his palm, interweaving with each other. Qin Mu had just killed his way into his palm when his corporeal body was pierced through by countless silk threads. However, he raised his walking stick to meet his fingers. Kacha! One of the thin and long freak's fingers was smashed by the walking stick, and it broke back on the spot, curving into an astonishing arc. Kacha! His fingers were broken by Qin Mu, and his 5 fingers flipped backwards. Qin Mu held the walking stick upside down and used the walking stick as a sword to stab at his palm with all his might. At this moment, the tens of thousands of threads that had pierced into Qin Mu's body suddenly stretched out in all directions. With a chi sound, Qin Mu was instantly shattered into countless pieces. The shattered flesh and blood were attracted by the strange eyes behind the strange man and fell into his eyes. Suddenly, a strange divine art fluctuation came over, and it was like time was flowing backwards. Qin Mu's body quickly reassembled, and he was still holding the walking stick in his palm. Using the walking stick as a sword, he executed a world-shaking strike. Third form of tribulation sword, tribulation. The wooden staff had no edge, and it had actually pierced through the palm of the thin and long freak, stabbing into his arm along with Qin Mu's body. Tribulation sword was heaven-cleaving palace, the sword of pacifying divine treasures. It was the sword that Qin Mu had used to slash himself and also to slash others. It had been a long time since he had used his sword skills and sword path. This was because ever since he had comprehended a more profound divine art, the power of his sword skills and sword path couldn't catch up to the power of his divine art. Furthermore, the enemies he had to face were much stronger than before. Sword skill and sword path could no longer keep up with the progress of his cultivation, making it difficult for him to hurt his opponent. And now, with great change walking stick in his hand, it was actually like an invincible weapon, raising the power of this move to an unimaginable level. Astonishment appeared on the face of the thin and long freak as he asked an unknown question, as if he was talking about Qin Mu's divine art. At that moment, he had already pulled out the arrow from the vertical eye in the heart of his brows and raised his other hand. His fingers moved with extreme agility as they tapped on his other arm one after another. Under the skin of that arm, a sword light was like a surging torrent. Wherever it passed by, it would break the bones and tendons of his arm. Under his skin, tendons pierced through his skin, exposing his flesh and blood. The sight of broken bones piercing through flesh was shocking. What was even more terrifying was sword intent moving first. Before the wooden staff had even reached his upper arm, sword intent had already reached there, making his entire arm feel an incomparably sharp sword light. His arm had lost all its strength. However, his other arm's 5 fingers tapped on his arm one after another, and each strike accurately tapped on Qin Mu's body. The power of each strike was so powerful that it directly crushed Qin Mu into pieces. However, Qin Mu seemed to have an indestructible body. Every time he was killed, he would be resurrected in his arm, and he would return to his original state. The thin and long strange man said another sentence that he didn't understand. He suddenly raised his hand and chopped off his arm. Qin Mu flew out from the broken arm, and his sword light went straight for the heart of the strange man's brows. The thin and long strange man revealed a smile and repeated the sentence that he didn't understand. A ray of light shot out from the vertical eye in the heart of his brows. Boom! This strike directly shattered Qin Mu's corporeal body, primordial spirit, and even his divine treasure domain into dust. The power of this strike was extremely strange, and it directly froze all the substances that formed Qin Mu's corporeal body, primordial spirit, and divine treasure domain. It made Qin Mu's material not easy divine art completely ineffective. He clearly recognized Qin Mu's divine art. Material not easy divine art was created by heavenly venerate Ling Tian. The most powerful part of this kind of divine art was that it could trace back the flow of matter and cause the illusion of time flowing backward. However, for an existence like the thin and long freak who had already become a Tao, even though this kind of divine art was profound and unfathomable, it still had the means to break it. As long as he could immobilize all the substances that made up Qin Mu and prevent them from going back in time, he could break it. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't have such vigorous magic power, but it wasn't that difficult for him. The lanky freak looked at his broken arm and his face revealed a look of admiration. He said another sentence, which should be praising an insignificant cultivator like Qin Mu for being able to injure him to such an extent with such a low ability. He continued to execute his magic power, and the ground around the cracked black mountain recovered. The black mountain was also continuously cracking, and it whistled through the strange eyes behind him. Suddenly, a killing formation hidden underground was activated. The thin and long strange man revealed a look of surprise. The power of this killing formation was insignificant in his eyes, but the killing formation was actually hidden under his eyes. He did not notice it at all, which was very impressive. But what made him even more surprised was that there was more than one killing formation. When the first killing formation was activated, it was like a string of firecrackers had been lit, surrounding the Black Mountain. Within a radius of thousands of miles, many killing formations were activated one after another. The power of one killing formation wasn't enough to do anything to him, but when thousands of killing formations exploded at the same time, the power was actually so terrifying. Not only that, Qin Mu and Blind had joined hands to lay down countless killing formations here. Some of them were hidden in extremely tiny places, in the ground that had been shattered by the thin and long freak, in the soil, in the rocks of the Black Mountain. The soil and rocks that had been pulled into the strange eyes behind him had actually exploded in the strange eyes. Outside the 100,000 Black Mountain, Blind, Granny C, and the rest were migrating far away from the Black Mountain sacred land. At this moment, Blind turned his head and saw that in the direction of the Great Black Mountain in the dark night, boundless ominous chi was soaring into the sky. Countless killing formations were operating within the ominous chi. It was dazzling to the eyes. The great Tao of heaven and earth was drawn by those formations and transformed into a killing path calamity formation. Its power was earth-shattering. "This is my strongest ability," Blind said in a low voice. "The Tao of formations, heaven sends out killing intent, earth sends out killing intent, man sends out killing intent, heaven, earth and man, three ultimate calamity formation. My entire life's cultivation, and in addition to Moore's magic power, all I can do is stop here." His eyes were incomparably bright and filled with hope. He muttered, "Moore, with your magic power, can you mobilize the great Tao of heaven and earth to kill that prehistoric existence?" Just as he said this, the killing formation suddenly collapsed and disintegrated. The heaven, earth and man, three ultimate tribulations formation collapsed and was swept away by a great force. Blind's eyes dimmed and Granny C's voice sounded, "Blind, stop looking, let's go." Blind turned around and followed her silently. Granny C didn't say a word. Blind was silent for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible to win this battle. Moore and I have laid another trump card, which is an altar." Granny Si suddenly asked, "Where's Cripple? Where did the dead cripple go?" She looked around and saw many figures in the darkness. There was no trace of Cripple. Just as she was about to search for him, Blind suddenly grabbed her arm. She shook her head and said, "There's no need to look for him. You know that the person Cripple loves the most is Moore. Even though he was sent away by Moore, he had already sneaked back. He wouldn't watch Moore send himself to his death." Granny Si flew into a rage and said sternly, "Then watch him send himself to his death? Why didn't you stop him?" Blind said indifferently, "If I can save Moore, I'm also willing to die." Granny Si's chest heaved up and down violently and she didn't say another word. In the middle of the split Black Mountain, in the Great Black Mountain, the strange eye was in tatters. It had been heavily injured by the heaven, earth and man killing formation. In the strange eye, the thin and long strange man couldn't contain his anger. His hair fluttered in the wind and his body was covered in wounds. At the instant he was trapped by the killing formation, Qin Mu, who had shattered into countless particles, finally broke free from his imprisonment. The divine art of material difficulty burst forth, allowing him to return to his original state. He continued to hold onto the wooden staff tightly. At that moment, a huge sacrificial altar appeared under Qin Mu's feet. The lanky weirdo looked at the huge sacrificial altar with a cold gaze. The sacrificial altar had already been activated, opening up another space. The sky shattered, and an incomparably powerful aura came from it. Huge heads poked out from the eastern mouth of the sky. An incomparably loud voice sounded out. "What lowly existence is summoning the strongest and most solemn ruler of the beast world?" A huge dragon head snaked down from the sky and came to the sky above the sacrificial altar. Its eyes were like the sun. "Celestial Emperor Mu," it said leisurely. "The most ancient celestial emperor Long Shao has descended. Tiny life, offer up your sacrifice." Celestial Emperor Mu. Long Zhao's huge body was still in the beast world, and his heads came to the sky above the sacrificial altar. One head looked at Qin Mu in astonishment, while the other heads looked at the strange eyes and the strange man with the long and thin eyes. "Your grandpa's Celestial Emperor Mu." Long Zhao's 9 heads shrunk back with all their might, and they went back to the beast world. They roared furiously. "Every time you look for me, there's no good thing." Qin Mu said coldly, "Long Shao, you promised me 3 things and this is the first. Do you want to go back on your words, ruler of the beast world? Long Xiao hesitated for a moment and forcefully resisted the urge to escape. He descended from the sky once more, and his voice was like thunder rolling in the sky. Let me be frank. If I sense that I'm no match for you, I'll leave immediately. I definitely won't risk my life. Heavenly Venerate Mu, do you understand? Qin Mu didn't look at him. His gaze was still locked onto the lanky weirdo, and he said casually, "Up to you." Long Zhao's huge body completely broke away from the beast realm and pounced on the lanky weirdo. He stirred up rolling wind and thunder, and 9 heads covered the sky of the ancestral court. 8 of them visualized spells, and divine consciousness burst forth toward the lanky weirdo. The 9th head said loudly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you have to remember that my son Long Pai has a very good relationship with you. If I die, he won't be able to inherit my position with his current cultivation and strength. He will definitely be torn to shreds by the other huge beasts of the beast world." He stretched out his sharp claws, and at the same time his divine sense divine ability blasted toward the thin and long freak. The powerful corporeal body that had experienced countless creator priests burst forth with incomparable power. His sharp claws were like the sharpest knives as they tore toward the thin and long freak. The current situation was different from the past. Long Xiao had been stuck in a self-sealing position in the back of the ancestral court, ruling over the ancient behemoths and doing whatever he wanted. However, the current him had clearly learned a lot of eternal peace knowledge from the dragon Qilin. Be it the power of his divine abilities or his corporeal body, they were much stronger than before. It was too difficult to improve when cultivating to his level, but Long Xiao was different from the others. The knowledge he possessed was only the knowledge from the era of the Creator. When he learned the results of Eternal Peace's reform, his foundation would explode, his cultivation and strength would improve by leaps and bounds. He was also in existence at Heavenly Venerate level. Back then he was in existence used by the creators to intimidate the ancient gods. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Duke or Earth Count, they had to give him a third. At this moment he was like a tiger with wings. When he flew down, his corporeal body was also shrinking rapidly. Shrinking the corporeal body could allow one's strength to be highly condensed, making the offensive power of the corporeal body stronger. He could also tell that the strange eyes and the strange man in the ancestral court's Black Mountain were not to be trifled with, so he unleashed his full strength right away. The lanky man looked miserable. He had lost an arm, and his forehead was stained with blood. There were wounds all over his body, but he showed disdain towards Long Zhao's ferocious attack. Boom! Long Zhao's divine sense was highly condensed. It rushed into his body, attempting to visualize in his body and burst his body. However, the divine sense unleashed by Long Zhao's 8 heads entered the lanky man's body. 8 muffled bangs were heard. Before he could visualize, his divine sense was crushed by the lanky weirdo's powerful body. Chi! Long Zhao's sharp claw fell. The lanky weirdo raised his hand to meet the claw. He clenched his 5 fingers and grabbed Long Zhao's large claw. Long Xiao roared and exerted his strength. The lanky weirdo exerted his strength at the same time. Cracking sounds could be heard. Long Xiao was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. His 9 heads danced in the air as he opened his mouth wide to bite the lanky weirdo. Half of the lanky man's body was in the past universe, and the other half was outside the cracked Black Mountain. It was difficult for him to dodge, so when he bit the lanky man's body, his sharp teeth immediately pierced into his body. Suddenly, the power of the vertical eye between the lanky man's brows erupted. He turned his head around and a beam of light shot out. Blood gushed into the sky as one of Long Zhao's heads was chopped off, followed by a second head and a third head. Long Xiao screamed in pain. His other dragon claw dug into the strange man's heart and stabbed into his chest. However, his dragon claw felt a surge of power burst out from the heart that was held by his dragon claw, causing his dragon claw to begin to melt. Long Xiao was extremely terrified. What kind of existence was this? Only half of his body was stuck in the strange eye and could not move. However, he was able to severely injure an existence like him with just one hand. Was there such a powerful person in the world? He quickly let go, struggled, and leaped into the air, abandoning his 3 severed heads in an attempt to escape back to the beast world. However, The thin and lanky monster still held onto his dragon claws and did not let go. Instead, it exerted its strength and pulled him back from the sky. Long Zhao's heart was filled with fear and unease. He desperately attacked the monster. With a shake of his body, countless dragon scales flew out from his body. The dragon scales were as bright as mirrors, yet incomparably sharp as they slashed towards the monster. The strange eye behind the strange man trembled, and countless dragon scales suddenly lost control and flew towards the strange eye. Even Long Zhao's severed head flew towards the strange eye. Am I the sacrificial offering? Long Zhao's hair stood on end. The vertical eye between the thin and long strange man's brows was once again glowing. This strike would probably cut off all of his heads. He was terrified. Even the most powerful celestial venerables in the world could not suppress him with one hand, let alone defeat him with one strike. And now this strange man could kill him with one strike. He could use him as a sacrifice and nourishment. At this moment he suddenly saw a tiny figure flying close to the dragon scales. It was swimming under the dragon scales at an extremely fast speed, approaching the lanky man at high speed. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Long Zhao didn't have time to think about it. His 6 heads flew up and down as he tried his best to avoid the rays of light that shot out from the freak's eyes. However, he still couldn't dodge in time and was struck by a ray of light. Another head fell off. He was like a multi-headed python that had its head chopped off and let out a world-shaking scream. However, it was difficult for him to escape the fate of death. Suddenly, Qin Mu had already flown in front of the freak. He spread his 5 fingers and imprinted a mark on the freak's chest. Wang! Dazzling light burst forth and was incomparably bright. It was a Tai Chi picture that had been spread out and imprinted into the strange man's body. Tai Chi evolved into yin and yang. Qin Mu turned his hands around and his arms were like rain as he imprinted a mark on the strange man's chest. Wherever his palms touched, the strange man's body was rapidly petrified. The area of petrification became larger and larger, and the petrification trend became faster and faster. The strange man let out an earth-shattering roar and let go of Long Zhao. He stretched out his hand to grab Qin Mu. Qin Mu moved around his body, and every strike was his 23rd heaven-entering Dao divine art. His Taiji evolved into yin-yang travel, striking the strange man's abdomen all the way to his Adam's apple and Adam's apple to his single arm. The strange man's palm that was grabbing Qin Mu gradually stopped. His shoulder had already petrified, and his palm couldn't grab Qin Mu. However, a ray of light slashed toward Qin Mu from the vertical eye in the center of his brows. Long Zhao knew that this was the most critical moment and forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. He raised his sharp claws to block the sky above Qin Mu. The ray of light in his eyes was incomparably sharp and chopped off his claws with a chi sound. Long Zhao raised his 5 heads in pain and let out a long cry. However, his tail swept over and continued to block the strike. His tail was broken. At the same time, the entire arm of the strange man was petrified, but the petrification was still spreading upwards along his neck. Qin Mu had already returned from his arm and killed his face. Strike after strike accurately landed on his face-bearing paste, Earth Warehouse, Dui Duan De Ing, Buckle Chariot, Renzhong, Ing Xiang and other acupoints. Qin Mu's footsteps didn't stop as he killed his way upwards. He sprinted and circled around his head until he reached the 100 convergence above his head. When the final seal landed, the upper body of the strange man was completely petrified. Whoosh! Qin Mu sprinted down along his body again. Divine arts imprints after divine arts imprinted on his legs, front and back, transforming Taiji into yin and yang. Finally, his final imprint landed on the toes of the strange man and petrified his toes as well. Qin Mu landed on the ground and staggered. His body swayed and he almost lost his balance. Such an existence can't be sealed with the yin and yang transformation of Taiji alone. He took a deep breath and executed the domain of his divine treasure. The remaining vital qi circulated in the world tree, and he executed his technique crazily. He rose into the sky and once again imprinted himself on the strange man. Tai Su suddenly opened the chaotic pod. Tai Shi questioned Qing Ming. The 2 divine arts alternated, and the petrified body of the thin and long strange man became more and more illusory. It transformed into an energy body, and was about to turn him into a corporeal existence. Suddenly, Qin Mu's magic power was exhausted and he fell from the sky. Long Xiao rushed down from the sky and used himself as a meat cushion to borrow his strength. The man and the dragon crashed onto the ground and slid for dozens of miles before finally coming to a stop. Qin Mu struggled to get up, but he fell down shakily. He rolled down from Long Xiao's body and fell into the dust. Long Xiao's corporeal body crackled and his body kept shrinking. He became a strange man without 5 heads and a broken tail behind his butt. He quickly visualized his arms, then another tail. However, the dragon scales on his body were almost completely devoured by the strange eyes behind the strange man, leaving bloody holes all over his body. Long Xiao was furious. He grabbed Qin Mu by his collar and lifted him up. He smiled furiously and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, I did promise to do 3 things for you, but the first one almost took my life. I won't do the other 2 things. If you have the ability, let your brother eat me." Qin Mu raised his head with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, "Beat. Hurry up, break him." Long Xiao sneered. "I can break him for you, but this is the second thing. The third thing is to cancel our pact with Little Earth Count. What do you think? Break him quickly." Qin Mu used all his strength to roar. His eyes are Dao fruits, the only place that cannot be petrified. The Dao fruit condensed from the great Dao. The other half of his body is in the past universe and has not been petrified. He is stimulating the other half of his body, so my divine arts cannot trap him for long. Long Xiao put him down and was about to rush forward to smash the body of the strange man when the body of the thin and long strange man suddenly moved. Rays of light flowed down from the strange eyes in the heart of his brows like flowing water. The body of the thin and long figure that had been petrified trembled, and the stone body swayed. Long Xiao was astonished and stopped in his tracks. Qin Mu hissed, "Attack his eyes. That's his only weakness. Smash his eyes and he'll die. Even though he has the Dao fruit, it hasn't fused into the ultimate void. Now is the time when he's at his weakest." Long Xiao hesitated and turned his head back. "You can say whatever you want. If you have the ability, go ahead." He paused and mustered up his courage to fly forward. Suddenly, the vertical eye on the forehead of the strange man shone brightly. Long Xiao was startled and hurriedly rose into the sky. With a flash of light in the sky, Long Xiao had already returned to the beast world. He had already lost his courage and didn't dare to fight anymore. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and his teeth were almost crushed. He raised his hand to grab Tai Yi's walking stick and walked towards the thin and long strange man while leaning on the walking stick. He muttered, "I'm the wind of freedom." He panted heavily and tried his best to speed up his footsteps. The words that came out of his mouth were the words that the cripple of the disabled elderly village had taught him when he was young. "When my speed is fast enough, when my heart is calm enough, when I feel my body is light enough, I can feel the power of the wind." His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, the ground under his feet started to generate wind. "At that time I can catch up to the wind, step on the tip of the wind, and fly freely in the sky." He walked in the air, and his speed became faster and faster. "I am the wind that is free and unrestrained. No one can catch up to me." Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the skin on his body exploded. He ran all the way, increasing his speed faster and faster. He used the Tai Yi crutch to point at the center of the thin and long freak's brows and the vertical eye. His eyes were filled with confusion, and his vision became more and more blurry. "I'm the wind, a youth running after the wind." He staggered in the air but tried his best to increase his speed. Suddenly, a thin figure came to his side and an old yet gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Mu'er, give me the walking stick." A strong palm took the walking stick from his hand and Qin Mu's pupils gradually shrunk. He focused his gaze and saw Cripple's face. "Don't go." He stretched out his hand and grabbed Cripple's sleeve. "Don't go, you'll die." Cripple pushed his hand away, and his footsteps became light as he transformed into a stream of light and left into the distance. He raised the tip of the walking stick and rushed towards the center of the thin and long freak's brows. Qin Mu's mind was in chaos, and he could no longer step on the tip of the wind. His body fell helplessly from the sky. "Don't go," he shouted with all his strength. Cripple's green robe fluttered, leaving a green light in the sky. At that moment his figure broke through space and broke through his limits. I'm the wind that is unrestrained. His voice exploded in the sky. The wind that no one can catch. Chi. Taiyi's wooden staff and Cripple's figure stabbed into the vertical eye in the middle of the thin and long freak's brows. After a short period of silence, incomparably terrifying ripples suddenly erupted. The thin and long freak's head exploded and his body continued to break apart. Pieces of broken rocks fell from the sky and a dazzling light assaulted Qinmu, sending him flying with the surging waves of air. He crashed fiercely onto the ground and rolled around. After a long time he finally stopped. Qinmu struggled to get up, but he couldn't. A walking stick whirled around and suddenly stabbed into the ground in front of him. Qinmu raised his head and saw red blood flowing down from the walking stick. He raised his hand and held the walking stick tightly in his arms. Tears flowed down from his eyes along with the blood on the walking stick. He held the walking stick and lay there like a child, not moving for a long time. That old man couldn't snatch the sugar gourd from him anymore and couldn't steal him back. At night, the dew was heavy and cold. When the sun rose, the cold air on Qinmu's body slowly dispersed. He leaned on his walking stick and stood up shakily. The blood on the wooden stick was the blood of a god, and it was still very bright and fresh. He looked forward and saw a mess. The battle last night had caused a lot of damage here. The black mountain that had split open had already been blown to smithereens by the Dao fruit of the thin and long freak and was nowhere to be found. The flaming weirdo eye that was sandwiched between the split black mountain had also disappeared. The ground around it had sunk deep into the ground. The lanky weirdo had sacrificed it to the past universe and turned it into pure energy. The lanky weirdo's petrified corpse was scattered all over the place. The energy of the past universe and the present universe was still balanced, even though a portion of the ancestral quartz material had been sacrificed. But the lanky weirdo's corpse still replenished this portion of energy. The surrounding black mountains seemed to have been nourished by the lanky weirdo's energy. The mountains were lush and lush, with many plants that were unique to the ancestral court growing on them. On the leaves of the trees and tender grass hung dewdrops condensed from spiritual energy. The lanky weirdo still had half of his body in the past universe, but his Dao fruit had already been destroyed. With his Dao fruit destroyed and only half of his body left, he would soon be obliterated in the calamity of the destruction of the universe. He would be completely annihilated and cease to exist. A hoarse voice broke the silence of the early morning. Qinmu leaned on his walking stick, and his voice was low as he tried to call Cripple's soul black sand. However, no soul black sand responded to him. Qinmu cast his spell very slowly, and his voice was very long. He was like an injured old wolf calling his family in a rough and hoarse voice in the wilderness. From the beginning to the end, not a single soul black sand was drawn over by him. The explosion of the Dao fruit was too intense. Under that kind of situation, it was impossible for there to be any soul black sand. The Dao fruit was condensed from the great Dao and represented the supreme Dao of those who had achieved Dao. Cripple had stabbed the cane of supreme ease into the Dao fruit of the thin and long freak, causing the Dao fruit to explode. In that kind of intense explosion, the soul would be completely annihilated. Qinmu held onto the cane with one hand and grabbed forward with the other, but he didn't catch anything. He took a deep breath. Could Cripple have passed through the Dao fruit at the last moment with his incomparably astonishing speed and entered the strange eyes behind the freak? Could he have entered the universe in the past through that strange eye? A hint of hope appeared in Qinmu's eyes again. He leaned on the cane and staggered forward, trying to search for clues in the wasteland. The hope in his eyes gradually dissipated, and his gaze became empty. Even if Cripple had gone to the universe in the past, he wouldn't have survived the great calamity of destruction. He would still have been completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. He sat down and fell into a daze. After a long while, his lips moved and he said with a sobbing tone, "You are the #1 divine thief in the world. Even incense-wearing Hall can't stop you." He fell silent again. After a long while, he took out a jade bottle and carefully put away the god's blood on the wooden staff. However, there were still some brown bloodstains on the wooden staff. The voices of people could be heard. They were the people who had left last night and came back to check on the battle last night. Qinmu hid his sorrow in the bottom of his heart, and executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to make his complexion look better. Only then did he stand up. He quietly wiped away the tears on his face so that no one could see that he had cried. He then patted his face. This made his muscles that were stiff from crying relax. The people who came were the ones who cared about him the most. Granny Si, Mute, Blind and the rest walked over quickly and only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Qin Mu standing there safe and sound from afar. Moor, where's Cripple? Granny Si walked over quickly and first checked the injuries on Qin Mu's body before she heaved a sigh of relief and looked around. Where did that damned Cripple go? Blind said he saw him sneaking back last night and said he was going to save you. Where's Cripple? Damn Cripple, stop hiding and come out quickly. She looked around but couldn't find any traces of her old friend, so she called out a few more times. Blind opened his divine eyes and looked around to stop Granny C. He shook his head and said, Granny, there's no need to call out anymore. Cripple isn't here. Moor, old Cripple didn't appear last night. Qin Mu composed himself and a smile appeared on his face. He said softly, Grandpa Cripple appeared last night. He helped me kill the person who had attained Tao in the past universe. Mute tightened his grip on the chest and was slightly uneasy. Blind's expression changed as he looked at the cane in Qin Mu's hand. Qin Mu quietly moved his palm to cover the bloodstains on the cane. Granny Si forced a smile and said, This coward has always been as timid as a mouse. When did he become so brave? Where did he go? The smile on Qin Mu's face didn't decrease. He went to the universe in the past. He told me that he had already stolen everything in our universe, and there was no place for him to execute his martial arts. He wanted to go to the past universe to steal the sacred treasures there. Granny Si also had a smile on her face. This damned Cripple, every day he doesn't get what he wants from others is a day of unhappiness, she said with a smile. He has indeed stolen all over the world. Even the harem of the Heavenly Emperor has been stolen by him. He even stole the eggshell of the Heavenly Emperor. The last time he even bragged that there was no place in the world that was worth him taking action. Qin Mu nodded. It's like this. Grandpa Cripple's ambition is to keep stealing and challenging things that are getting more and more difficult. The smile on Granny C's face gradually became thicker. It was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. He's such a person. Back then when his abilities were still very low, he went to steal Emperor Yanfeng's national treasury, and was even chopped off by Jiang Baigui. Even then Jiang Baigui didn't stop him. Yes. Granny Si continued to smile. When we lived in seclusion in disabled elderly village, he still liked to steal. I find you annoying. When I sent you out, every time he would steal you back and send you to my room, while he would hide in a dark corner and happily watch me lose my temper at you. Yes, he's such a person. Granny Si heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, He must have felt that we had no fun here, so he went to the past universe and brought disaster to those who achieved Tao there. The dead Cripple is so bad. Those who achieved Tao in the past universe are in great trouble this time. She smiled very happily and clapped her hands. The Tao practitioners in the past universe brought us so much suffering. It's time for them to suffer. They deserve it. Blind, Mute, don't you think so? She turned her head to look at Blind and Mute. Blind and Mute didn't say a word and nodded silently. Granny Si said angrily again. It's this guy who left without saying goodbye that makes me a little angry. This guy is always like this. He sneaks around and leaves without saying a word. He never leaves any messages, and then he suddenly appears and gives me a fright. When he gets tired of playing in the past universe and runs back to scare me, I will definitely press him down on the ground and give him a good beating. She pretended to be serious and said to Blind and Mute, None of you are allowed to stop me. As she said that, she laughed out loud again. When I beat him up, none of you stopped me. All right, everyone disperse. Since the crisis has been resolved, there will be more things for us to do. I went to look for Dutian Devil King. That fellow ran fast last night and hid far away. I have to look for him and ask him to relocate the people of Eternal Peace back. Cripple that fellow. She shook her head and turned around to leave, clearly very dissatisfied with Cripple. Granny Si left quickly, her footsteps getting faster and faster. When she was far away from Qin Mu and the rest, her footsteps gradually slowed down. She hid in a corner of the mountain and sat down. Suddenly her tears fell like rain. She cried for a long time before she roused her spirit and went to look for Dutian Devil King. She knew that Qin Mu didn't want her to be sad, so he made up a lie about Cripple going to the past universe. However, she also didn't want Qin Mu to know that she was sad, so she followed Qin Mu's lie and lied to him. Lying to Blind and Mute was also lying to herself. However, only in a place where there was no one else would she dare to look straight at her lies and make herself cry. However, she was a person who knew what was important and what was urgent. She had always been the backbone of disabled elderly village, so she had to maintain the image of a backbone. She couldn't be sad in front of the people of disabled elderly village. The people of disabled elderly village looked like they were all gods with peerless talent. They were all proud and had their own strengths, but in reality, they were all pitiful people with their Tao hearts riddled with scars. Village chief was the same, so was Blind and Mute. They were once a group of losers who hugged each other to keep each other warm. They were weaker than the others and valued friendship more. If they collapsed in front of them, they would collapse even faster and completely. Beside Qin Mu, Blind and Mute didn't know what to say at this moment. They patted Qin Mu's shoulder and left with the broken azure sky pillar. The azure sky pillar is damaged, let's go and repair it, they said. The two old men brought the azure sky pillar to the world tree and inserted this treasure into the ground. They opened up the 28 heavens and toiled without saying a word to repair the damaged treasures. From the degree of damage of these treasures, one could see the bitter and sinister battle last night. It was hard to imagine that Qin Mu could actually withstand such a powerful attack. The two old men refined treasures and repaired the formation map. When they were tired, Mute suggested, "Rest for a while." Blind stopped and the two of them sat on the ground under the tree. Mute took out his pipe and filled it with cigarettes before lighting it up. He placed the water pipe by his mouth and thought for a moment before stopping again. He then placed the pipe on the empty seat beside him. Seeing this, Blind didn't say anything. When the water pipe burned up on its own, Mute said in a low voice, "He's done smoking." Blind nodded his head silently. A few days later, the people who had moved out of the 100,000 Black Mountain rushed back one after another, and the Black Mountain gradually became lively again. Su Shanghua took over Qin Mu's Dao Du and repaired the Black Mountain as usual. He was the steadiest person in the Great Black Mountain, and no matter what happened in the outside world, he still had the heart and spirit to complete his own matters. Lan Yuqian continued to comprehend the path under the tree, and told the things he had comprehended to everyone in the Black Mountain. After Su Shanghua finished his own matters, he would also come over to comprehend and listen to his lectures. Qin Mu would occasionally come over to listen to their lectures, but he was always a little absent-minded. When Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun saw the situation, they frowned but didn't ask. Even though time didn't exist, what could heal the pain was often time that didn't exist. Yener Southern Emperor and Ming Emperor didn't return. They each went to busy themselves with their own matters. On this day, Zhang Yunjian rushed over and said to everyone, "The Imperial Preceptor went to the Black Mountain's outer mineral vein." Everyone was shocked and stood up. Everyone rushed to the mineral veins on the periphery of Black Mountain, only to see that the sky was getting darker. There were thousands of mineral veins on the periphery of Black Mountain, and each mineral vein represented the divine weapon of a strong practitioner from the past universe. At the same time, it also meant that a strong practitioner from the past universe was waiting to descend. The Great Black Wood was vast and boundless, and thousands of mineral veins extended in all directions, surrounding the periphery of the 100,000 mountains. The scene was extremely spectacular and inconceivable. The divine Bao Qin Mu had obtained came from one of the mineral veins. Not only was there a divine Bao in that mineral vein, but the great Tao brand of the divine Bao was also emitted from it. It combined with the roots of the Great Black Wood to form thousands of unique treasures. The power of these unique treasures was also extremely powerful. Once they were born, they possessed astonishing power that was even better than ordinary heavenly god weapons. If they were refined, they could be forged into first-class divine weapons. When Eternal Peace people migrated here to mine the mineral veins, they would be mining the treasures in these mineral veins. However, every mineral vein had the divine weapons of the past universe masters. The power of these divine weapons was extremely strong, even stronger than the power of heavenly venerate treasures. What was even more terrifying was that these divine weapons were often held in the hands of their masters. The bodies of those experts who tried to transmigrate over were fused with the roots of the great blackwood and buried deep underground. They were waiting for an opportunity that would allow them to transmigrate over completely. Although these experts who were waiting to descend were not as powerful as the lanky weirdo, they were not inferior to the experts of the 10th Heavenly Venerate. They might even be stronger. The thin and long freak was like Tai who had attained Tao, and the strong practitioners in the mine probably lacked the opportunity to attain Tao. Mining the Great Black Mountains mine was Qin Mu's idea. Back then, after he had dug out the God Bao, he had attracted the invasion of the owner of the God Bao. At that time, he had gathered the strength of everyone in the Great Black Mountain before sealing it and turning it into a stone statue. After that, after discussing with Tai, Qin Mu decided to refine a divine weapon specifically to cut off the hands of these smugglers and snatch their treasures. However, all sorts of things came one after another, making him unable to refine a divine weapon. Qin Mu then ordered the people of Eternal Peace to continue to mine the mineral veins on the periphery. However, this time they would only mine the subsidiary treasures and not the divine weapons of the past universe strong practitioners. Over the years, the miners of Eternal Peace had mined many mineral veins, but when they reached the core, they stopped their work and turned to mine other mineral veins. The divine weapons accumulated by Great Black Mountain were also sent to Eternal Peace to strengthen its strength. And now, Qin Mu had gone to those mineral veins alone. It was definitely not as simple as mining the mineral veins. The sun set, and a strange phenomenon appeared outside the ancestral court. At that moment, everyone had yet to rush to the periphery of Great Black Mountain. Suddenly, a violent power burst forth from one of the mineral veins, and divine light shot into the sky. There was a huge god and devil standing in the divine light. They stood in the heavenly palaces and pressed down on the mining area. The earth trembled, and a series of violent ripples spread out. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Wei Suifeng and Prince Yuming, the two great experts, immediately took the lead and rushed over. The two of them were existences at the Emperor Throne Realm. When they rushed over, they saw the entire mine explode, revealing a bottomless abyss. Divine light surged from within, sealing off the bottom. Wei Suifeng and Prince Yuming's heart skipped a beat. They immediately urged the heavenly palace and carefully descended. From the deepest part of the mine came the unique aura of the great Tao of prehistoric experts. That great Tao did not belong to the current universe. It was ancient and strange. Clearly, there had been a battle here before. The two of them had to be careful in order to prevent any prehistoric monsters from escaping and getting hurt. They passed through the aftermath of the dense divine arts, and the divine light scurried around them, making them faintly feel the stinging pain of their skin and primordial spirit. Clearly, the prehistoric existence that was trapped in the tree roots had used the opportunity Qin Mu had taken to destroy the tree roots to escape from the roots, and had even fought a fierce battle with Qin Mu. Second junior brother is becoming more and more unstable. Wei Suifeng frowned. Below them, divine light surged up, making it impossible for the two of them to see too far. However, as they went deeper, they could vaguely see that in the deepest part of the mining area, in front of an enormous mountain-like root, stood a hunchbacked, multi-headed and multi-armed fiend god. That fiend god emitted a monstrous divine might, and the divine might and divine light formed a strange ribbon behind him. Wei Suifeng and Prince Yuming actually saw a hazy floating divine city within the ribbon. Jade Capital City. The two of them were startled and looked at each other. Wei Suifeng said in a low voice, "It's the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. This expert from the past universe cultivated the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. It's not our heavenly palace's cultivation system, but the Jade Capital's cultivation system." Crown Prince Yuming had also heard Wei Suifeng and Xu Jun mention the Jade Capital's traps over the past few days. There was only deep fear in his heart as he lamented that the master of the Miluo Palace had vast divine powers and a long-term plan. However, now they actually saw that the experts of the past universe were actually cultivating the Jade Capital's cultivation system. This made the two of them somewhat puzzled. Looks like this ancestral court's Jade Capital City isn't as simple as the Jade Capital's traps. I'm afraid that the master of the Miluo Palace has a deeper motive. Prince Yuming pondered and said, "Otherwise, the existence of the past universe wouldn't be able to cultivate the Jade Capital's cultivation system." However, what was the intention of the Miluo Palace master? It was not something that they could guess. The two of them carefully arrived at the valley of the mining area and activated their respective divine abilities to protect their bodies. That was the underground space created by the explosion of their divine abilities. Even the roots of the great blackwood were riddled with wounds. It could be seen just how shocking the battle here was. However, what surprised them was that the hunchbacked godfiend remained standing there without moving at all. He was in a pouncing posture. At this moment, the two of them noticed that a huge hole had been opened in the chest of the demon, who was as powerful as a celestial venerable, and a huge palm-cupping mark had appeared on the thick tree root behind him. The two of them came to the front of the majestic demon. Prince Yuming made a gesture of cupping his hands and pushed forward. He said thoughtfully, "It's the divine ability of Celestial Master Mu. I think it's called the Hunyuanichi Dao traveling together. It's the 26th heaven of his divine ability to step into the Dao." Wei Suifeng came to the back of the hunchbacked god and checked the marks left on the roots of the tree. He saw strands of chaotic qi floating down from the wounds on the roots. He said, "It's this divine ability. However, the power is a little too powerful. It's many times more powerful than I expected." They flew up one after another and checked the body of the hunchbacked god. They saw that his primordial spirit had turned into the state of Tai Su, which was neither physical nor tangible. He was trapped in his body and his body was petrified. What was even stranger was that his primordial qi had already turned chaotic. The two exchanged a glance. Prince Yuming jumped into the tree root that the hunchbacked godfiend had walked out from. The tree root had a large hole that was just enough to accommodate his body. Although he was not hunchbacked, he was carrying a black turtle shell on his back. Wei Suifeng went forward and made a bow-like gesture. He shot a few arrows at the hunchbacked godfiend. Prince Yuming immediately jumped out from the tree root. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Suifeng drew a circle with his hands and drew a taiji diagram. He imprinted it on his chest. He then used another strike to open the chaos pod and attack his primordial spirit. Next, he used another strike to question Qing Ming, turning his bloodline into chaos. Wei Suifeng cupped his hands and pushed forward again, and Crown Prince Yoming's body trembled and froze on the spot. Of course, Wei Suifeng didn't know Qin Mu's divine arts and only learned the appearance of Qin Mu's divine arts. Crown Prince Yuming also cooperated with him, and the two of them practiced for a while to deduce the steps of Qin Mu's move. The two of them were people who were obsessed with divine arts. When they saw the traces of the battlefield, they naturally couldn't help deducing. It should be like this, kill him. Crown Prince Yuming regained his mobility and flew up to the back of the hunchbacked god and devil. He stood in front of his jade capital city and looked at the scene in the city. He saw thousands of palaces and tens of thousands of palaces. They were majestic and endless, and there was also a great river of chaos. This divine ability system was breathtaking. It's a pity. This existence's cultivation system is extremely strange. He should be an incredible existence. He was killed by Celestial Master Mu in 3 moves just like that. Prince Yuming shook his head and said, "At least talk to him and ask him what his jade capital cultivation system is. Then kill him." Wei Suifeng said, "Junior brother has taken the upper hand. The abilities of this person were definitely not inferior to that of 10 celestial venerables, or even stronger. It's a pity that he was trapped in the past universe and wanted to use the world tree to get rid of his bad luck. However, the world tree was cut down too easily, causing him to be trapped in the tree and unable to escape. He was unable to completely get rid of the destruction of the past universe. When he first came here, he was in a weak state, which was why he was killed by junior brother in 3 moves. Even so, he still admired Qin Mu greatly. However, the strong practitioner of the past universe, even if 10 heavenly venerates were ambushed by Qin Mu 3 times in a row, they would probably be heavily injured. This was the power of divine arts stepping into the path. Especially when Qin Mu had planted the world tree in his divine treasures and unified his techniques and divine arts. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. If he was even a little careless, even a heavenly venerate would be at a huge disadvantage when facing Qin Mu. At that moment, another violent fluctuation came from the mine. The two of them were startled and hurriedly rose up to rush to another mine. Granny C, Lan Yutian, and the rest had just arrived, and when they saw the situation they immediately followed them. When everyone came to the mine they saw a mess. There were terrifying divine arch shockwaves everywhere. Everyone joined hands to enter the depths of the mine, and here, they saw the corpse of another universe expert from before. This strong practitioner was even more miserable than the hunchbacked god and devil. He had been dismembered into 8 pieces by a strange divine weapon, and his primordial spirit had turned into a pure energy state. This energy state was in the state of primordial beginning, but it was extremely unstable. This person must have forcefully executed his magic power when he was attacked by Qin Mu, causing his primordial spirit to instantly explode, turning the place into such a mess. Junior brother used the divine weapon of the hunchback god and devil to kill him, but the fatal strike was still in the form of primordial chaos to interrogate Qing Ming. Wei Suifeng was astonished. The power of Qin Mu's strike was much stronger than the one that had killed the hunchback god and devil. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from afar. Everyone hurriedly rose from the mine and rushed there. When they arrived, Qin Mu had already left, leaving behind a huge underground space of the mine and a headless corpse with a broken arm. The head of the existence from the past universe had been transformed into chaotic qi, and a deep pushing hand imprint appeared on the root of the tree behind him. A huge taiji diagram appeared under his feet. He's not far away. Everyone heard the violent tremors and hurried over again. However, they still found nothing and only found the corpse of the prehistoric strong practitioners. If this goes on, even if they are made of iron, they will be exhausted to the point of turning into mud. What's more, there will always be a time for people to fail. If they fail, they will be condemned to eternal damnation. Everyone felt slightly uneasy. They rushed through mining areas one after another, but they were still one step too late for Qin Mu. He was one step ahead of them, sweeping through the mining areas and forcefully pulling out the strong practitioners from the roots of the past universe. They were beaten to death. The sky gradually turned white. They had been exhausted from running all night, and when the sun finally rose, they saw Qin Mu. He was sitting in front of the cliff on the top of a black mountain. There were all kinds of precious treasures of prehistoric existences piled up under the cliff, and their lights shot up into the sky, competing with the morning sun. Qin Mu sat there and seemed to be a little tired, but his expression was very calm. He didn't lose his composure under the fury that they had guessed. On the contrary, he seemed to be extremely reserved. His gaze was deep, and even though his voice carried fatigue, it was very deep. He said to everyone who had rushed over, "Thank you for your worries. I plan to take some materials to refine divine weapons. Now, it should be enough to refine my divine sword." It was the middle of the moon, calling the monthly ticket for God Mu's memory. Everyone looked at the huge divine weapons and was extremely shocked. These divine weapons were treasures that the powerhouses of the past universe had spent their entire lives to refine. The materials used were the best materials that they had found in their entire lives. Each of these treasures was not inferior to the divine bow. There were even a few that were more powerful than the divine bow. The strong practitioners of the past universe hoped that they could rely on these treasures to avoid the great calamity of destruction. In the future, they would remain high and mighty in the universe, becoming the ruler. Even the current heavenly court couldn't take out many materials to refine treasures. After all, the heavenly court had only just descended on the ancestral court, and the divine mines in the ancestral court had only just begun to be mined. The strong practitioners of the past universe had basically plundered their universe to refine such astonishing treasures. But now these weapons had been plundered by Qin Mu just like that, ready to refine his divine sword. Just what kind of divine sword needed so many treasures? Some of the treasures still had traces of blood on them, and some even had severed arms. Qin Mu had probably chopped off their arms and didn't take them off. Wei Suifeng and the rest felt at ease. They had always been worried that Qin Mu would lose his rationality, but now it seemed that not only had he not lost his rationality, he was actually so calm that it made people feel fear and terror. Of course, rationality wasn't a bad thing, but being too rational wasn't a good thing. If he was too rational, he would lose a lot of the fun in life and give up on many of his pursuits. For example, God King Lang Bao had given up on her emotions because she was too rational. All of her actions were based on the interests of her race. She had no love, no kinship, only the love of her race. The current Qinmu had such signs. Yu, when I checked Junior Brother's battle traces with Crown Prince Yuming, I discovered that his rationality and calmness had reached a terrifying level. This situation isn't good, Wei Suifeng whispered to Granny Si. He is abandoning his emotions. If this continues, he will become another god King Lang here. Granny Si nodded her head slowly and said, Don't worry, Moore won't become like that. His personality has always been very cheerful. Wei Suifeng said softly, It's hard to say. Who did he learn his cheerful personality from? What if that person is gone? Granny C's heart ached. The most cheerful person in disabled elderly village was Cripple. He always looked like he didn't care and was always grinning as if he wanted to be beaten up. Even if he was beaten up, he would quickly act as if nothing had happened. In the past in the village, Old Ma was serious, village chief was depressed, butcher was crazy, blind was flirtatious, mute was bad, deaf was arrogant, apothecary didn't have any face, Granny Si herself was secretive and carried an evil aura. Only Cripple was a heartless fellow who brought Qinmu around crazily all day long. 2. Qinmu had learned from him how to be cheerful. He will become more cheerful. Granny Si repeated. He will definitely become cheerful. Grandpa Mute, can these divine weapons be recast and refined into divine swords? Qinmu asked Mute from afar. Mute examined these divine weapons carefully with a solemn expression. He examined them one by one, he shook his head and said, The power of these divine weapons is too strong, it's very difficult to erase their power. Even if they were to erase their power, there's no such ferocious Dao fire that can melt and recast divine weapons. I use my Dantian as a furnace to refine my Dao fire, but I don't have the ability to do so. Qinmu asked, What if I use the Dao fire ancestral land of South Pole Heaven to forge it? Mute's eyes lit up and he nodded slowly. If I use the Dao fire ancestral land to forge it, I can do it. The power of the great Dao within these divine weapons would probably be melted. However, that Dao fire ancestral land is in Heavenly Venerate Fire's hands. It's no longer in Heavenly Venerate Fire's hands. Qinmu kept these divine weapons into his spirit embryo divine treasure. Dao fire ancestral land was snatched away by Heavenly Venerate Moon in the Battle of Mystic Capital and exiled. As for the exact place, we will have to ask Heavenly Venerate Moon before we can know. I'll head over to Carefree Village to see Heavenly Venerate Moon. Granny Si immediately said. Moor, I'll go with you to Carefree Village. Mute hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go too. Qinmu said. Grandpa Mute will stay here and have to repair the Green Heaven stronghold. Granny also needs to teach Hua Xuanqiu and Patriarch Wen Yuan. I'll go alone. Granny Si smiled. Others can choose not to go, but I definitely have to go. I want to see how Lang Bao and Heavenly Venerate you look like, and if they're pretty. Qinmu couldn't persuade her to change her mind, so he could only let her be. He said to Su Shanghua, I'll have to trouble Brother Su for these few days. Su Shanghua said, Where righteousness lies, there's nothing I can't do. Besides, I don't like to run around either, so it's a blessing for me to be able to stay here. Qinmu left the Leaves of Great Changes Dao tree to him in case of an emergency. He also left the divine Bao to Wei Suifeng, and handed the Azure Glass Heaven stronghold to Crown Prince Yuming to manage. He also planned to leave Great Change's walking stick, and let Lan Yutian manage it for him. Lan Yutian shook his head and said, Great Change wants you to follow the map to save him. It might have something to do with this walking stick, so you should bring it with you first. Qinmu didn't force him and kept the walking stick. He was prepared to leave the Great Black Mountain when Granny Si packed her luggage and followed him with a smile. I heard that God King Liu is a very beautiful girl. Qinmu nodded. Granny Si said again, I heard that Heavenly Venerate Moon is also very beautiful, ethereal and handsome. Qinmu nodded again. High Emperor's female sword god is also pretty good-looking. Granny Si said again, I've seen her before. Even though she's a dragon, she has a beautiful heart. Qinmu nodded again. Granny Si followed him with quick steps. Qinmu executed Heavenly Venerate Moon's divine art and extreme void scripture to shrink space, making them travel at an extremely fast speed. Emperor Yanxiu Ling Yuxiu is also an amazing woman, Granny Si said. And Heavenly Venerate Ling, I wonder what she looks like? Qinmu stopped and asked helplessly, Granny, what exactly are you trying to say? Granny's eyes smiled. I'm old now, so I feel empty without a child in my arms. Granny, apart from Ling Yuxiu, which of the women you mentioned aren't many times older than you? Qinmu said. A man is still alive. If you can't square the 4 directions, why do you call home? Granny C was furious and snatched Tai Yi's walking stick before he could speak. She knocked on his head and said angrily, Why do I call home? Why do I call home? I'll make you talk about why do I call home every day. Can't I carry my grandson? Qinmu hugged his head and scurried away. Granny Si chased after him with her walking stick and said angrily, Square the 4 directions every day if you have the ability. Why don't you square the 4 directions for me? I can even carry the children of 4th concubine and mistress. Don't leave, stop right there. Even though she was a little angry, she couldn't help revealing a smile. The Qinmu now was much happier than before. Origin World. Qinmu and Granny C went to Heavenly Yin World first. The Vermilion Bird and Yen'er were there, and Consort Tianyin had helped the Vermilion Bird rebuild her corporeal body. However, she wasn't proficient in the path of creation, so she wasn't able to revive the Southern Emperor. When Qinmu rushed there, he used the path of creation to revive the corporeal body of the Southern Emperor. He examined the resurrected Southern Emperor carefully, but he discovered that Consort Tianyin hadn't helped the Southern Emperor rebuild a divine soul. It's the will of the Southern Emperor, she whispered. She doesn't want me to replenish her divine soul, saying that she has a divine soul and is now called by Yuqiong. She's been waiting for her divine soul to return to its original position. Qinmu raised his eyebrows and looked at the Vermilion Bird. Yen'er was currently guiding the Southern Emperor on how to cultivate, and the Southern Emperor was still familiarizing himself with his body like a clumsy divine arts practitioner. He learned the cultivation secrets of Spirit Embryo Star River, Mysterious Capital, and Heavenly River divine treasures bit by bit. The Southern Emperor has her own ambitions. She has gotten rid of the shackles of the ancient gods, so she definitely has her own ambitions and wants to surpass her previous life. Consort Tianyin whispered in his ear. Bai Yuqiong is her divine soul, so even if I give her a divine soul, it won't be as good as her original divine soul. There will definitely be conflicts between her and Bai Yuqiong. Qinmu retracted his gaze and thought about it carefully. White Jade and Vermilion Bird of South Emperor, the grudges and origins between them are too great, so it's hard to figure out who is the true body and who is the vassal. This matter can only be resolved by them. He was determined not to interfere with the 2 women and said to Consort Tianyin, Emperor Ming and the Red Emperor will rush over these few days. At that time, I hope that Consort will take action again to help the Red Emperor recuperate his soul. Consort Tianyin hesitated. I don't know much about the path of creation. You can stay here and wait for them to come before leaving. Qinmu smiled. The Scarlet Emperor and Emperor Ming are all experts in the path of creation. Don't worry with them around, you can ask them if you don't know anything. That's right, Consort. Yin Tianzi's reincarnation, Heavenly Palace and the path of reincarnation. I've finally understood them thoroughly these few days and taught them to Consort Tianyin. His divine consciousness fluctuated, and he imparted all the path of reincarnation he had comprehended to Consort Tianyin. This was Yin Tianzi's path and skills, and he was extremely talented and ambitious. The path of reincarnation was also extremely powerful, and it could be said to be one of the most powerful great Tao. However, due to his aptitude, comprehension and wisdom, Yin Tianzi hadn't been able to deduce the path of reincarnation to an extremely high level. Hence, he was only Yin Tianzi, Black Emperor, and Underworld Emperor, not Heavenly Venerate of reincarnation. Qinmu had planted a living world tree, and his comprehension of the path of reincarnation had become more and more profound these days. He was on the verge of surpassing Yin Tianzi. He had sensed the connection between the path of reincarnation, the great Tao of Yudu, and the path of Heavenly Yin, so he had imparted the path of reincarnation to Consort Tianyin to raise her abilities. When Consort Tianyin obtained the path of reincarnation and the Heavenly Palace of reincarnation, she only felt that they were compatible with her own paths, skills and divine arts. Furthermore, they were complementary, which made her suddenly feel enlightened. She had opened up a new world and was immersed in it unconsciously. After a long while, she finally woke up and said with joy, Great Mage, this great Tao is really amazing, Great Mage. Yennefer went forward and held the fruits that she had picked from the outside world. Consort, young master has already left. Consort, eat. Consort Tianyin glanced at the vermilion bird of Southern Emperor, who was already slightly plump, and immediately shook her head. Consort, you don't want to eat. Yennefer, be good and take it to your mother to eat. At this moment, Qin Mu and Granny C had already arrived at Heavenly Venerate Yu's former residence, 10,000 miles of peach forest. Granny Si said casually, Queen Tianyin isn't bad looking and has a proud figure. Furthermore, she has all sorts of good conditions. She has breasts, buttocks and buttocks. Mu'er, what do you think? Qin Mu said weakly, all right. When are we going to propose? Granny Si asked with sparkling eyes. Qin Mu also knew Granny C's good intentions. This time, Granny C had taken the initiative to request to follow them and intentionally brought up these matters to distract him from the grief of Cripple's death. He was very grateful for Granny Si's actions. Heavenly Venerate Yu's maidservants welcomed them from the peach forest and carried lanterns to lead the way. The peach forest had been destroyed once before, and now it was growing again. The peach forest was connected to all the worlds in the universe, and Heavenly Venerate Yu hid the entrance to Carefree Village here. It was almost impossible to find the entrance to Carefree Village from the peach forest. The peach forest here would operate according to the movements of all the worlds in the universe, constantly changing. There were countless possibilities to enter the peach forest at any point in time. Even the most powerful algebra experts would need 10,000 years to calculate the exact path to Carefree Village. This was the strength of Heavenly Venerate Yu's Zenith Void scripture. However, with Heavenly Venerate Yu's maidservant leading the way, it was much easier. They had only taken a few steps before they went from day to night, and from late autumn to early summer. In just a few steps they experienced the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, winter, and moon. The magic of the peach forest did not stop there. They also walked to other worlds. Sometimes they stood on the stars in the sky and looked down at the heavens and earth below. Sometimes they came to the sea, and their ears could hear the surging waves. Along the way they passed through countless heavens and worlds. Finally, they arrived in front of a palace. The walls of this palace were filled with doors. It was much more complicated than the 3 rooms at the end of the Great Void Bridge. A few maids went to open the doors, but behind those doors were walls. However, they seemed to follow a certain pattern and had a fixed opening and closing sequence. Soon a door opened and it was no longer a wall but a void. In the void a lonely door stood there. Heavenly Venerate, please wait a moment. One of the maids went forward and walked to the door with small steps. She shook her sleeves and her delicate hand slid out. She knocked on the door lightly and stood there silently. After a moment, a huge eye actually appeared on the lonely door. It rolled around and looked at the maidservant before looking at Qin Mu and Granny C. The door creaked open and the maidservant took 2 steps back. She said to Qin Mu and Granny Si, Heavenly Venerate can enter now. Granny Si clicked her tongue in wonder and came to the door to look at the huge eye on the door. She saw that the eye had already closed and merged with the door. Granny, don't look anymore. This is a space divine art. The caster should be holding a mirror, and when he comes in front of the mirror, he can see everything in front of the door. Qin Mu thanked the maids and walked into the door with Granny C. The 2 of them stepped out of the door and their hearts instantly opened up. White clouds curled up in green water and green mountains. This was the pure land that the creators had visualized. In the sky, one could even see many majestic creators creating stars. Behind Qin Mu and Granny C were the 3 rooms with legendary colors. They were the treasures that Heavenly Venerate Yu had designed for the creator of the other shore. In front of the 3 rooms was a divine city floating in the sky. The soldiers of Carefree Village and the creators of the other shore void were practicing the formation. Qin Mu and Granny Si walked forward and saw a great monk presiding over the formation. He had an extraordinary appearance, and he was imposing without being angry. He had the bearing of an emperor. This great monk controlled the formation and controlled thousands of troops, thousands of gods and devils. He controlled the elite power of Carefree Village and the Creator, fusing the divine consciousness that the Creator was good at with the divine arts that Carefree Village was good at. The formation revolved like a dragon. Under the control of the great monk, the auras of all the gods and devils were linked together, and their vital qi fused together to form 9 heavenly palaces that became the 9 ancestral dragon heavenly palaces. Everyone's magic power fused into the body of the great monk, causing his aura to soar into the sky. The power contained in each strike seemed to be the full power strike of a strong practitioner with 9 heavenly palaces, and it was incomparably astonishing. To be able to unleash the power of the dragon-shaped formation to such an extent was truly an eye-opener. Granny C and Qin Mu looked over, and they were both bewildered. Other people's heavenly palaces strive for different heavenly palaces to represent different great Tao, but this great monk's heavenly palaces are all the same. How can heavenly palaces cultivate like this? One kind of heavenly palace, one kind of great Tao. Different heavenly palaces formed the heavenly court, and after fusing 36 different great Tao, each great Tao could be cultivated to the realm of Emperor Throne perfection, and one could cultivate to the true heavenly court realm. This was common knowledge. Whether it was the 10 heavenly venerates of the heavenly court, heavenly venerate you Tao ancestor Buddha son of heaven Yin Qin Mu or Su Shanghua, they all cultivated like this. Yet this great monk had cultivated all of his heavenly palaces to the same state. They were all a great Tao, forming 9 dragon heavenly palaces. This kind of cultivation method was unique, but Qin Mu and Granny Si had never seen it before, so they couldn't help taking a second look. Muir, this monk looks a little familiar, Granny Si said in astonishment. Qin Mu was about to speak when the great monk noticed the two of them. His eyes couldn't help shining, and he immediately executed the formation to throw a punch at them from afar. The monk's cultivation realm wasn't too high, and was at most on Jade Capital Realm. However, under the support of the formation, he was like a strong practitioner of a small heavenly court whose 9 heavenly palaces had all cultivated to Emperor Throne's realm. He had battle prowess that wasn't inferior to Yin Tianzi, White Emperor, and the other 4 emperors. With this strike, 10,000 dragons danced in the air and roared as they rushed in front of the two of them. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and made a seal with his hand. With a wung sound, a taiji diagram appeared in his palm. Yin and Yang evolved and collided with the 10,000 dragons that were pouncing at him. Wung. Qin Mu's qi and blood churned, and his hair fluttered backward. The heavenly palaces behind his head flew out with sonorous sounds, and in an instant, a vast heavenly court appeared. It was formed by 23 heavenly palaces, and divine light filled the sky, making it incomparably beautiful. Qin Mu's footsteps staggered, and the divine treasure territory under his feet bloomed, blocking the power of this strike. He said in a deep voice, "Supreme Emperor, you want to show me your might the moment you come up?" The great monk was Emperor Yanfeng, and when he saw him recognize him, he withdrew his force and let the tens of thousands of gods and devils disperse the formation. His aura weakened rapidly, and he instantly fell from Emperor Throne Realm to Jade Capital Realm. He walked over with large strides. "Minister Qin, your cultivation is becoming more and more vigorous. You can even withstand such a formation, so how much is the difference between you and Heavenly Venerate?" "The difference isn't too big," Qin Mu said humbly and secretly sent a voice transmission to Granny Si. "Granny, make yourself uglier. Emperor Yanfeng has always been thinking about you." Granny Si rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "He's not the emperor anymore, so how can he forcefully snatch the women of commoners? The emperor who abdicates is inferior to a chicken, so don't worry about him." Emperor Yanfeng walked in front of the two of them, and moved his gaze away from Granny C's face. He praised, "I've already abdicated, otherwise if I see you again, won't this harem become chaotic? Why are the two of you here?" Granny Si smiled and said, "I'm here to find Heavenly Venerate Moon and Godly King Lang." Emperor Yanfeng was unconsciously attracted by her voice again, and when his gaze landed on her face he couldn't move it away. Qin Mu coughed and Emperor Yanfeng smiled. I'm not an emperor, so I can't be a fatuous monarch. Yu is still so stunning. If your majesty continues to speak, I'll kill your head," Qin Mu said indifferently. Emperor Yanfeng shuddered. He said angrily, "You've done well, Minister Qin. On my little notebook, there are more than 10 pages of the correct words written behind your name. I have a broad mind, so I won't be calculative with you. I've never gotten even with you. Yet you're calculative with me now. I won't talk about this with you. I'll bring you to Heavenly Venerate Moon." Qin Mu smiled and followed his footsteps. Emperor Yanfeng said to Granny Si. I've seen godly King Lang Bao countless times over the years and was astonished to be a celestial being. However, the distance between celestial beings was too far and unreachable. But the beauty of youth and serenity was the beauty of the human world. Now that I've abdicated the throne and left all the beauties in the harem behind, and you're a widower, why don't we make do? Qin Mu coughed and said, Your Majesty, I'll write something down for you first. Emperor Yanfeng laughed loudly and turned his face away. Qin Mu asked, Is my junior brother also in Carefree Village? Junior brother? You mean Bai Gui? A new generation replaces the old. Emperor Yanfeng couldn't help sighing ruefully. In the past, you called him Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, but now that you're Imperial Preceptor, you call him junior brother. He's in the God City over there. He led the two of them over and said, Even though Bai Gui has been placed in an important position by founding emperor, he hasn't been doing well all these years. Qin Mu was puzzled and asked, My junior brother is a heaven-gifted talent and is peerless, why wouldn't he be doing well? His cultivation realm has been trapped. Emperor Yanfeng was silent for a moment. After coming to Carefree Village, I experienced all kinds of battles and my cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. I also found my own path. However, Bai Gui has participated in no less battles than me all these years, but his realm has never been able to rise. Qin Mu asked in puzzlement, What realm is he at now? Emperor Yanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, Yaotai realm. He has been struggling all these years and has never been able to break through Yaotai realm. His cultivation realm actually has a tendency of not advancing but regressing instead. I'm worried that he shook his head and didn't continue. Emperor Yanfeng and former Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui could be said to be a pair of sovereign and minister that were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. It was precisely because of the two of them pushing forward the reform that eternal peace had today. Among them, Zhang Baigui was hailed as a saint. Regardless of his aptitude, talent, wisdom, comprehension, talent and cultivation of Dao heart, he was a perfect person and couldn't find any shortcomings. His cultivation and abilities had always been above Emperor Yanfeng, so Qin Mu was a little surprised that he would be trapped by a realm. He should be in closed-door cultivation right now. I've gone to see him a few times and noticed that his cultivation had regressed a little each time. Emperor Yanfeng couldn't care about Granny Si anymore when he mentioned Zhang Baigui, so he was a little anxious. Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate, you have also gone to see him and said that he had encountered the same bottleneck as Saint One of Heaven's Smell Pavilion. If he can't walk out, his cultivation realm in this life would probably be the same as Saint One. Qin Mu frowned. Saint Woodcutter was also trapped in Jade Lake realm, and couldn't enter God Execution platform. Could it be that Zhang Baigui was the same? They came to the place where Zhang Baigui was in seclusion. Qin Mu raised his head to take a look and saw 72 treasured palaces floating in the sky above the manor. They were arranged neatly and 36 heavenly palaces appeared, forming a huge heavenly court together. The structure of this heavenly court was so perfect that it made people gasp in admiration. Qin Mu couldn't help praising Zhang Baigui in his heart. He admired his talent and thought to himself, Imperial Preceptor is Imperial Preceptor. At that moment, the perfect heavenly court constructed from the 72 halls of 36 heavenly palaces suddenly collapsed and was destroyed in an instant. Qin Mu immediately sensed that Zhang Baigui, who was in closed-door cultivation, had suffered a heavy blow and his aura had weakened. The reason why his cultivation wasn't advancing and was instead regressing was because the heavenly court couldn't stabilize itself and was destroyed time and time again, destroying his Dao heart. The three of them rushed into the manor and saw a white-haired old man sitting there with chicken skin and white hair. He looked indescribably old. Emperor Yanfeng quickly walked forward and said gently, Baigui, that senior brother of yours surnamed Qin came to see you. Zhang Baigui raised his head in a daze and his gaze landed on Qin Mu. He then stood up shakily to greet him. Qin Mu took a step forward and pressed on his shoulder. He asked slowly, Is the Dao heart of a generation saint still firm? The corner of Zhang Baigui's mouth twitched. After a moment he said bitterly, Senior brother, don't joke. 36 heavenly palaces, 72 treasure palaces, 36 postnatal great Dao, and 72 innate great Dao. They support each other and advance together. There weren't any mistakes in the beginning. Qin Mu gave some pointers. The fault isn't on you nor on Teacher Woodcutter. The fault is that your realm isn't complete. Your realm is lacking 4 Heaven's Gate realm. Once 4 Heaven's Gate is opened, the great heavenly court will be stable and unassailable. He spread out his palm and held the ancestral court in his palm. In between, the 4 great heavenly gates were revealed. Zhang Baigui's turbid eyes gradually lit up as he stared at the ancestral court in his palm. In Qin Mu's palm, the ancestral court slowly rotated. The 4 great heavenly gates were on the front and back of the ancestral court. Different heavenly gates contained different principles and had different comprehensions of Tao realm. He let out all the comprehensions he had experienced from the 4 great heavenly gates. The sound of the great Tao was so pleasant to the ears and moved people's hearts, making Emperor Yanfeng feel as if he was intoxicated by it. As for Zhang Baigui, he felt as if he had been struck by the sound of the Tao. Looking at the 4 gates of heaven, he suddenly had a gloomy feeling, as if he had cleared away the clouds and seen the sun. These 4 gates of heaven were like 4 incomparably stable foundations that carried the great power of Heaven Palace and Heaven Court, as well as his Tao heart. With these 4 gates of heaven, he could stabilize Heaven Palace and Heaven Court, no longer having to worry about them toppling over. Junior brother, the battle experience you have accumulated here is enough, but you still lag behind by staying in Carefree Village and not coming into contact with the outside world. With a thought, the ancestral court in Qin Mu's palm revealed an incomparably exquisite scenery. The great Tao passed through and formed a jade stage, and primordial chaos, primordial liquid transformed into a jade sea. Zhang Baigui immediately saw the difference between this jade stage and the jade sea of the other gods and devils, and he couldn't help becoming infatuated with it. The logic contained in it made him feel like he wanted to make a pilgrimage. The jade stage and the 4 great heavenly gates are the same, and they contain extraordinary logic. It's a great wonder in the ancestral court, and it's also a natural sacred ground of Tao realm. In the ancestral court in Qin Mu's palm, the heaven sea that reflected the heart of heaven and the heart of man appeared. Next, it was the god-slaying stage and the 9 prison stage of the ancestral court. He slowly showed each realm to Zhang Baigui. Finally, it was the innate 5 supreme, the 5 great mineral veins, the rise and fall of chaos, the primordial qi, the primordial qingming, the formless and formless changes of the supreme, and the myriad of things derived from the taiji. This miraculous aspect left everyone in awe. Junior brother, the path of the 72 treasure palaces in 36 heavenly palaces wasn't actually cultivated wrongly. It's just that your realm was wrong, so it's hard for you to take another step forward. Qin Mu's gaze landed on Zhang Baigui's head of white hair, and his gaze shifted from his white hair to his face, which had already looked old. He said in a deep voice, "The saint who was invincible back then had a Tao heart as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea, but a mere setback has caused his Tao heart to be defeated?" No. Zhang Baigui slowly got up and took off the official uniform of Carefree Village's founding emperor Heavenly Court. He threw away the seal and changed into his usual attire before getting up and walking out. As he took a step forward, the wrinkles on his face disappeared one after another. His white hair returned to its original greenish-black color one after another, and his tone returned to the elegance and indifference he had when he was Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor in the past. "I want to go to the ancestral court to find my own path," he said. Emperor Yanfeng saw the situation and hurriedly followed behind him. "Imperial Preceptor, wait for me. Minister Qin, you can go to Celestial Venerable Xuanyue by yourself. I'll accompany Imperial Preceptor to the ancestral court. His cultivation is low now, so he can't be left alone." Qin Mu's divine consciousness fluctuated and told the truth of the ancestral court to the 2 of them. Zhang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng's hearts trembled, and they cupped their hands together and left together. The ruler and ministers meeting and becoming Tao friends with each other. These 2 people are really enviable. Granny Si watched them leave and praised. It was Zhang Baigui who became Emperor Yanfeng, and it was also Emperor Yanfeng who became Zhang Baigui. The 2 of them supported each other, and it wasn't easy for them to walk all the way here. Qin Mu nodded silently. Suddenly, his divine consciousness burst forth and connected to the spirit world that enveloped the entire space on the other side. After a moment, The creator of the space of the other shore already knows that I'm here and will inform Heavenly Venerate you and the rest to rush over. We will wait here, Chinmu said. Granny Si smiled. I heard that you are also the saint infant of the creator? What's going on? Can you tell me in detail? In truth, Chinmu had already told her about this matter, but she was still worried that he wouldn't be able to walk out from his sorrow, so she brought it up again to prevent Chinmu from thinking about Cripple. Granny C had always been a carefree person, but when she became meticulous, she was incomparably considerate. The two of them stayed in Jiangbaigui's manor. Late at night the next day, Heavenly Venerate you rushed over. Chinmu couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with her, so he went straight to the point. Is Dao Fire Ancestral Land still with you? I need it urgently. Heavenly Venerate you looked at Granny C and was astonished by the beauty of the woman. After a while he came back to his senses. She smiled and said, In the Battle of Xian Capital, I snatched Dao Fire Ancestral Land and sent it to Yudu. Later on, I was worried that Heavenly Venerate Fire would find Yudu, so I hid Dao Fire Ancestral Land in Carefree Village. Do you see the brightest star? She raised her hand to point at the sky, and only then did Chinmu notice that there was an extremely bright star with a halo surrounding it. From afar, it looked like an ordinary star, but when Chinmu used the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to look, he could see that it was Dao Fire Ancestral Land. Those rings of light should be Dao Fire Ninth Heavens. That's Dao Fire Ancestral Land. Heavenly Venerate Moon said. Heavenly Venerate Fire won't be able to reach Carefree Village in a short while, so he hid here. If you are in a hurry to use it, I'll bring it over to you. Thank you for your trouble. Chinmu thanked her. Heavenly Venerate you rebuked. You are still being polite with me? Wait a moment, I'll go get it. She got up and left in a hurry. When dawn came, Heavenly Venerate you brought Dao Fire Ancestral Land and rushed over. Chinmu and Granny Si hurriedly welcomed them and came to the outside of the city. Heavenly Venerate you didn't enter the city, but placed Dao Fire Ancestral Land outside. She was using a space divine art to shrink Dao Fire Ancestral Land and hide it in space for Chinmu to carry it around. This girl is meticulous, Granny Si praised in her heart. At that moment a carriage drove over, and a pleasant voice came from within. The carriage stopped and a maid pushed open the bead curtain, and Godly King Langer walked out. Granny C and Godly King Lang had also seen each other before, and when they met again they couldn't help being shocked by her appearance. Emperor Yanfeng was right. Granny C was a beauty who brought beauty to the world, but Godly King Langer was different. She had an aloof and cold temperament, more like the beauty of a god. He gave off a sacred and solemn feeling that was difficult to get close to. Heavenly Venerate you had just finished dealing with Dao Fire Ancestral Land when he saw God King Lang Bao coming. He smiled and said, Why did God King come so late? It was you who informed me that Heavenly Venerate Mu had come and wanted to see me, but I didn't expect you to be late. God King Lang Bao said softly, I took a bath and changed my clothes. I prepared the carriage and delayed for a period of time. I had to be solemn to see Heavenly Venerate Mu. She greeted Chinmu and Granny Si and said, Heavenly Venerate has ordered someone to send primordial liquid of primordial beginning so that I don't have any worries. I'm extremely grateful. Heavenly Venerate you smiled. You always have these unnecessary formalities. Heavenly Venerate Mu. I've made Dao Fire Ancestral Land smaller. This ancestral land restrains my path of space, so I can only restrict it to this extent. You can just take it away. I can't help you with anything else. God King Lang Bao said. Dao Fire Ancestral Land requires an extremely deep understanding of the path of fire, but you can also use your divine consciousness to execute the power of Dao Fire. Back then, the creator worshipped the vermilion bird of South Emperor, and used his divine consciousness to activate the power of the 9 heavens of the ancestral land. She guided Chinmu carefully and said, Try entering the ancestral land and you will know how to use your divine consciousness to execute Dao Fire. Chinmu thanked her and climbed onto Dao Fire Ancestral Land. He entered 9 heavens and took out a divine weapon of a universe expert from the past to try using his divine consciousness to execute Dao Fire smelting. Whether Dao Fire Ancestral Land could be smelted or not was just his guess. Now he needed to verify it. If it didn't work, he still needed to look for other methods. Beside the ancestral land, Granny C was chatting with Heavenly Venerate You and Godly King Lang Bao. The two girls knew that she was Qin Mu's parent, so there wasn't the slightest hint of neglect in her words. Granny Si mentioned her worries about Qin Mu, and the two girls looked at each other. Godly King Lang Bao said, Heavenly Venerate Mu is a person of great wisdom, so there's no need to worry, fellow Taoist Si. He will naturally walk out in the future. Heavenly Venerate You said, I think we shouldn't let him be idle. When he is idle, he will start to think about random things. Even if there's no problem, he can still think of problems. Granny Si agreed and sized up the two women, coming to a conclusion in her heart. After a moment, Qin Mu walked out from the ancestral land of Dao Fire. The three of them went forward to welcome him, and Granny C revealed an inquiring expression. Qin Mu said, I can melt down those divine weapons, but I'll need to use my divine consciousness to control the Dao Fire. However, at the same time, I have to forge my divine sword, which makes it a little difficult for me. Granny Si smiled. Leave this matter to Mute, and you can order him around like an animal. Ladies, we won't disturb you anymore. We have to return to the ancestral court immediately. Heavenly Venerate You immediately said, You're in a hurry to leave after just arriving? Since you guys have matters to attend to, it's not convenient for me to ask you to stay. Heavenly Venerate Mu, let me ask you something. Qin Mu stopped in his tracks. Heavenly Venerate You hesitated for a moment, but she still asked her own question. How long do you think the other shore void can be defended for? God King Lang Bao's heart skipped a beat. She also had this question in her heart, but she had many considerations. She wasn't as straightforward as Heavenly Venerate You, so she didn't ask it out. Qin Mu pondered it for a moment and said, After Earth Count dies, the other shore void will be broken. The general trend will be unstoppable. A mere void bridge with 35 layers of broken void won't be able to stop the current 10 Heavenly Venerates. The hearts of the two girls trembled. Then how will the soldiers in my space on the other shore survive? Heavenly Venerate Mu? God King Lang Bao asked. Qin Mu took a glance at Heavenly Venerate You and said unhurriedly, With Heavenly Venerate You around, you can retreat or leave. God King Lang Bao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Send off the sacred baby. Qin Mu kept Dao Fire Ancestor Land into his divine treasure and left. Granny Si followed him and smiled. Muer, which do you think is better? Qin Mu felt a headache and asked guiltily. Granny, which one do you think is better? In terms of looks, it's naturally God King Lang Bao. No one can compare to her beauty. Granny Si said. But if we were talking about being a wife, she would be far inferior to Heavenly Venerate You. God King Lang Bao is a cold and aloof woman with an upright posture, while Heavenly Venerate You is very calm and is the person in charge of the household. Qin Mu couldn't help being curious. What's upright? Upright, placed in the air. It doesn't connect to the earth, elegant and graceful, yet it repels people thousands of miles away. For example, when she came to see you, she had to bathe and change her clothes. She had to tidy up her clothes, and there was a carriage and a treasured carriage with maids to serve her. If she was solemn, she would be more solemn. But she wasn't someone who lived her life. Granny Si said. But when Heavenly Venerate You heard that you were here, she rushed over. Even though she had makeup on, she didn't cultivate it on purpose. She didn't have any attendants by her side, and she also didn't ride on a treasured carriage. You said you wanted Dao Fire Ancestral Land, so this girl immediately took it down. Furthermore, she was meticulous and knew that Dao Fire Ancestral Land was too big to carry around, so she helped you refine it smaller. She put it down. This is a woman who manages the house. Qin Mu was filled with admiration. Marriage actually had such knowledge, and it could almost be considered a great Dao. It was no wonder that there was a hall called the Matchmaking Hall among the 360 halls of Heavenly Saint Cult. Lang here is a wife. When she goes out to meet guests and entertain heroes, she naturally has a long face and has a lot of face. Her behavior in front of others makes you unable to find any faults. She is naturally suitable to be the Empress. Granny Si continued. However, in terms of managing the household, Heavenly Venerate You is still the best. Moore, what do you think? Do you want to marry an empress or a wife? What she meant was to ask Qin Mu about his future plans. Marrying an empress meant that Qin Mu would become the emperor and marry a wife. It meant that Qin Mu's ambition wasn't on the throne. Qin Mu humbly asked for advice. Granny, what do you think of this kind of woman? She was usually carefree and careless. She spent money extravagantly and never knew how to settle accounts. She was also a little careless when bringing up the children. Furthermore, she was always rude and called her old lady. When she was enchanting, she could seduce the souls of all the people in the world. When she was fierce, she could hang people up and beat them up. Can this woman be married off? Granny C's face instantly turned black. She picked up the great change walking stick and smashed it down on her face. She shouted, I was talking serious with you, yet you came to mock me. I'll break your lonely crutches and let you crawl out a bloody word on the ground. Qin Mu held his head and fled while Granny C chased after him. She gave him a good beating, only that he wasn't hung up.